Today is not a day to celebrate. But the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on two counts of murder is sure a major step in leading to the conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation. This long-term and complex investigation. Of this long-term and complex investigation. Of this long-term and complex investigation.
All right, guys, welcome to the Transparency. I have a guest for us today. Gull let me bring in Richard Allen to speak to us. No, wait, that's not true. Cross that off. No, I have Teresa from CriminaliTy today. Let's just bring her up here. Teresa.
People are going to be like, all disappointed. They're going to be like, oh my gosh, we're getting an interview with Richard Allen. And they're like, fuck, it's just Teresa.
Oh, fuck, it's Teresa. What is up, girl?
Hi. Thanks for having me.
I got a bell for you. I got my water.
Well, happy Monday, everybody.
Yes, happy Monday. This is Delphi deep dive with some Chinese food. I do all my deep dives with Chinese food.
Well, that makes sense.
So before we get started talking crazy Delphi stuff, because it's going to be hot. Well, just so everybody knows that we do know that there was 17 pages filed in the appeal for the interlocutory appeal pursuant to the appellate rule 14. This was filed today, hot off the press here. We weren't planning on addressing this, but what I think is fair is maybe at the end we can touch kind of base, just because it wasn't kind of part of what we were going to be doing. But we want to let everybody know that we know it's there. Thank God it's there, right? They should have filed, right?
Yep. But this goes straight to Judge Gull, so she'll have the determination on whether this can actually go to the appellate court.
That is true, and I just want to say, Jennifer says your couple name is, what is that? Like, instead of Teresa, it's Lenisa.
I'd rather it be like Tana.
Yeah, I'd rather be like skanky horror.
No. How about Tana?
Thank you so much, Jennifer. That was awesome. I give it like a 0% chance that Judge Gull says, yep, okay, you guys can have your appeal.
Oh, I thought we were going 0% chance that was going to be our couple name.
Oh, yeah, totally not Lenisa. Like, that's like stripper. Like, dude, we're going to even get probably fired day one because we can't twirl on the pole. Like, next on stage, Lenisa.
Yeah, no.
Lucy
fired.
Lenisa.
She's fired. She's made $0.
Yeah, Lenisa. She's over there taking an Uber, stealing money from other people. Of course she won't. Sleuthy's in the house. What's up, Sleuthy? Good to see you. Hello to the mods. I know that I see some of your mods in here as well. Yep, so
IDR.
I'm only here for Lenisa, says Sherry D. You gotta shake it for that. Well, okay. So this is Teresa. Really quick, all I want you to do background. Give me a couple of things that if you were to say best describe, like just you, like not even YouTube, just you.
Just me?
Yeah, just like
I'd say my number one role in life is as a mom. I have 3 kids from teenage to elementary school. So I think that's my number one job. And then I'm a wife and a daughter next. So I think that would be my personal life. And I just have a fascination with everything law enforcement and legal. And that's what brought me to true crime. So my dad was a cop. My uncle's a cop. My cousins are cops. I went to school and got my bachelor's degree in criminal justice and criminology with a minor in forensics. It's just part of me.
I didn't know that. Actually, I just learned something new. I had no idea that your family, they were cops.
My dad's before he passed away, he was a retired cop from Illinois. My uncle.
We have to stop this live right now.
My
People are out there
mom
like,
and I
Lenny, you
actually
hate
met because my mom's brother and my dad were partners on the force. So that's how my mom and dad met. They went to a barbecue at my uncle's house, and he invited his partner, and my mom was there, and that's how.
So did you ever think like, hey, I want to become a cop? And you're just
I
like,
want to be a homicide detective. That was my goal for most of when I was little. I wanted to be a veterinarian, and then I realized that animals die, and I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to deal with that. So I was like, I'm going to be a homicide detective, because in my brain that made sense, that I can't deal with animals dying, but I can totally investigate a murder. I make it make sense. I can't. My husband still makes fun of me for it to this day, because that's, I can't watch a movie where an animal dies. He's like, but you go on there and you talk about murder cases every day. Like, that's
so like Free Willy. Like, what did you think about the movie Free Willy? Is that
Willie got free?
Okay, so you're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like Marley and Me, terrible movie.
Does Marley die?
Yeah. Old Yeller, I'm not fucking doing that. I can't do those things.
Marley and Me. Oh gosh. Okay, let me write that down.
Yeah, don't write that shit. Don't watch that. It's a terrible movie.
What about like Ace Ventura: Pet Detective then? Because it's like animals, and he's trying to save the dolphin.
Yeah.
Okay, you're cool with that?
Yeah, that's good.
Do you talk like this? Okay. Do you know what the dolphin likes? Okay, so then channel, we know it's Criminality. When did your channel start officially?
Oh shit. Officially it was February of 2022, right?
2022. Yeah, I remember I met you in 2021.
I think it was February 2022 is when I started my channel officially. I mean, I think like I made the channel like in 2021, but I didn't do anything with it. So I think my first official live was like March of 2022.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so yep, it's Criminality. Mods, make sure you guys just drop that in the chat. So tonight I did pin all super chats. I'm splitting with Teresa tonight, and then I shared our cash apps. No, that's fine. Our cash apps are shared. If you want to tip tip the dealers, tip the bartenders, tip drill. Sleeper case. So what I want to know here is name me a case that no one knows about, or as many little people as possible that know that you have never done on your channel, but that you've personally like deep dive, like that, but that nobody knows that, okay, I was like low key, like, but nobody knows that I was like putting it out there and I just did it for myself.
I don't know, because I think I bring up cases that I deep dive.
Okay.
And I do have, like, I try to do, one of the things when I started the channel was obviously I enjoy the live chats. I like talking to people. So this is kind of like where I am the most comfortable, but I did start like doing like editing videos on cases that are important to me, but that takes a long time to edit a video. If you guys have ever done editing of videos, it's like, it's not for the faint of heart. So I have like a list of like pre-recorded like documentary style videos that I have. So I think I talk about them a lot, but it's any case that's ever been important to me, like I've ever followed essentially my whole life. But there's only a few out so far because they take so long to make. But I talk about them a lot. But have I ever talked about them like on a deep dive? No. Obviously, I think that most people probably know this about me, but Casey Anthony is probably one of the cases that I have paid attention to every single detail along the way.
Really?
I mean, my daughter's named Kaylee after Kaylee Anthony. So,
piece of history. Oh, there you go. Trivia right there. Got it. So then, are you a Jose Baez fan?
I am a Jose Baez fan, but I'm not a Casey Anthony fan. So there's a very big difference there. But people, once you like go like pro defense, like, oh my gosh, you like a defense attorney, then people think that you automatically think that the person is innocent. Well, she's absolutely guilty.
No. Yeah. So, like, I appreciate his work ethic. Did you know that? So Jose Baez was here in Columbus back when the doctor was accused of killing 10 or 12 people by giving them high doses of fentanyl. Jose Baez, that happened here in Columbus. So Jose Baez was here like literally like 24/7.
Did you get to meet him?
You're ready for this? we were at the same place. Guess what I was there for?
Bingo.
Damn! No, I'm over here filing protection orders against people. Like, so I'm over there filing protection orders. There's Jose Bias. And I'm
I thought it was gonna be something fun. I was like, maybe she's doing like courthouse bingo or trivia.
Yeah, courthouse. Can you imagine that? So, and I was like, oh my god, I totally forgot about that case. But yeah, acquitted on all of everything.
He's just a good attorney. Like you have to have respect for somebody who's a good attorney, whether you think that their clients are guilty or not. He does his work. He did a great job. So I can't fault him for that. But I mean, that prosecutor also really sucked. So I think that was also a detriment and made him look better. So,
oh yeah, in Casey Anthony's case, or with that case, yeah, yep. Yeah. Well, are you going to cover then the new case that he's on, the Shanna Gardner, Mario Fernandez, the murder for hire case?
I probably will cover it.
Good,
I haven't done I followed that case. It's one that I have on my list to actually do a pre-recorded on.
Sweet.
But the list is long. So I just did, I think my last
I'll send you the discovery. The reason you should cover it is because they put out the discovery. It would be up your alley then.
Yeah, I love it. Send it to me.
Yeah, I'll send you the discovery.
I need to move my camera because I feel like I'm looking weird at you like the whole time.
I don't, I'm usually not on the screen with somebody else, so I feel like I got to show the limelight. What the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck? Why you got to do that? I feel like
can you just put me like this? I want to put myself in the corner.
There you go.
We're gonna get to that. We're gonna get all to that. Okay, so we have to talk about it. We met through the Watts case. All right, we're not gonna talk about Watts, but
I hate that case.
Fuck that case. But no, NK guilty or innocent. Why is this going off? Hold on. But no, NK guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Damn. All right. Can you believe that it came back up? And what are people talking about? Like, I feel like we knew about Jezebel. Like, I knew about.
We did.
That.
So we did.
Okay.
So
just making sure.
Yeah, we did. So the thing, I think, because you interviewed Tallman anyway. So I think that's probably another reason. So his book came out, and once it was published, a lot of the people who didn't have a lot of the background or the relationships with people closer to the case hadn't heard about that because it was considered a new letter from his book. But anybody who followed it like us, we knew about it back.
I was like, I put that shit out there. Yeah, I couldn't even believe it. I was like,
he'd already talked about it publicly a few times, like in on YouTube channels and whatnot, but it was just more official. So it became like a new topic for anybody on like social media that followed Watts.
Because it was like a published piece.
Because it was a published book, yeah.
Yeah, because
it's the dang spiritual book that Tallman talked about writing with Watts for years.
You know who stole that book?
I do.
Okay, good. So
there's much about Watts that we don't know at this point.
I know. I the stuff I could talk about with Watts.
I hate that case. Did I say that?
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah. All right. So here we go.
Hold on. I have something for you.
Okay,
so
good.
Back in the day when you started your channel, you had a couple things that you really enjoyed doing, and I don't think you do them nearly as much anymore. But you used to do the thank you notes. Fucking love thank you notes, and you don't.
I'm going to bring them back. I'm bringing them back.
You absolutely should bring back thank you notes. This was one of the highlights of the end of any live Truth and Transparency. But another thing you always did with your guests, and I was like, hey, I'm going to do this when I go on as a guest. So you used to do rapid fire questions.
Yeah, I did.
So you don't do that anymore either. And I love rapid fire questions. So I created a list of rapid fire questions for you.
All right, deal.
Okay.
All right, so like
Bobby Joe says yes. Thank you notes. Bring them back.
Yes, thank you notes, Bobby Joe. Okay.
Okay. So you have to answer first thought that comes into your mind.
Okay.
Rapid fire. You ready? You guys ready in chat?
Okay. I'm ready.
Okay. Favorite color?
Blue.
Favorite food?
Steak.
How long have we known each other?
Ooh, 3 years, 4 years.
Is Scott Peterson innocent or guilty?
Ooh, I would have to acquit.
Well, what size shoe do you wear?
Ooh, 8.5, 8.5, depends.
Who's your favorite person? Who's your favorite person in the whole world?
Ooh, my son.
I knew that answer. What's your favorite YouTube channel?
Truth and Transparency.
Not your own.
I'd probably go with. Don't kill me, T. I'd probably go with Socialite Crime Club. I like Cyray's channel.
Oh yeah, I do like Cyray's channel. I'm okay
yeah.
with that. Who's the hottest male movie star?
Ooh. I would go with. God.
Quick, come on, this is rapid, Lana. You can do this.
I know. You said movie star?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll go with it. I'll go with Paul Walker, deceased Paul Walker.
Oh, Paul
Walker. Yeah.
Chris Watts, innocent or guilty?
Fucking guilty.
Who was the first wrench on your channel?
Mod Squad.
Mod Squad. What is the best shoe brand?
Oh wait, actually, I take that back. Hold on. The first wrench on my channel. No, it was fucking Andrea Powers because she created the channel. Yeah. And then wait, you know what? I may not even have wrenches back then. I don't know. Mod Squad, final answer.
Okay. What's the best shoe brand? Tennis shoe brand.
Oh, Nike.
Your favorite football team, not the Browns.
Oof. Not the Browns, Buffalo Bills.
The Bills? Son of a bitch. Okay.
Casey. Patriots.
Brian Koberger, innocent or guilty?
Who?
Brian Koberger, innocent or guilty?
I haven't seen all the evidence, so right now I'd have to acquit.
Okay. Is badminton a sport?
Fuck yeah.
You think badminton's a sport? Okay.
It's a club sport, isn't it? Is it in the Olympics?
I have no idea. What would Hector's name be if Hector was a female?
Hillary. I don't know. Probably fucking some stripper name.
Hillary. Lanessa.
That's the first that came to my mind. We'll call it Casey Anthony.
How many fireball shots is too many fireball shots?
10.
Ooh. All right.
Yeah, I could do 10, no problem.
What case impacted you the most?
Impacted me the most?
Yep.
Like impacted me
just on a like emotional, personal level that stayed with you for a really long time. What case impacted you the most?
Maura Murray.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, her dad broke my heart.
In the song "Don't Worry, Be Happy," if you can't worry and you can't be happy, what would you be?
A fucking clown. A bloody clown. I want to scare some kids.
Fucking John Wayne Gacy now.
I love Halloween. Give me a machine. Give me like a chainsaw. Take out the chainsaw part and like run and let me just go after it. Love Halloween.
Love Halloween. We're almost there. We're almost there.
I love it.
Okay, so what's more fun, playing basketball or going out on the boat?
Ooh, now boat. Then basketball.
Back in the day, basketball?
Yeah, nothing really trumped it.
Nothing could be basketball back in the day.
Yeah. But
Richard
now
Allen.
boat.
Richard Allen, innocent or guilty?
I don't think one person did it, so I don't know. I don't think one person did it, so I think I'd acquit. I'm acquitting across the damn board.
You're just done. You're like, you're quitting. Everybody.
Oh, no. Okay. Now, Chris Watts guilty.
Oh yeah, Chris Watts guilty. That one.
I mean, yeah, Chris Watts guilty. Casey Anthony. Honestly, I have no idea how he was able to get a knot. You know, I get it, but you know, that case was wild.
Sad.
You know what I'm saying?
Sad
like,
case.
I mean, yeah. I'm just saying, like, he basically was like, "We're gonna blame your father," right? Yeah. And
third party.
Yeah.
We're going to put a third party in there.
Lana, what case did you say? Maura Murray? Is that what you're talking about, Boston? The disappearance of Maura Murray. She was never found. That case to me, I believe that the guy that was the bus driver had something to do with it.
I'd have to go deeper into that case. I don't remember all of it. I just know the case overall.
Yeah.
That was my 20 questions for you, Lana. You did good.
Oh, did I do okay?
Yeah.
Can we go through it again? See if I get the same answers? I'm just kidding. I think the only answers I would change would be orange on my favorite color in my older days, but blue all day. And thinking back on it, what was the thing about being happy?
If you'd be a clown. In this song, Don't Worry, Be Happy. If you couldn't worry and you couldn't be happy, what would you be?
Fucking awesome. That's my answer.
You'd be a fucking clown. There you go.
You'd be a fucking clown.
There you go. Be a fucking clown. I can't worry and I can't be happy. I'm going to be a fucking clown.
There you go. Fuck yeah. So I didn't do too bad.
No, I think you did good.
Would go some of those questions when I would do it to people, like I threw in some like zingers.
I went easy. I did some softballs.
Yeah, you did. I was like, oh shit, here we go.
No, I didn't want to come in and hot, you know.
Yeah. How about that hot? Want to give you props here on Suzanne Morphew case. One of your best pieces, I think. I mean, you just actually talked about it. The time that it took you to make that. What was it? 60 minutes?
Oh God, it was like 50. I think it's 54 or 57. Suzanne Morphew documentary I did. That one has so much detail to it that I actually contemplated cutting out all the detail. And Christina's actually the one who was like, stop trying to cut out who you are. Like, that's who you are. You're into the details. Mm-hmm. So put the details in there and leave it alone. So I ended up leaving it, but it's just, I mean, it was intricate because I pulled every piece of time, from the timeline, all the photos from discovery. Just anything I could get to put in there that was a factual basis of this is the timeline. And that's the other thing is like, when I do the pre-recorded ones, I try not to put my opinion in there like at all. So that somebody can watch it and form their own opinion based on exactly what the public knows. So I try not to leave anything out and then just give just the total details. So Suzanne Morphew was probably one of the ones that took me the longest. If I had to put a time on it, I'm going to say it probably took at least 40 hours to edit that video.
Yeah, I would definitely at least 100 at least. I would totally think that.
And then
were you just working on it like throughout the week a little bit, or just like
for a while, like
here and there? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you can't sit down and just do it. It's too much.
Oh, there's no way. Yeah.
So and then I would add in you have to add in like all the transitions, and then I change the colors of things, and tried to make it. Her favorite color was aqua green, so I tried to make everything in there like her favorite color. Gotcha. So I try to make it very personal too, so that it goes with like who the victim actually is. Mm-hmm. But I don't ever say like whether I think Barry Morphew is guilty or not guilty. I mean, people can probably infer that I believe that he had something to do with it, but
yeah, I'll even get in on that because me, I'm a big, huge fan of Jane Fisher. I think they're awesome. Mm-hmm. And when I saw that Jane Fisher jumped on that case, I should say jumped, like they wanted her and the team, but they were on it from the angle of the whole violating of the civil rights.
Right.
And something that I thought was interesting about that case, that like that aspect of it, that basically, do you ever think that he's going to be charged, even though now they found her body?
I hope so. I think that I think the biggest issue that they had with that case is that they went through that preliminary hearing and the judge had ordered so many pieces of evidence were not going to be admissible. Then also ordered that a couple of the expert witnesses were going to be able to testify, but they were not going to be able to testify as an expert, which kind of threw a lot into, threw a big wrench into the state's case against Barry Morphew. They have to overcome that. And obviously we don't have a lot of information since she was found. But I don't know if they have a lot of evidence that they're going to have to go through to put something together that the judge is going to allow into the courtroom.
So do you think that law enforcement botched that?
No. I think he planned it pretty well.
Even with like, didn't it come back that she had that tranquilizer stuff in her system, or is that rumor?
I'd have to go back to the autopsy. They did release some of it, but yeah, she had. I don't actually want to say because I don't remember 100%, so I don't want to put out bad info. But she had her port in still, and so that was one of the ways they identified her. But she did have, because she was going through the cancer treatment, so it's hard to say like.
Ooh, okay. So are you thinking that it could have masked because of the treatment?
I'm wondering that, yeah. And there was. I mean, she was very decomposed. There was not a lot of tissue left.
Sherry D for two amazing women on YouTube. $50. Holy shit, Sherry.
Thank you.
Julia J, welcome YouTube member. Kelly, sorry I want to get to you guys. Kelly WC, Richard, and I'm only here for Lanisa. Fucking A. I love it.
Yeah. I think Barry's the right guy. I think they just don't, and I don't even think the investigation was necessary. Like, I don't think the investigation was botched. I don't think they did. I think that there's a lack of evidence that points directly to him. And now he's got everything so wrapped up. And this is something that was beneficial when Jane Fisher came on with, what is that other attorney's name? She's actually more involved.
Oh yeah. I know who you're talking about.
She actually, they caused a lot of chaos with the fact of his civil rights being violated, and then Linda Stanley. That was it. Linda Stanley made some really big. The prosecutor made some really big mistakes versus the investigators. So she went on and did
some interviews, right?
She went on YouTube.
So that's what I was trying to tell people about. What's his name? Bill Thompson and Chief Fry. I'm like, that's kind of what she did. What they kind of did.
She did it after she pressed charges.
Well, yeah, that's what they did.
No, like I went on a YouTube channel, like coming on your channel. Like that would be like Bill Thompson coming on your channel right now. But there's no gag order, so I guess it would be still different because Bill Thompson's under a gag order. There was no gag order in Barry Morphew.
Yeah,
she didn't go into details about the case. So I don't want to like put too much pressure on her, but it was just a poor decision. But then she's got a lot of poor decisions that she's made just in office in general, which allows him and his team of attorneys to go, go on the attack versus being on the defense. Did he just have a hearing last week on his $15 million suit, or is it this coming?
Yeah, he's suing them.
Yeah, for $15 million.
Wouldn't you kind of try to settle that so that if you ever wanted to?
No, they don't want to settle that shit because they want to fucking charge him.
So they want to use it to get discovery.
Well, I think they want to use it to try to get discovery. I think the defense team would like to use it to try to get discovery to see what else they have, because once they drop the charges, you can have a little bit, yeah. Once they dropped the charges, there was no more discovery deadlines. So, because they went to the preliminary, the judge made the rulings, and he was bound over for trial, but then they knew they just didn't have it without the specific evidence and without the specific testimony.
Yeah. Do you think they pulled the trigger too soon by arresting him?
A lot of people did. A lot of people think they did.
I agree. That's why I want to say when I'm talking about botched it, like that to me is that's a botch move.
The prosecutor did that. And
I'm roping.
The OG press conference, she's standing there and the reporters are asking her like, "Are you sure? Like, are you sure you're ready to do this?" And she's like, "This is my job. Of course I'm ready."
Yeah.
Like, I know what I know, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. All right. So perfect. Delphi, here we go.
Oh, geez.
So in 2017, February 2017, I was not doing anything on YouTube, didn't have a channel. I was actually running my trivia business in Key West, Florida, February of 2017. What were you doing?
I had just had my little in December of 2016. So I was probably just still healing and dealing with being a mom of 3. Yeah. Awesome. So it was pretty cool. I do remember when the girls went missing. I remember we were actually moving from one place to where we live now. right around the time that I started kind of paying attention to it, because I was, just sitting around breastfeeding. I wasn't really doing anything. So I remember like watching like press conferences and stuff like that, but I wasn't a huge, like, I didn't even know true crime existed on YouTube outside of being able to watch like a 48 hours like repeat or something like that, where the kids would pull up something that I was trying to find. I didn't know that there was like this whole community of people.
Me
I didn't
neither.
know that once. That's when I learned about all of this. I mean, Armchair Detective, I think, was my very first Watts video that I ever watched.
I wonder what Alan's up to.
But so 2017, I know I was like following along, but I was on maternity leave from work and was just taking care of a couple-month-old baby. So that's what I was doing.
Nice. All right. So think about what you guys were doing back in 2017, February. So I'm just going to do a little narration here, and then I'm going to stop at different times to say, what do you think the most important things to take from that kind of like time frame until we get to the breakdown that we're going to do with the presentation here.
Okay.
All right. So Abby, Libby, Delphi is a small area. The girls didn't have school that day. Monday.
It was an unseasonably warm day that they ended up having snow day because because it was so warm in Indiana at that time. They had too many snow days, so they had to start giving the kids time off. Mm-hmm. And so they just randomly chose this random Monday and said, "Hey, you're getting a 3-day weekend because we have all these extra days we have to take."
So the night before or that weekend, do you think that there's anything significant that you should be looking at with what would have been going on that weekend leading up to that day off, when then the girls say, "Hey, we want to go to the bridge"? It was, thrown back and forth that they were going to go, they didn't go. So then the girls end up getting the ride from the sister. Okay. But do you think that there's any, hey, we should really look into maybe what was going on that weekend? Or is it, you don't think it has,
yes,
important?
Because I think because of their age and because there was a very big presence of, catfishing that was happening in this community with the high school girls. I definitely think so. And I think that, and it's, it's been we're going for years now. We're going almost to 8 years, 7 years, 7.5 years.
Well, it's 4, so
yeah,
3, 7. It'll be 8.
It'll be 8. So yeah, 7.5 years. People still to this day argue over the fact whether they planned on going to the bridge or whether it was a last minute decision. We know from Libby's friends,
Max, I was going to say Max,
done interviews, that the friends knew that Libby and Abby had planned on going to the bridge, but to the family, it was last minute because they didn't have a ride and they were trying to get a ride there. So it was planned for the girls, but it wasn't necessarily planned for the family or like who was going to take them and pick them up, because they hadn't worked all that out yet. It was just kind of like we want to go and we're going to figure out a way to get there kind of thing. So we know from Libby and Abby's friends that they had a plan to go there. They had 3 other girlfriends that were there earlier in the day when they were originally trying to get Kelsi to take them there when she wouldn't, because she was still getting ready. And so I think that overall, I think everything they were doing that weekend is important. Also, so Abby was with her grandpa that weekend, and he was in town, and he was staying at a hotel, and he was buying her new softball equipment. So I think that that's also a big deal to find out anybody who was, maybe paying too much attention to Abby, paying too much attention to Libby, that they didn't, that could have been kind of keeping an eye on what was happening with the girls and where they were and where they were going. So I think that looking at the weekend is a huge deal.
Okay. I would agree 100%. People thought I was weird for saying that. I'm like, no. So the girls that end up getting the ride from Kelsi, and something that I just want to ask you about, and I know that we talked about this off, not on camera ever. I want to talk about the clothing, because now it comes out that when the interviews were being had back then, isn't there a discrepancy now? Like, how could you have gotten the clothing wrong on what everybody was wearing?
So Libby was said to have had on a gray pair of sweatpants with with writing on the leg. And that was what she was reported to be missing, like on all the bolos and everything. It was reported that she had on these gray sweatpants. Well, when the Franks memo came out last September, the defense told us that Abby was actually wearing Libby's jeans. Now, there's people who are going to say that stuff in the Franks memo wasn't mostly accurate, that there was some mistakes that were in there based on the crime scene, but nobody's really argued that these are not Libby's pants that Abby was wearing. We've never really seen that. So there was a couple people who were adamant that no, they were Abby's pants that Abby had on. And there was some secondhand confirmation from Becky Patty. And if people don't know who Becky is, Becky's Libby's grandmother, who had guardianship of her and her sister Kelsi at the time, where she did end up coming forward through, like secondhand, so hearsay, that Libby was actually wearing jeans that day. But nobody ever corrected that to the public. People kind of were in an uproar about why that wasn't ever corrected. And it's weird that the family didn't correct it, but it's also not because there was so many pieces of information that the cops were saying, like, hey, we want to keep this stuff secret because only the killer is going to know that. And because, sorry. And because like that's a pretty big deal if one of the girls is dressed and one of the girls is left nude, and the one girl who's dressed is actually dressed in the other girl's clothing. Only a killer would know that, right? Yeah. So
as in, I'm gonna come right back to that. Okay. So the girls get dropped off when it was all said and done because Kelsi was going to work at Burger King, but stopping at her boyfriend's before that. And we go ahead and we get the first timeline that I want to make a note of for everybody is that we're going to say is the time that they got dropped off at the bridge. Okay. So what time do you want to put that at there? Let's go to right here. And there we go.
So we know that it varied. It varied for a long time because Kelsi would simply say, like, this is when she dropped them off. So it came out later with the Franks memo, more of a precise time. But she would say, like, I was just calling. I called my boyfriend while I was there, but she didn't really know if it was before or after. So, I mean, Kelsi literally drops them off at 1:49 based on the cameras from the Hoosier Harvest store, which is now a storage unit or storage facility from directly across the street from this small parking lot. And I have a map. Do I have it in here? Let me see if I do. I have a map of the area.
Okay. Well, because kind of what I wanted to.
So I can kind of show, like, I think it makes it easier, like, to see it visually. Let me just load it so that I can open it and I can show, so you can see like where the store is compared to where Kelsi was and where they say like Richard Allen parked and where these other vehicles supposedly were. So 1:49 is when 1:49 is when the girls are dropped off at the it's called like the Mears parking lot because it's across the street from the Mears farm.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, what you got going on over there?
I'm pulling out something for you.
Oh, okay.
You're good. Sorry.
I have a big digital whiteboard, so I made an entire. It's not a complete version. I was telling Lana this before we went live. It's a public Prezi, so you can actually even Google it and it'll come up. It's available to all of the public. There's still places that need to be filled in with information that I haven't gotten to, but it got to the point where it was so big my computer doesn't even like to have it open.
Okay, so
because I needed somewhere to put all this information. So when I started following the Delphi case super in depth, was right around 2019 when they did the switcheroo presser. So
when they switched the sketches,
I was like, there's something wrong here. This isn't normal. And as soon as that like clicks in my brain, I'm like, I've got to figure out why this is so funky. And so that's when I started. So I had massive amounts of screenshots and information that I'd had in my phone, I'd had on my laptop, which I don't use anymore. So I had to figure out a place to be able to compile all of this information. And so I had started with the Prezi, and that's how that came to be. So let me come over here, and first of all, let me change the date. So this should be. So we go back to like when, as close as we can to the time around the crime. So there's this little parking area that's right here, and if you guys can see, the bridge is over here. So here's the Monon High Bridge, and there's this little parking lot. It's like a little dirt path, like a little dirt spot. It's not actually a parking lot. This is the Mears Farm, so that's why it's called the Mears parking lot. So this right here, this big long white thing, is what was the Hoosier Harvest Store over here. So there's
that's where the camera's at.
Right, the camera is fixed right here, actually on the corner of this building.
Yep.
So it catches Kelsi's car at 1:49. So obviously,
so let me ask you a question with that, right? Just really quick. Do you have any doubts as to that being Kelsi's car?
I don't. Okay. Just for the timeline purposes, it makes sense. Yeah. Kelsi had typically said she dropped them off at 1:30. That was her, like, looking back, this is when I dropped them off kind of thing. So it makes sense that is about when they got there. I mean, it fits into everybody's timeline of events. So,
okay.
I mean,
so then
did they get out of the car at 1:49, or did they get out of the car at 1:51? I can't answer that, but she's seen on the Hoosier Harvest Store at 1:49.
Okay. Perfect. So 1:49, right?
Yep.
Yep. And that's straight from the after David, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So they're there. I just kind of want everyone to think about this. That means that basically from that point until a phone call, well, I think there's a couple texts that maybe happened between Libby and her sister, right?
No.
Like when she was like, so there was no texting there?
Between Kelsi and Libby?
Yeah. Like, weren't they in the car texting or something? Or like when she was walking away from the car?
Kelsi was talking to her boyfriend at the time. So that's where her timeline came, was that Kelsi, when she dropped off, she was calling her boyfriend. So that's kind of how she gauged her timeline. Libby actually calls Derek, her dad, to ensure that he can pick them up and when he's going to pick them up.
Okay, so I have a question right there with that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So my hang up here is on the way to the bridge, she's calling her dad to see if he can pick her up. But so she kind of lie and tell her grandma, like, hey, he's kind of already agreed to it, because that's the part that didn't make sense to me is, wait a second, why is she calling on her way there if it's already lined up?
Both. I think it's more about the time that he was going to pick her up. And, Julie's in chat, so she'll actually be able to correct me here if I'm wrong. But from my understanding, it is when Libby and Abby are trying to get a ride to go to the bridge, and they're asking like Becky for permission to go, and Kelsi finally agrees to take them. But so Becky's like, you're going to have to find somebody to pick you up. Derek hadn't left the house and said, yeah, I'll come and get you guys. That's fine, kind of thing. He leaves to go take some pictures because, Becky was in like the insurance and stuff like that. So he went to go take some pictures for Becky. And so my understanding is, and like I said, somebody that might know more than I do, hopefully will correct me if I'm wrong here. They called us like to find out like when he's going to be there to pick them up. And he's like, it should take me this long to get where I'm going, take the pictures, and then get back. I should be there at about 3:15.
Okay.
So like I said, take that for a grain of salt at this moment until somebody higher up than me can confirm that for you.
So do you think it's at all interesting that those cell phone towers, stuff that I have is 12:49 p.m., phone 1, phone 2. And we don't know what phones those are, but at 12:49 p.m., we have 2 cell phones that are pinging. Do you know anything about that? Which would be like exactly an hour per the affidavit, like it's just crazy that 1249. Have you ever heard that?
Something about 1249 sounds familiar to me, but it's not. It's not jogging any memory. So phones pinging.
It was just they're just labeling as phone 1 and phone 2 were on the cell towers at 1249, but they've never been labeled up to phones there.
Is that from the two unknown phones that were pinging around that area?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a lot of info on those besides.
Okay, I just included them.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have it as Derek called Libby at 3:57 p.m. and 3:58 back to back. Is that what you have?
So he starts at he's actually gets there around 3:15ish.
Okay, so
he's already calling them prior to that. So he pulls into this parking lot over here, same parking lot that the girls were. Hold on, Julie says no, but I don't know what she's saying no to. Julie, you got to be 3:11 and 3:13. Okay, for the Derek calls. Yes.
And then he continues at 3:57.
So he's calling on his way like, hey, I'm almost there. And then he says, okay, I call again. When I get to the parking lot, I call again and there's still no answer. So he waits a little bit. And then he finally, when he gets out, he starts to walk down the trail here. And then this is where he comes into contact with one of the McCain brothers. Yeah, he does call Becky too after he called Libby. He just calls and says, hey, have you guys heard from her? Yeah. 3:11 and 3.
I have Becky calls Kelsi at 4:12.
Okay, that's probably about right.
All right, so then what I just want everyone to picture here is that the girls were dropped off at a little bit after 1:49, okay? And by basically 3:11. Well, let's talk about this. Have they ever given an exact time of the Snapchat, right?
Which Snapchat? So there's the video is
I knew you were
the
going to say
video
that.
starts at 2:13.
No, Julie, you shouldn't. Hush. I just kind of want people to think to themselves like that. All right, as a kid, you got your phone strapped to you, okay? So you're using it for all different type of apps. So even if it was like Snapchat or if it Facebook Messenger, Instagram Messenger, those apps had to be going, whatever they were doing, whatever that phone was doing. Right. So it's like everything's fine. It was a nice day, so people are there, and all of a sudden, boom, they're snatched up. No one hears any screaming. Do you think that that's ever like bothered you? No one's ever reported like, oh my God, I heard screaming.
Well, so there was somebody who reported hearing screaming, but it was at like 2:30 in the morning.
Okay. Well,
so no, because so here's the issue that comes in at 2:30 or 2:13. There's nobody here. I think that's the biggest part of the whole thing is like there's nobody at the Weber's house at the time. Ron Logan's property is up here. So he's not there at the time. There's nobody here. The other people that we know in the public that end up at the bridge aren't there until after, right around the 3 o'clock time frame. Now, there's a couple people that we know are at the bridge that we've never gotten what time they were actually there, which McCain is one of them. Actually, we think both McCain brothers were there, but we know for sure one was.
So what I'm trying to say is if we have the people that have the witnesses, right? That people are witnesses that made those sketches.
Right. So
you don't think that, so are you under the impression that you believe that, because remember, these people would have had to come forward. If you don't come forward, then you can say, oh, nobody else was there that day.
Right.
But really, I just didn't come forward because I'm not going to get into it. I'm not, how many people are out there that are like that? Like, I'm not getting involved. I don't want
anything to do with this. I don't need them looking at my life. I don't need them digging in.
Yeah, because if I go and I say that I was there, I automatically become a suspect.
Yep.
Okay, so people in that town, think about that. Like, people not even in that town, think about just, okay, anybody that was here at this time, we want to just know what you saw. Well, when would it go from that to being like, dude, you just put yourself at the crime scene at the time of an abduction?
Well, if we think about it, Richard Allen puts himself at the time, or he puts himself supposedly at the time of the abduction at the bridge, and nobody gave a fuck. So they just lose that. Hi, Jen. Thank you.
Jen, this is heavenly. Jen's sweetheart. I love her. I agree with Julie here. The timeline is severely suppressed because I'm going to start getting into playing some devil's advocate here with T, only because we probably the two people that could say, maybe. Okay, so the girls are out there. They're doing one girl, just for those maybe that don't know about the case. One girl's never walked across the bridge before. It's going to be her first time.
Abby.
Yep, Abby. And then Libby, she's the one with the phone. To this day, are you sold on the fact that Abby didn't have a phone?
I'm getting to the point where I'm more sold on the fact that she didn't. I was told from, sources back in 2019 that Abby absolutely did have a phone. So I was always kind of under the impression that that might be something that they were keeping under wraps. So let's, playing into theories. I was like, okay, what if Abby did have a phone and that's the phone that maybe like a perpetrator ended up taking, and that's the phone that they were looking for when they were doing like the Wabash River search. And we're going into a lot of stuff that people who don't know the case may not actually know all these details. But so I was kind of playing devil's advocate. I'm like, did she have a phone? Did she not? Maybe is that one of the details they're keeping close to the vest because only the killer would know? I'm more at the point now with the lack of anybody on the prosecution or the defense side bringing up another phone outside of that weird labeled victim 2 phone on the Geofence. I'm kind of at the point where I don't actually think Abby had a phone anymore. But
so let me ask you this question.
I'm not going to rule it out. It's definitely possible.
So let me ask you this. Why is it? Do you hear that echo?
No, but I got to fix my chair because it's like rolling around on like a wire or something. So give me a second.
My question is why would these girls get dropped off somewhere at 1:49? By the time you'd actually walk it, wherever, you're only going to be somewhere for an hour. Like,
I think they just wanted to get out of the house. I think they didn't want to be in the house. They wanted to go somewhere outside. They already knew that their friends, they had at least 3 girlfriends that were going to be at the bridge that day.
So I want to ask you that. I want to ask you that right there. Let's be honest. At that age, we're going to be texting with whoever, calling with whoever to say, hey, are you guys still at the bridge? Right? No? And if everybody would have left and they're not there anymore, why would those people would have been gone? Like,
so they went over to play basketball at the park over here. So kind of just to give more of like a general idea of how this whole system works for anybody who doesn't really know. So like we were talking about the Monon High Bridge, which anybody who knows anything about the case is like knows like the pictures of all the Monon High Bridge. So that's over here. So this trail that they walk, the 3 friends of the girls. So there's multiple groups of girls. So everybody gets kind of confused on that. This is like it's called the Freedom Bridge. So they walk over this bridge, and there's 2 parks over here where their basketball courts are. So there's City Park and I think it's Riley Park, if I remember right. So they end up leaving the bridge area and going over here to play basketball. So they're not far. This is not far. It's just, over here. It's like a mile, if even.
Okay, so the girls you think are just like, hey, well, everybody had already left, or maybe we'll see them, maybe we won't. But we're not on the phone at all with even just like versus why wouldn't Kelsi drop them off at the basketball courts if that's where the friends were? Like, why would I want to go to the bridge if my friends had already left and they're at the basketball courts? Here, take us there.
Because I think that was already done. They were at the bridge earlier in the day.
Okay. So the girls,
I think so. They just,
you don't think the girls were going there to meet anybody then?
Because I think they wanted to. I think that was the original intention, was they wanted to go to the bridge and hang out. This is my opinion. So there's, I think they wanted the guys to go with them. They were talking to their girlfriends who they knew were going to be at the bridge. I mean, there's multiple groups of people who are just hanging out because they don't have school. So I think that the intention was somebody's going to be in this area that we know, and let's just go and hang out, and we can just walk around for whatever amount of time we can. So I think that's kind of, it was just, even if it was an hour, 2 hours, they were just like, we just want out of this house. We don't want to sit here. And, Becky, they were bored. So Becky was having them like file her paperwork and stuff for her.
Yeah.
It's their a free day off of school. They're like, 13 and 14 years old. They want out. They don't want to sit. They don't want to sit there. They want out. So I just think it was that we're going to run into somebody we know.
Okay. So then usually crimes happen because of opportunity, right? Would you agree with that? Like, do you think the person that did this went there with the intentions to kill these two people?
No. Yes and no. I've always believed that whoever went there with the intention to kill, but not necessarily these two people.
So it would kind of be like a Brian Kohlberger situation where.
So I think that's different because Brian Kohlberger, I think, actually had a thing with Maddie. I think that he wanted Maddie.
Oh, you're so wrong, girl.
I disagree. But that's okay.
We can wait till that trial happens, but I'll buy you a steak dinner.
We can do another live on Idaho. But for this one,
so you think that
I always believed that the person went there with a plan, and the victims were the opportunity.
So it could have just been, you're saying you think, I'm gonna go to this park and I'm gonna snatch up I'm gonna kill today. I want to kill. I don't care who it is. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. So
I'm gonna stick with my original thought process simply because that was for years I felt that way. Since being so involved.
Now let me ask you this: what type of evidence that has come across in this case would lead you to believe that it would be so you would say that this is not a targeted, isolated attack then? Because if it was a targeted, isolated attack, why didn't the killer kill again? If somebody was just going out there to kill.
Well, so this is that's a loaded question, Lana, because it depends on who you think the killer is or killers are.
We're gonna. I want to talk about this crime scene. That's why I want to. I'm throwing things at you right now, not to just to let you stir for a minute, because I really want to get to this. So this would have had to have happened between 1:50 and 3:11, right?
No, that's not their time frame. You're talking about the kidnapping or the murder? I'm talking about the
kidnapping.
The kidnapping, and the cops believe that everything happened between 2:13 and 3:30. That everything was done by 3:30.
Well, this is why I'm just trying to say fuck the cops for a second. Technically, they were dropped off. So if they were dropped off at 1:49, okay. Yep. So we're looking at 1:49, and I'm just going to say 1:50 by the time you would start walking. And 3:11 is when the dad called and there was no answer.
Correct.
So I'm going with 1:50 to 3:11. Okay, let's just and all I just mean by that is fuck the police. I want to talk about this is what we're working with, technically, and then we can squeeze it down however we want. Yeah. Now we know that they say, well, we know that they're alive because they take a Snapchat, right? But has it ever been confirmed that Snapchat was actually on that day at that time? Because what I think is interesting about that is, were the clothes that she was in the picture, is that what the clothes that was at the scene?
So yes.
Okay, so everything matches. No?
So you like all your loaded questions. Okay, so let's back up for a second. So so your timeline would be 1:49 to 3:11. Correct. But
correct.
That's what you're looking at from drop off to the time that Derek calls and there's no answer. So now your next part about the clothing. So, first let's talk about the pictures. So we have the pictures. We have now had testimony from the phone guy. His name's Cecil. We've had testimony from him where he has stated that The video from 213, the infamous bridge guy video, it's 43 seconds long. We've literally seen a second of it looped. That's all we see. And we've heard the words guys down the hill that are not actually supposed to be together. It's guys, and then there's a down the hill, and they put them together. So that is not the same time as the person who's actually walking on the bridge. They're released in two separate chunks. We do not hear him when he's walking on the bridge at that point, but people have overlaid it so people get confused and think he's saying it in that video, but he's not.
100%.
So 213, they find a video, the 43-second video on Libby's phone. It geolocated to starting the video at the high school and then travels very quickly over to the bridge where the video finishes. It's a very weird, the way it geolocated. So that's kind of a point of interest for a lot of people. They also find there's two photos. Hold, let me find them real quick. There's two photos of
before she goes over the bridge, right?
Right. So there's the one where she's on the north side of the bridge facing the south side before they start to cross and the bridge is empty. Cecil says they did find that photo on Libby's phone. Now, as they cross the bridge, Libby ends up on one of the little platforms off to the side, and she's turned back and she's taking a photo of Abby. Now, Cecil says they did not find that photo on the phone, but they don't know why technically.
Okay, so there's my next question really quick is how did they know that existed? Because she shared it to Snapchat, right?
So the public knew those photos existed because they were shared to Snapchat, and two people, one female, one male, both took screenshots of the Snapchats, and that's what we've seen publicly. You typically see the one that was taken by a young man named Kyle, where it says 7 hours ago. There's another one that actually says twin, and that's one was
the 100. So there was 101 phones that were extracted. We would probably agree that those phones that people took the screenshots, those are probably phones that were extracted. Would you agree?
Right.
Okay, cool. So
there's a lot of phones, a lot of people who have nothing to do with anything, their phones were taken.
I know, it's going to be wild. All right. So now they want us to say that now, all right, guys, fast forward because 150 to 213 is now, we know that they weren't killed or abducted because here they are posting at 213, right? More or less, right? Okay.
Right.
And so then we have from 213. Well, we'll back up for 1 second. We have these witnesses that are there who said that they saw the quote unquote, here's my description, and they do the drawings and
okay, so let's talk about those because that's a point of interest.
Yes.
So we have I'm going to leave this
because I think they're going to be bomb for the defense. I don't think they're going to be saying that the person that they saw is Richard Allen. That's what I think is a bombshell that's coming.
Well, nobody as of now has claimed that the person that these witnesses saw is, well, I shouldn't say nobody. The witnesses have not claimed that the person they saw is Richard Allen. The witnesses say the person they saw matches the guy in Libby's bridge guy video. So the person they're saying, yeah, he looks like the same guy I saw. They're almost IDing the person they saw as being the guy in the bridge video. That's it.
And so do we think it's going to be a problem when the jury sees these two photos, right? And they look nothing. Do you think they look alike?
Well, there's more than two. So I think that's going to be another issue. There's only two in the public. So
you're right. There's that third one, right?
There's four that we have from the leak now. Two more that came out from the leak. So let's go over this. Okay, so there's a group of four girls, three teenage, right around the same age as Kelsi and friends with Kelsi, and two of them are.
And we could expect them to testify.
I don't know. I think you could expect one to testify for sure, in my opinion. not the others. I don't think the others will testify, but that's my personal opinion. I have no idea who the
So you don't think the state's calling them?
I think the state might call one, Riley. But Riley is related to Becky Patty, which most people don't actually know.
Okay. So they had 4 girls there, and you have
one of them is young, so it's Riley's sister, who was like 9 at the time, 9 or 10 at the time. So she's little. So everybody tries to exclude her and say it's a group of 3, but in reality, it's a group of 4. It's a group of 4 girls. Like that's the bottom line. So a lot of people will say, well, Richard Allen saw 3 girls and 3 girls saw Richard Allen. And it's like, no, Richard Allen said he saw 3 girls, not 4. That's different. And people want to ignore it, but there's 4. There's 4 girls. So
that would be something that the defense is going to use.
I would hope so. And hopefully they get a hold of these other younger witnesses that left earlier in the day, the 3 girls that were there. But anyway, okay, so we have these 4 girls, 3 teenage-ish and 1 little sister walking. They stop and they take this picture at a bench, and I'll show you the picture in just a second.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. So they're at the Freedom Bridge.
So they're getting close to the Freedom Bridge. So they stop and take this picture at 1:26. So
before the girls ever get there, Abby and Libby.
This is before the girls get there. Right.
Yep.
So remember, the girls pull into this parking. Kelsi drops the girls off down here in the mirrors at 1:49. So this is prior to that. You have this group of 4 girls walking. They've taken a couple other pictures. We don't have access to those, but the cops say that they, took pictures around the Monon High Bridge and whatnot. So they're walking over here. They take a picture at this bench, and then they continue walking to Freedom Bridge because one of the girls lives right over Freedom Bridge to the left, and one of the other girls lives right over. One of the other girls with her little sister lives right over Freedom Bridge to the right, so they could easily just walk home, right? Okay. And then, so here's there's just it's a lot. So these guys take this photo of themselves, and then they say they continue to walk, and there's a gentleman who's walking from here going this way towards the bridge, and one of the girls says hello to him, and he ignores her. And she recalls him. She recalls seeing him, recalls his face. She gives a sketch. And that's Riley Voorhees and her little sister. Okay. Now there's another girl. A DMC says I'm confused. So earlier in the day, there is a group of 3 girls that are Abby and Libby's age and friends with them that were at the trail system and walked and were around the bridge and went across Freedom Bridge and went to the park over here to play basketball. That's earlier in the day. So there's the reason those 3 girls are important in truth finding is because Richard Allen says he saw 3 girls. So in his timing of when he says he was at the bridge would put him there at the time these other 3 girls would have been walking to go play basketball.
Correct.
Which is why that would be important.
Yes, 100.
So now there's this group of 4 girls that everybody wants to say is 3, but it's 4, and that's the ones that
has it ever been released on what time those girls were at the 3 that end up going to the basketball hoop? Has it ever been talked about what times?
No, not in documents. I just have screenshots of their conversations and their commentary on social media. So it's only from them. But if we go with what they're saying, we have to kind of just base it off of whatever time. We could at least do this then. When Abby and Libby arrive at 1:49, their friends aren't there, so we would have to at least say that they were None of these groups of girls are there when Abby and Libby get there. They're all gone.
So you're going to sit here, think about this, guys, for a minute. You're going to sit here and say, wow, talk about some crazy timing here. When Abby and Libby happen to get there, everybody that was there of these groups are gone except for Richard Allen.
Well, we have a McCain that's there. One of the McCain brothers is still around here somewhere. We just don't know when and where. Nobody can confirm a time for him yet.
Because I'm all about, do you want to know what the probability of this is?
It's interesting. It's also because this is a lot. We have to. Okay, so I don't want to get too deep because I don't want to. I don't want to throw
get too
people
deep
for a
in
loop
this.
that don't actually know anything about the case, and they're like, holy crap, this is overwhelming. But I have to mention that one of these 4 girls, her name is Bree, and she is the sister to Sister Kelsi's boyfriend. So Bree is walking across the bridge to go home to Bree's house over here, where Kelsi had, after she drops the girls off, is at her boyfriend's house. So Kelsi drops the girls off and goes to her boyfriend's house, and
Where
Bree
that girl was walking to.
Where that girl is walking to. Correct. They're
Does
all
Bree
here.
get there at the same time? Are they there at the same time?
There's a weird little hiccup here, because Bree ends up coming out and saying that her and Kelsi actually go to lunch together.
See, now
But Kelsi says that she's actually at her boyfriend's house, and they both have to go to work, which is, right across the street, but her boyfriend has to supposedly go to work a half hour before she does. So she's just hanging out at her boyfriend's house with her boyfriend's dad, watching while her boyfriend's dad's watching a movie. So this is kind of the intricacies of like, who's telling the truth? Like here, why is this being so weird? Why did nobody ever bother to say that Kelsi and Bree actually went to lunch? Who else went to lunch with them? Where did they go? So it's like, it's just kind of
where did the whole Bree? Did Bree come out and say that she went to lunch?
Bree, yes, on a podcast.
That's awesome. Okay, because it's going to go with something that we're going to talk about in a little bit. Okay, so
that's why I said I don't want to get too deep into like how everybody's connected, because if you don't,
I don't care about the connections right now. I just
so we have this group of girls here. Okay, so we'll go with this. So I want you guys to visualize this for a second. Coming this direction. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse. Coming this direction on this. This is what's called 300 North. So this is the direction that Richard Allen, or this unknown car that resembles Richard Allen's car, is driving. Okay, so this car passes the Hoosier Harvest Store. Remember, this camera is of the utmost importance to everybody's timeline when it comes to the state. This car is passing the Hoosier Harvest Store at 1:27 p.m. Okay, so 1:27 p.m. we have a car that resembles Richard Allen's passing here. So according to the state's theory, then Richard Allen drives his car, comes up here, and parks in the abandoned CPS building parking lot right here. Backs into this parking lot. Okay. He would then, so he has to drive from here to here. It's not very far, but he has to drive there. He has to back in. He has to get out of his car. He has to walk this direction. Remember, the group of 4 girls are here. They took a picture. It's timestamped at 1:26. So now they're walking, and he's walking, and
has anybody taken the time to go out there and clock how long it takes to walk this?
Julie has. I'm sure other people have too, but Julie has done some incredible videos on her channel.
I know she has. That's why I said it, baby.
Yes. So she times it and walks all the different directions. So I typically use hers. I know other people have done it, but I typically use hers because I just visualize it better with her telling me what's going on, probably because I just know her. And so I understand what she's saying.
Okay. So,
right. That's why I wanted to say, I'm trying to click on your comments over here. Julie's like,
which one?
Car resembling the type of car he drove. Let's make sure we get that straight. Correct. It's a car resembling the type of car Richard Allen drove.
Yeah, it's not going to come out in trial that's his license plate. No, that's happening.
No, it's a blurry video that the biggest thing they're going to probably try to do, and this is opinion, so I like to make sure I clarify opinion, is try to match the shape and like the fact that it had like black rims and black tires, like black on black, that kind of stuff, tinted windows, that type of thing. So anyway, okay, so I want you guys to visualize this timeline, okay? So we have here, so going this direction, right? Then we have a female by the name of Betsy Blair who starts driving this way. She's coming down over here, and then she comes and she parks here at this, what's known as the Mears parking lot.
Right where Kelsi
Not yet. So yeah, it's the same parking lot, but Kelsi's not there yet. So Betsy Blair pulls in and she parks her car here. Okay. And then she gets out to walk the trails. So she says that she gets out of her car and she walks this little path right here. So you can go, she can go this way to go to the Freedom Bridge, but she doesn't. So she chooses to go this way towards the Monon High Bridge. Okay. So she's like, she's walking towards the Monon High Bridge. She says she gets here and she sees, and the way the Google map is, it makes it kind of weird, like it slopes down, but it obviously doesn't. There's a platform right here. She says that there's a guy. Hi, Skip. There is a guy who is standing on this platform. She says she stops at the edge of the bridge because if you can kind of see, like this is like more the trail, and then the bridge kind of starts, if that makes sense. You kind of see that. It's just weird because of the angle of Google Maps. But so she says she stops here. She's 50 feet from him, and that becomes what we know as the young bridge guy sketch. She says she decides to not go across the bridge, and she decides to turn around and starts to head back. So now while she's doing this walking is when Kelsi is driving up and dropping the girls off at this Mears parking lot. Okay. So now the girls the girls come out, and now the girls are walking this way, and Betsy Blair is walking back this way. So she said
they cross each other.
She says she sees two girls. She cannot say for sure if it is Abby and Libby, but she does see two younger girls walking towards the Monon High Bridge at the time. Okay. So then we come over, we go to the bridge. The girls come down. Betsy Blair has gone back that direction and continued her walk, and goes back to her car. She's seen leaving. I'd have to go back to my timeline, but she's seen leaving a little bit later. So now the girls are over here, right? We don't know who this person is or where this person went or anything. We don't know about this person.
The person.
This young bridge guy person, right? So then the girls go to cross the bridge, and right about here is when you can see the photo facing from north to south. Libby stops right about here to take that photo facing north to south. Okay, so it's the blank bridge, and then they come across down here, and then right about here is where, actually probably right about here. I'm gonna say right about here is where Libby comes out onto the platform, turns around, and supposedly takes the picture of Abby coming this direction on the bridge. Right? So Libby's in front of her. Now they keep walking. They're going towards the end of the bridge, and right about here is when the bridge guy video is, and right at the end of the bridge, Libby has to, the way the angle is, Libby has to be right off of the edge of the bridge, facing north to capture him. Now, the reason I'm even going all this is because I want to go back to the close. So it has now been said in court that on this 43-second video, you can see Abby. We know that in one of the still shots of Bridge Guy, you can see Abby's arm. It looks like almost like her elbow kind of thing, like in one of the still shots that they put out. But it's now said you can actually see what Abby's wearing. And they do say that the clothing that Abby's wearing in the Bridge Guy video matches Abby's photo on the bridge, which is remember, Abby's photo is the one they could not find on her phone. So that's why they're still saying it's inclusive in evidence, because they know she's wearing the same outfit that she's wearing in the Down the Hill video. Does that make sense? Even though they can't find it on the phone, that's why they're saying we know it's the same because that's the clothing. So then they're ordered down the hill. Many people have different theories about this, but essentially that they end up, there's a private drive here that leads to, it's actually not the Weber property, but yes. Most people.
So I want to stop you right there. So then we're basically saying, when this would have had to have happened, would be 2:13.
2:13. We got the video.
To 2:13 to 3:11.
I'm going to narrow that down for you some more. So what they have is the Apple Health data from the iPhone.
And they're going to be able to use this in trial, right?
As of now, right. So this is what the prosecution is using to create their timeline. So of course they get to use it because they have nothing they have is getting kept out. Unless the defense wants to use it. If the defense wants to use the discovery, they can't. If the state wants to, go ahead.
Yeah.
So they have Apple Health data that shows on Libby's phone that once the video is taken, there's the phone activity, the steps being tracked on the phone stops at 2:32 p.m.
2:32 p.m. Now, let's all talk about.
I can tell you.
Let's all talk about this. Your phone can continue to take steps, even if if you carry me, okay, and my phone's in my pocket, but you carrying me and you're the one that's taking steps, my phone's still going to register steps.
Well, because I'm walking. But if you get in the car,
if I get in a car,
you get in a car and you're just sitting there, then your phone isn't recording anything because it's not
exactly.
So
boom. Okay, so what time do we have? 2:32, right?
2:32. So the defense team is like, has anybody, asking the phone guy, hey, has anybody gone out there? And this is the way that this map is, just kind of makes it hard to see it. But has anybody gone out there
during one of the hearings?
Yeah.
Right?
Has anybody gone out there and actually like walked from the end of the bridge to this private drive to see how many steps that is? And does it
how
matter?
many steps? Because we had 2:32. So how many total steps was it again?
We don't know. They didn't tell us that yet.
They haven't dropped that bomb?
We don't know how many steps there were. We just know that the phone stops recording activity
I thought it came
at 2:32.
out.
I don't have steps. If somebody else does, let me know.
I thought I heard that.
So they have so she's asking, like, she asked in her name's Ajay. She's one of the defense attorneys. She asked
the
the
new
phone
girl.
guy, did you go out there and like see how many steps or how long it would take to get, if a car is parked here on the private drive, would it be that? Or has anybody taken and walked across to see if that would be, does that end at the same time when they get to the crime scene? Does anything that has to do with this 2:32 match anything? Has anybody done anything like that?
Yeah.
And the phone guy essentially says, no, we don't.
No.
We have not done anything like that. I don't know how many steps or how long it would take to get here. And so she asked him, like, hey, did Libby's phone record steps on the way to the Monon High Bridge? Like, in the car ride, was Libby's phone?
Can I ask you a question?
Steps? Yeah.
Does the health data after 2:32 p.m. does it ever register another step?
Not that we've been told publicly.
Hold on, let me think of something.
As of right now, we've been told that the phone records no Apple Health activity after 2:32. Julie's like, I could do it.
Okay. So at 2:13, the video is recorded. So now we're shrinking. So now we're shrinking down from 2:13, all right, to 2:32, all right.
Yep.
So now we have basically a 9-minute window.
Where are you getting 9? For what?
2:13 to 2:32. Is that? Oh, I'm sorry. 19. I'm sorry. 19. What the fuck? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 19.
Jeez. Boom.
Oh,
all right.
You,
so.
Robin.
Woohoo, Robin! You gals are awesome. So are all you gals out there, all you fine gals and guys. All right, so we're dealing now with 19 minutes, but technically, all right, we'll go ahead and continue. Just take us, because then we're dealing with the 3:11 call.
Right.
All right.
Which
all right, so go ahead.
Driving there when he makes that first call, he says.
Okay, so I have to say something.
Okay.
Based off of the Franks, the first Franks, all right? So based off of the first Franks, this single solitary man would have had to get a hold of 2 girls, keep them all under control. I have a gun. I would think you're going to scream, okay, if you see a gun, but whatever.
Right.
It's just going to be like, whatever. That's why I try to say, well, the girls would just go with no screaming if they know the people. Like, there's no reason to say, pull a gun on them, whatever. Like, they're just going to go wherever you want. If they know you, like, oh, the boys are over there, whatever. So then they have to go across the bridge. Now, your phone, though, if it's on her person, to get to to get over where the crime scene is, how long would it take you from the bridge? Has anybody done that?
Okay, let me make sure I understand your question. So has anybody gone from the south end of the bridge to the crime scene directly?
Yeah. So based on where the last video was, all right. So the last video at 2:13.
That's your grandson, girl.
To go 2:13 to the crime scene final resting spot.
So I know that Julie has actually crossed this. There are a few YouTubers that have gone out there and done videos. I don't know how many of them are still up, but have done videos of walking this entire path. Julie, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that yours are separate videos of the bridge and then and then doing the creek. I think she has two separate ones on her channel of that, but she'll tell me if I'm wrong. But I know there are people who have gone out there and legit walked this entire thing, but I don't know
so
if anybody.
Why don't we just throw out a ballpark here? What does Julie think? I mean, like, would it take to get from that bridge? Are you able to get to that spot in 19 minutes?
Going from here to here.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, you could do that in 19 minutes.
Right, 19 minutes.
I think you could, but I've not been there, so I'm going to wait for somebody who has to inform. I'm going to grab a water really quick.
Okay.
So.
Because based off of what I'm understanding the state's going to go with is that they were immediately taken down from that bridge, walked across, and they're going to go, obviously straight to the crime scene. And then it was just a quick kill, boom, boom. And then this person got out of there.
Okay, so let me continue with the timeline here then.
Yes.
So the next sketch, which is considered the old bridge guy sketch, is technically the second sketch that was made out of the two released. It's not the second sketch ever made. It's the second sketch. Okay, so we have two sketches that were released, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Old bridge guy and young bridge guy. Young bridge guy was actually
and they actually released it. I was going to say they released it in the wrong order.
Backwards. Right.
Yeah.
So if you go up here, we're going to go back to this 300 North because this 300 North plays a huge role in everything. So if you go back up here, 300 North, there is supposedly a lady named Sarah Carbaugh who's driving by, right? They don't tell us exactly where, but they say that the state, this is a difference of what the state and the defense say, that the state says that Sarah Carbaugh is driving by and sees a man walking on the north side, so over here on this side, right? Somewhere here. And he is muddy and bloody.
Yep.
Okay? Wearing a blue jacket, and he is muddy and bloody. She drives by, and this is what the state puts in the PCA and says she sees him. This is at 3:57 p.m. So mind you, remember who's sitting here in this parking lot still too. And there's a running camera over here, just a running camera at the Hoosier Harvest Store. They don't tell us exactly where on 300 North, except for they do say that he's walking this direction. So I've always kind of assumed it has to be on this path because otherwise this would be more of a north-south, right? Like they'd say he was walking north on 300 North. Does that make sense? If he's walking east or west, then he has to be walking this way to this way. That's kind of my thought. So the defense says that when they reviewed Sarah Carbaugh's interview, that's not true. Sarah Carbaugh actually stated that the person was wearing a tan jacket and was muddy. It never says the word bloody.
What? Exactly. And they deposed her.
Right.
That's why what I'm trying to say is these witnesses aren't going to be coming out here and actually it's kind of going to be like the Karen Reed case in a way where your reports aren't matching what people were saying.
Correct. So there's a whole bunch happening already you have a guy who's walking. Let's just go with the state's theory for a hot minute. A muddy, bloody guy walking on 300 North, because they're saying he's walking back to his car and that Sarah Carbaugh drives by and sees him. So let's just say that they're telling the truth. We're just going to go with that for a hot minute. This person has to walk by Derek German, who's sitting in his vehicle in this parking lot.
At what time?
3:57, right? Because that's what time Sarah Carbaugh sees him. Unless he cuts through.
Hold on one second.
Mm-hmm.
The 3:11 and 3:13 calls. Where was he at 3:11 and 3:13?
He's driving there, is what we know. And then he calls Becky Patty, his mom, to see if she's heard from them because they're not answering the phone. So according to
and that's at 4:12.
He comes and parks here. No, not yet. That's earlier.
I mean, I'm sorry, 3:58.
So he arrives here at about 3:15, and he says, from what we're told, this could all change. So just take it for what you will. He sits in his car for a little bit. So he gets here at about 3:15. He's calling the girls, texting her, or calling Libby, calls Becky to say, hey, have you heard from her? Blah, blah, blah. Nothing. So at about 3:25, 3:30, he gets out of his car and starts to walk down the trail system, which is where he runs into the McCain brother. Okay. So he meets the McCain brother right about here. And he's like, hey, have you seen two girls like anywhere? And McCain's coming this direction. And he's like, hey, did you see the girls, like two girls over here? He's like, no, but I did see a couple of people, like a man and a woman down here. Like that's who I saw over here. Like I just saw them not too long ago. He says, I saw a man and a woman, but that's all I saw. I didn't see two girls. Like, okay, that makes sense. This gets more. Wait,
confusing. So that dude says I saw a man and a woman.
Right. It's a young man and a young woman who we know who they are. That's it. That ends up being Daniel Pearson and his girlfriend. So that's why I say we can continue to go down so many rabbit holes. So he's like, okay, this guy says the girls are not over here by the bridge. So he decides that he's going to walk. And I don't remember if he ended up walking Freedom Bridge first or he walks the other trail, which you can hardly see here. But this is like an intersection of trails. So
okay, can I back you up for 1 second? Go back to where like the parking lot is.
Right here.
So the girl that says she saw a muddy man.
Yeah.
What time did they have that at?
3:57 p.m.
So at the same time that Derek's right there.
Yes, Derek would have been back to his car at this point.
Well,
we know this because there's another witness who comes and leaves at the time.
You know that eyewitnesses are the worst witnesses, though?
Right.
Okay. So, but at 3:57 p.m., technically, it is possible, right, that the muddy person could be Derek, yes or no? Because of the location?
We don't maybe. Could be.
I'm just trying to understand. I'm just making sure that the location that I have this, I'm saying that
because we don't know where Sarah Carbaugh sees him on 300 North. This could change. This could alter paths. I'll just kind of leave it at that because 300 North. So even if, let's say, the bad guy comes out of the crime scene, goes up through the cemetery, which this is a huge hill, and you can't see this here, but this is a huge hill, comes up and then starts walking on 300 North. Or does the bad guy go from the crime scene? And like I said, some of these trails are kind of hard to see, but there's another trail that runs like this to the crime scene, which a lot of people actually take to go view the crime scene. So does the bad guy come this way? And we could talk about like some of the different reasons why I believe bad guy comes this way, but that's me. So where on 300 North at 3:57 is Sarah Carbaugh driving, and where does she see this guy? We don't know that. We just know she sees him on 300 North walking on the north side of 300 North. So up here on this side, opposite of where the crime scene would be.
But I guess what I'm trying to say is that if that's the case, then Derek would have crossed paths with the muddy guy.
That's what I've said forever.
Like
if Derek is supposedly sitting in his car at this time, and that's why I said we'll go to a couple other witnesses where I can kind of corroborate this timeline. It doesn't make sense to me. Not to mention the Hoosier Harvestor is a running camera. So if there is a muddy, bloody guy walking, boop, 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 he's caught on the Hoosier Harvestor camera.
And they never talk about it.
Nobody's ever said anything about this. So then that also leads me to believe that's why I said there's multiple paths here. So going back to Derek real quick. So Derek ends up doing both of these, but remember, Derek's a really heavy guy. So he doesn't want to do any more walking than he's going to have to. Let's be honest. So he at one point he either, like I said, I don't know which one he does first, but I know the story is that he does both. So there's this other little trail that comes down here. You can hardly see it, but it's like this way.
Yeah.
Okay. And then he goes there to check because he's counting on this McCain to know that the girls are not by the bridge. And then he comes up and checks over here, and then he goes back to his car. McCain's older. Julie might know his age, but he's probably, I'm going to say 60, late 50s, 60s.
What was he doing out there?
Exactly. Well, so the brothers are part of, so there's two of them. There's Dan and Dave McCain. Dave McCain is the one that he was always referred to, for anybody who followed the case back in the day. He was always referred to as flannel shirt guy because he was wearing a flannel shirt. So nobody knew exactly who he was for a long time. And then it came out that he was a McCain brother, and people went back and forth whether he was Dan or Dave. It's now come out it was Dave McCain, but Dan McCain is also supposedly out there at this time because there's a that's why I said I can go so far, because there's also a man who's caught on a bicycle, and we know that Dan McCain liked to ride his bicycle at the trails all the time.
Okay.
So there's so many layers to this. This is, I mean, this is a
but
very.
I think that what the state's going to do though is they're going to compress this to the point of that. They take the picture 213, and then that would mean that they believe that Richard Allen was on the side of the bridge that he would have had to already walk over to be on, or do they think that he's coming behind them? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like,
this has gone back and forth. What does the state think? I don't know if they've actually said one way or the other. I believe whoever bridge guy is, my personal opinion is that they were off the end of the bridge and were walking this way. We're walking, back towards the north side of the bridge and turned around to the girls. That's what I think. But they've never actually said. The video just has a guy following them, supposedly. One of the girls supposedly, I just want to make sure that's clear. One of the girls states, like, is that creepy guy still following us? And
because I believe that if this is just me, how long would it take to get across that bridge? Because you're adding time on if you don't think that he's on that side.
One of the people in chat who's been there will tell you. I want to say it's like, I think you can get across the bridge in 8 minutes if you're good at it.
8 minutes if you're good. That's a long time.
Let somebody in here tell you, because, well, remember, if the picture of Abby is taken right around here, right? Well, the picture of Abby would have been before this, because it's just a photo of Abby. It would have been before the 213. Before the 213 video. So there's nobody in the background of the Monon High Bridge in that photo. So there's nobody walking. So if they come all this way, there's nobody in the background. They have to catch up with the girls very quickly. Mm-hmm. So Julie says 5 minutes, and Julie said she did it as fast.
She was trying to go as fast as she could.
Right. So I've always kind of just estimated it about 8 minutes. If you look at like it on Google Maps and you do walking, it says about 7-8 minutes. So
I will go 7.
Yeah, I mean, it also probably depends on how well you can balance and, how comfortable you are walking across a crazy ass bridge like that. I can tell you right now, in my 40s, I fucking wouldn't do it.
So
back when I was 13, 14, I would have been all over it. But in my 40s, I'm like, hell no, I'd have too much anxiety. I couldn't do it.
Okay, so think about this. What I'm trying to get at is that if the person started walking across the bridge at 2:13, let's just say that.
Well, we know they can't start walking across the bridge because if the girls are at the end of the bridge, he's only 60 feet away. He's only 60 feet away from them, the bridge guy.
Who says that he's only 60 feet away?
The camera. That's what they say he is. He's 60 feet behind them. That's what the documentation says. So he's already over here at the time they're recording this video. He's not far. He's not very far. So he would have had to have. And that's
wait, but when they're trying to say that, they're saying that if I have it zoomed in, I can make you look way closer to me than you truly are. Like, are you saying like in the photo they're just saying?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I didn't know I was muted. Yes.
Oh.
So if you take where the location is of the photo of Bridge Guy, which is just a still from the video, there's ironically what looks to be an F tree. All right, hold on. Let me go over here.
So we're going off of the video.
Oh shit.
And the timestamp of the video. And
If
where we think he is based on the surroundings, right?
If we go, let me see, where did I put that? It's in here. So I don't know if you can.
Yeah, I see. Yeah,
It's a weirdly shaped F tree that people have placed, and so we know where he was on the bridge in this recording, and we know where the girls would have to be based on the angle of their video. So it's about 60 feet away. So because he's walking right here. Does that make sense? So the picture of Abby has nobody walking behind them. And it could only have been taken a couple of minutes beforehand. So that's why I think the person came from the south side, walked up, and turned around back to them. That's what I think. Aries is like, we've been doing this for 8 years almost.
So you think that he walked past them and decided, okay, I'm going to turn back around and walk then towards them? Like,
I believe that. Yeah, that's what I believe. Yes.
So, when what's her name that she saw this person on the bridge, he was just standing there, like looking out, right? Remember, like, oh, I was just looking at the fish. Like, what? Don't
say looking at the fish, because that's what Richard Allen says that he.
Yeah, no. But she says, what does she say? She says
he's standing on the first platform, and she sees him, and he's a young guy with puffy hair. He's a guy in about his 20s, his early 20s, and that he's standing on the first platform, and that's it. And she decides to turn around and finish her walk going a different direction.
Yeah, and I think it's Levi Holder. I don't think it's Logan.
Stephen Curry.
So okay, let's go ahead and go with this then. 220 to 18. Like I'm trying to.
So just why I'm in here, I'll show you guys. These are the two sketches that were part of the defense leak, that was a huge deal last October. So this is one of the sketches of a guy that was seen.
I'll show you something. Have you compared that to
Elvis Fields?
Logan's older brother?
He does look like that too, but I think he looks a lot like Elvis Fields. But this sketch
I think the poofy hair is Elvis Fields.
Oh, I see what you mean. This sketch over here to the right with the scarf on, this is Riley Voorhees, is one of the 4 girls walking. This is her sketch of what she saw of the guy she said hello to and didn't, and who didn't say hi to her, who didn't respond. That's her sketch. And then this is Teresa Lieberts, who is a lady that lives by the south side of the bridge. She saw a weird guy there that day by her mailboxes that shouldn't have been there. And this is her sketch. We know there's other sketches as well. We just have not seen those.
So do you have a picture up there of Logan's older brother?
I do.
You do or you don't?
I do.
Okay. Can you put him up for a second? Because, oh, balls.
Yeah.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, babe.
Okay. That's who I think.
So this is Levi.
Can you go to Levi, because we all know he went like that one to the right, that one, the one that's over one. Yeah. Can you zoom in on that one? And then look at him in his military one. Yep. Oh, I think did it freeze on you?
No. I'm not. I don't think so. Am I frozen?
you know, you're behind it. So,
Oh, you are frozen. Your face is frozen.
I'm over here dancing around like.
No, you're not moving.
It'll come back. Hold on. Let me get back to this. Well, as long as it didn't, whenever my shit unfreezes. So you see that chin and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then if you go back to that sketch. I did, because that was one of the things I did. I did the
This one.
Okay, yeah, that sketch right there. That was now did the feds do that?
No, this is
Who was the artist?
Bryant. This is Taylor Bryant. He's the one who did most of the sketches. The only one that the feds got involved in, which is kind of interesting, which is I always kind of thought it was like more of a collaborative sketch, but everybody keeps just referring to it as Sarah Carbaugh's. But if you can see, it's very different. That's the Old Bridge Guy sketch. This is the one from the FBI.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't. I think it's kind of interesting because and it doesn't make sense that they got involved with this sketch. I felt like this was what they did to try to mix all the sketches together, including the video. I always thought that about this sketch, but then now they just kind of refer to it as Sarah Carbaugh's sketch, which wasn't done until about July of 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's still frozen.
I split their faces on I did a picture of their faces with what's his name? Patrick Holder. Let me pull this up.
Oh, hey, Christina. Yeah, the public does not have a copy of the PCA with a judge's signature. Whether there's another copy out there, we don't know. But the one that was released to the public, we don't have a signed copy of a PCA by a judge. See, and Skip says like the sketch was originally authored by DP, which is Daniel Pearson, which he plays a huge role into what I think unfolded. But I think he saw the perpetrator.
Okay.
So we don't know if there is another PCA out there that has a signed one. Just the one that was released to us is not.
I got you. All right. So what are we dealing with the time frame here? Because I'm trying to say, like, if her phone doesn't have any more steps after 2:32, don't you think that's interesting?
I do. But
because that would mean that you would have to, you're on the bridge, you got to get both girls without screaming, chase them around, and for the state to say that, okay, let's just give them 2:15, 2:16. They got the girls, okay? And then you got to get them over to the crime scene area.
Well, if you know that the video starts at 2:13, I have the exact times. I just don't know what I did with them off the top of my head. 2:13 and some odd seconds. You know the video runs for 43 seconds, and we know the down the hill commentary was actually stated towards the end of the video. So,
okay,
you kind of play that out.
Well, I'm just going off of the simple math here, which is I'm even going to give him some time, so 2:15, so I want to go with 17 minutes and nobody can touch that phone again. That means if they were to find the phone on the ground and that person be walking with it, taking even a couple steps, that's going to still count.
Turn the phone off. And then what happens?
Well, but there are.
Let me find my times because this.
Did they testify to that?
So there's an argument happening between the state and the prosecution on whether the phone was actually turned on or off. Because what we have now is 15 text messages. That's why I want to find the exact time so I can tell you. 15 text messages come through at 4:33 in the morning.
Yeah, 15 come. Okay, so this goes back to the Chris Watts days for me. So 4:43, did they come through as SMS or did they come through as MM? Like, did they talk about that at all?
Okay, so let's go. This is Cecil's testimony. So let's go through the times. Let me see if I can find them real quick. Otherwise. So this is from the hearings that just took place July 30th, July 31st, and August 1st.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 15 messages that show up at 4:33 in the morning. SMS and iMessage, and some of them are considered to be duplicates because they come through as SMS and iMessage. But that's
okay. So just so you know, what my experience is with that, 100%. That's like when Shanann Watts's phone was turned. You know how it was turned off, and then when Chris Watts got it in the house and they're sitting there by the rail with the police officer,
right.
And then they go ahead to fire it up. That's how I was able to tell when Netflix did their original. I could tell that they all came in at the same time. All those text messages came in at the same time because the phone was turned on, but the text messages come in an order and they're waiting in a, like they're all queued up. And iMessages will come in before SMS. All right. And so that's like literally,
okay.
That's like page perfect of what your phone does when it's from off to on and everything's coming through. Like that's exactly what happened in that.
So 2:13:51 is when the video starts.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 43 seconds. Okay.
Yep.
And then 2:32 and 39 seconds is when the phone stops having any activity. Like any Apple Health activity.
So the phone stops. Wait, can I see that one last
That's very
time?
clear. 2:32 is the Apple Health activity stops. Okay.
Yeah.
Then
Can you scroll up for 1 second? Can I just read that one thing again? I'm sorry.
Do whatever you want. Yeah.
Yeah, right there. So this is the answer. So the question is when is that? The answer is so the phone stops moving same date at that's 2:32:39. Okay, perfect. Right. And my understanding from my examination, when anyone says it's my understanding, fuck that. That's amazing. That's when
it should be from his understanding.
You need
the
to
expert on the stand. He's the one.
Yeah, this is great. This is so great. My understanding from my examination, that's awesome. That's a horrible, that's weak. I'm currently still in the process on it. Wait, a process of what? You've had this phone for how fucking long?
So they just did another dump of Libby's phone in May of this year. They did another phone dump to get updated information on her phone. So there was one done in 2017. Long. There's one done in 2019. There's rumored to have been one done in 2022, but we have not heard that for sure yet. And then there is the one that's now being done in 2024. And so they're deposing him once he finishes his, which probably should be done by now because now we're in September. But at this time, they were still waiting for his final report on the 2024 dump. And so this guy Cecil did the one in 2019 and he did the one in 2024.
Perfect.
But they do question him about the one from 2017, but he was not the one who did that. Another officer did.
Okay, so
so let me find the other time for you because there's another time that becomes important of when, and I don't want to tell you the wrong time.
Oh, can you stop right there just a little bit where it talked about the LG? I think it was meaning like Liberty Germans right there. Okay. Oh, just right there. Okay, and how does it show Liberty German's phone leaving from Liberty German's home? Yeah. To the do you have a map? Okay. Do you have did Apple Health show Liberty German's phone moving from her home over to the location where they got out of the car? Yeah. So what does he say? I'm not sure. How do you not understand that question? Are you fucking kidding me? That's like what I did the Sheldon Jeter Jr. case. I will break that down. Yes, there has to be movement there. And he's like, I'm not sure which. Well, you said that the cell phone
These are all
tracks
public
movement.
transcripts now, so you can go through any of these that you want to. I've posted them publicly. You can go. You can have all of them, and you just go through and do what you want with them and see what you come up with. I know you love documents as much as I do, if not more.
Okay. So this guy didn't understand that question. That's wild to me. Okay. The only way it could is if for some reason it would detect a movement. Yeah, duh. So her question is do you have steps at like 1:49 is what she's saying. Like when Liberty and Abby would have left even, the house, there's going to be steps there. Then you're getting in a car, no steps. Then you get out of a car at 1:50, steps. And normally what it does is it gives you a gap though. So what did she say about that? Like there was just no.
Well, I'm trying to find you the other time because there's a time where the last messages come in, and I don't want to tell you the wrong time because in my head I want to say it's like 5:04, but I don't think that doesn't sound right to me when I think it.
I thought it was 4:30. I thought it was like 4:36.
I don't remember. That's why I want to tell you.
Oh, right there. 10. Wait, what's that? So what's that? 10.
This is
10:32. I wrote last recorded data received by iPhone. The iPhone battery was likely depleted. Okay, wait, I want to use that term. Last recorded data. That's interesting. 10:32, right?
Right. So that was one of the biggest things about his testimony is that he's talking about that, like they're asking him, it's like, so you didn't even look at anything from the 14th. And he's like, no, I essentially was looking at the phone data from the 13th because that's when the girls went missing. So when I was doing the dump and the timeline that the state has gone with or the investigators have gone with is once again, everything was done by 3:30. So everything that they pulled, they were pulling everything for the 13th and not looking at any of the phone data from the 14th, which is why now we have testimony from the investigators saying they didn't even know until recently that there was 15 messages that came in at 4:33 in the morning.
So let me show you something right here. If the last messages, or I'm sorry, the last recorded data, and it says right here, iPhone battery was likely depleted. That's impossible.
Back in 2017, they said that they believed the phone battery was dead. So this kind of goes along with something else too, because they were pinging her phone every 15 minutes, and through AT&T, and what they determined was that the phone was either no longer in the area or that the battery had depleted. So now Cecil is saying that was determined February 13, 2017 at 22:32. Last recorded data received by iPhone, and iPhone battery was likely depleted.
Okay, well, I'm going to explain how that's not possible, but if this is happening, if you look on the next page, right? Okay, go ahead.
No, you're good.
Okay. It says after the phone, it stopped recording. Excuse me. Yeah, it continued to function, meaning is still powered on. I found no evidence the user physically interacted with the phone, which you can easily tell. The phone continued to receive iMessages, SMS messages, FaceTime calls, mobile calls, and other similar communications. So it is communicating with the network then too. In addition, several applications updated in the background. Okay, that's the activity continued until the phone battery was depleted. And what time's that at?
Well, they think that originally they thought the phone battery was depleted by 10:32 p.m.
So that's where so they're saying that a particular
piece of data that you believe the phone received at 22:32:26. He says, I don't remember, I don't know.
So he didn't make a report?
So there's the 2017 dump, 2019 dump.
Okay, so when they did the 2017 dump, was it a Celebrite dump? Is that all that they did? Was it just Celebrite?
They go through and they talk about Magnet and Celebrite, and you'd have
like
to read them.
Blackhawk or
well, Magnet is Axiom, so it's,
okay, yeah. They did Axiom.
So he goes through and he talks about each one and what they did.
Okay.
I'm going to answer a couple questions in chat real quick. So Sandra asked, did they lose all the recordings from other people during this time? Yes, all recordings were lost. It it was specific days just gone. Somebody else asked if any of those interviews that were done and lost were transcribed. No. What the state is saying is that the officers who conducted those interviews wrote up a report, and that should be good enough. But the defense doesn't even know who was interviewed, because there was no log of who walked into the interview rooms to be interviewed. So we don't know if there wasn't reports written, because there's no log of who was actually interviewed. There's just chunks of days that the recordings are recorded over. There's other recordings that have video and no audio. So essentially, throughout the beginning of the investigation, there's 70 days worth of useless or gone recordings, just gone. Nobody knows who they are. So the state's just saying, well, you have to trust us that our officers did write a report and that those are who they are. We didn't need to keep a log of who we interviewed, because we wrote these reports. But we don't even know if that's all the people that were interviewed.
Okay, so what I've gathered here is that at the last health data is at 2:32 p.m. But
correct.
Then we have the last known, like,
5:44
text
p.m.
message. What was it?
5:40. It was 5:44 p.m. I knew it was 5:4 something. So the phone, the last data coming, the last messages and stuff coming. From the phone,
I have a question right there. Oh, hang on a second.
Nothing happened until
it's connected to Wi-Fi. Whose Wi-Fi is she on?
Well, this is like, you have to kind of go back to the questioning. I was just trying to.
You testified to that in your deposition, so it could come from a cellular phone tower. It could come from Wi-Fi. There's other things it could come from. Okay, how does an iMessage get to a phone? It could come from over the cellular network. That's what I was about to say, over the cellular net, or it could come from the internet. So if you're connected to Wi-Fi, exactly. If you don't have cell phone service, think about this. If you're on Wi-Fi, you can get an iMessage. And I didn't mean to say you can't. So, okay, is it your, oh wait, sorry, can you scroll down 1 second? Okay, so is it your belief that LG's phone was connected to Wi-Fi between 5:44 p.m. on February 13th and 4:33 a.m. on February 14th? And he's saying no, because the phone wasn't connected to Wi-Fi.
Correct.
It was just on.
Correct.
And if it's not connected to Wi-Fi, the only way you can receive an SMS.
That's what she's saying up above. Yeah, is the only way that you're going to be getting these is if it's connected to Wi-Fi or if it's got a signal, right? Like those are your choices. Oh, Julie, thank you.
Julie, shake it! I can't believe I'm frozen. So then, banging, which is what does it have after that?
Okay, let me scroll down for you.
5:44. Okay. Yes. Okay. And do you agree with me if Liberty German's cell phone received 0 SMS messages between 4:06 p.m. and 4:33 a.m. on February 15th? I would have to look at that. Okay, we talked about that. Okay, right. Well, so this is where they get into those messages that come up basically at 4:33 a.m.
Right, but so our biggest question is then, so nobody was texting her. She only received 15. Okay, let's just say this. So there's 15, and some are duplicates. They don't tell us the exact amount of duplicates, but some are duplicates. We'll go with that because it's iMessage versus SMS. So nobody's calling. We don't know anything about anybody calling her phone.
Weren't they calling it all night?
Supposedly. So they're supposedly calling it. They're supposedly pinging it. And there's only 15 messages. Even if they're not duplicates, there's still only 15 messages from 4:06 p.m. until 4:33 a.m. She only got 15, and some of them are duplicates. So let's say she got 10, only 10 text messages to try to figure out where the hell they were.
Well, also I want to know, so that was 2017, right?
Right.
Watts was what, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And who's the defense's phone expert?
I don't know that yet. If it's out, I don't. That's not something I put in my memory bank. I don't think that we know that.
Jen. Okay, so where does the documentation come out that, hey, or did we already pass it up? It was just the one time where it said that those 15 messages all came in at once at 4:33.
So that's where they're going now. She goes into it. So they go back and forth on this a lot because he's like, 4:30, because this is like new information to all of them apparently as of this year. They're acting like they didn't know about it. And Baldwin's like, I knew about this last year. Like, I don't know how you guys didn't know about it, but so they go back and forth, and then the judge ends up just saying, like, just ask the question you're trying to get to so we can get this done. So they end up agreeing that 14 messages come through. And some of them are duplicates.
They agree to that? Because I see 9 right there. Magnet is showing 9 messages.
But you want to go through it. Like, so says there's nothing at 4:06, but at 4:33:31, from what Magnet is showing, that there is an SMS message, or 9 messages as it's referring to it. So he goes through all of those, and she's like, there's 15, and he's like, I don't see.
Wait,
15.
can you just let me see those times really quick? I just want to see what so see how there's 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. See that?
Right.
You know what that's from, right?
They're back to back. They're all coming in at the same time, back to back to back.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's exactly what that's indicative of.
Right.
Like,
well,
that's
so
exactly what that is.
Before, we never looked at the 14th, so we didn't know anything about this. We only were pulling phone data for the 13th. So every report leading up until 2024, or maybe end of 2023, essentially says that Libby's phone was dead. That's what they all pretty much came to the consensus of, is the phone had died.
Yeah, that's not true. Okay.
And so it's like, okay, if the phone, so then does that mean that the phone is shut off and turned back on? And that's why it's all popping up with these, 15
Micah
messages?
Sturgis would know that like that. And you're like, that's so easy to find. And what I see right here is when this answer. So there's nothing at 4:06, but at 4:33 and 31 seconds, it's like, all right, here we go. 4:33, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Yeah, that's coming in. That's turning it on without, right. Without a doubt. The jury would understand that. A jury would get that.
So people have asked, and I know like the Rockaways asked in chat too, people have been trying to figure this out now that this data has come out about this 4:33, and there's a lot of speculation on why this would happen. And so a lot of people think the phone just lost signal for essentially 12 hours.
Wait, lost signal?
Just lost signal for 11 hours, and that's why this happened. Other people believe the phone was shut off and turned back on. Other people believe that there's a possibility, and this is what Rockaways had brought up, is when the girls crossed the creek, the phone possibly got wet, and it took up until 5:44 for it to shut down. And then by 4:33 in the morning, it had dried out and was now receiving signal again. We don't know this answer.
Okay, so actually we would know this answer. Ready? This is so easy. This is going to be known. You guys ready for this? Ready for this answer? This is how I solved the Chris Watts bullshit. Guess what that means on the other side? That means there are 15 people, or however many total messages there are. That means there are those phones that actually sent the motherfuckers out, which they actually have the timestamp of when they were sent. You understand?
Right.
So we actually would know what time those text messages or FaceTimes or whatever these may be, voicemails, we know based off of the person that actually made the call.
We don't know anything about we don't know anything about phone calls or voicemails at this point.
No, but I'm talking about a message, like my phone. So let's say that your phone's off, T. Okay. If I send you a message right now, my phone is going to reveal that I texted you at 8:49 p.m. But when you turn it on, so all we have to do is you have to go get the phones go get the data or the call detail records of the calls that called Libby's phone, and you're pulling the subpoena, you're pulling the cell phones that texted her. You're going to go get their data, and then you're going to be able to see the call history, what time they made those text messages at.
Right, it would show you. People are saying like they highly doubt that the phone got wet and turned back on. I don't believe that. I'm just trying to tell you what people are trying to figure out on the social media side when we have this information. So I'm just saying.
Okay. But this is so simple. You're telling me that the defense did not put in subpoenas to get the numbers?
So they talk about this. They talk about how the SMS and the IMS, how it'll show up with the time. This is where they start to kind of get into the mud here. And she's like, stop with, just get to the point of what you're trying to get to. And this is where they come to the agreement that there was 14 messages that come through. Everybody is in agreement that the messages all show up at 4:33 in the morning. But based on the different reports, one being Magnet/Axiom, one being Celebrite, that's what they go back and forth over how one shows up on one report, one that shows up on a different one.
Okay, this is what I'm trying to say.
She goes through that. She does. She's like, so this would show up as the time received versus the time sent.
Yeah. So, but what I'm trying to say, we go ahead and everyone agrees that that's the time phone received. Yeah, no, but I'm saying we would have this phone. Let's say that we have Liberty's phone in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's say that we actually have, we went ahead and we pulled her call detail records. So it's just, here you go. Here's the text messages that came through her phone. Here's the number. Let's just say that they're all different numbers. So there's 15 text, easy math, 15 numbers. So we would then, each of those phone numbers, we would go get their call detail records and see what time they sent them out, because you'd want to then put them in order. So here's the 15 numbers. We're going to go get the warrant, get the subpoena. We need these 15 call detail records for this day, and we want to see what time the call or the text message was placed on that device. All right. And then you're going to compare them to when they came through on Liberty's phone. And now we have that based off of this, but we're going to be able to see, all right, if the first call, it's this time. And do they still come in the same order as when it was queuing up for Liberty, when this would have been on?
When the people actually sent it.
Yeah, that's what you want. You want to see when the people actually sent it.
Right.
So I'm just saying, I'm shocked that this has not been done yet.
We don't know that it hasn't. We don't know that it hasn't, but for the point of what this hearing was, the judge was literally like, okay, this isn't what you're trying to get to. You're trying to get this, and then Ajay's like, I'm trying to we're trying to get to the point of how many there are. So we kind of get down here and it's like, hey, finally, that's what I said. They just end up agreeing on that there's 14, because this one off is only showing up on one report and not on other reports, kind of thing, which is irrelevant right now. She says, that's fine. We're going to get to this and we'll save the rest for trial, because that's not the whole point is this motion in limine to try to, that where the state is trying to exclude certain information. And all they're trying to do, the defense during this, is to show, okay, let me back up, because the point of it is to show that there's a possibility that their third-party culprits, one being Brad Holder, could have been involved in this crime if the phone is turned back on at 4:33 in the morning. Because the state is saying there's no way Brad Holder's involved in this crime because he's got an alibi. We know he's not Bridge Guy, and we believe as the state that Brad Holder was at work and that Bridge Guy is the person who killed the girls. So Brad Holder can't be used as a third-party suspect. Well, the defense is trying to say, hey, we have this phone turning back on at 4:33 in the morning, and your whole timeline makes no sense, because if the girls are taken somewhere else and then brought back and the phone is turned on or anything along those lines, then there is a potential that Brad Holder's alibi means nothing, being at work until 2:45 or whatever, because that's not the point of that's not the point. So they're just, the whole point isn't to get too far into the phone data here, and that's why she backs out and she's all, we're going to save the rest for trial. So we don't know what they have with their phone expert. This is a state witness during the motion in limine.
Yeah. So, but I guess so. The state witness basically said, I don't know if the phone was turned off and turned back on.
Right. So that's what's going to be a point of contention, is this whole 4:33, and how does the phone start gaining a signal at 4:33 to get all these messages? Is the phone off and turned back on? Like
100.
At this point, we don't even know. I mean, interesting.
Well, think about this then. You're saying to stay here.
The battery was on her phone.
Okay, so but hold on. Let's think about this. The phone's laying in the same spot because it doesn't take any more steps. So it never moves from that spot unless it was turned off. Unless it was turned off and said, okay, here, I'm going to take this phone with me. I turned it off. I'm taking the phone with me. Right. And then, okay, now I'm going to return back. And so that means it would have had to be immediately turned off, like immediately at 3 or 2:32. So the phone would have had to be immediately turned off at 3:32.
2:32.
I'm sorry, yeah, 2:32.
Yep.
And so you shut that off. So you're going to. Do you think that they would have been? I don't think that you're possibly killing them before that time of 2:32. Then you're searching around for the phone. Got it. Okay, now I have to shut it off, right? And I'm going to take the phone. Then somebody was like, "Oh my God, what the hell are you doing? Why would you take that phone? Like, go put it back." So you go back to the scene where you left them, okay? And then you turn the phone back on and walk away. Or they never actually went across that water part yet, and they're walking to get into a vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
And that phone could have just been in that car that whole time, right? Even when
could have been.
Yeah, to sit there and wait. So then when they
turned the phone off, put it in the car.
Are the 311? So that's why it's so important to know the time of the first call that was shut off, like it didn't go through. That's why that's so important, because then you'll be able to tell what time there was a transmission issue. Transmitting. You get what I'm trying to say?
Right.
So if that's how I did it in the Watts case, where I was like, wait a second, Chris sent the text message at this time, but Shanann's phone doesn't have it coming into this time, but Netflix used the other person's phone. And I was like, holy shit.
Right.
And if they don't ever do that, then we would have never known that. And that's why I was like, oh my God, they totally are lying about this bullshit. So I guess what I'm getting at is that we would know exactly what time that phone was actually, we would know when it was turned off too, the exact time. And I think that's important. I think when it turns off is exactly as important just as much as it's turned back on.
The state believes that the phone was on the entire time.
I don't believe that at all.
That's the state's theory, is the phone is on the entire time. It just was not receiving any signal until 4:33.
That you guys know that makes absolutely no fucking sense, right?
I'm just
because
telling
the phone,
you what they say.
Well, let's play their game. So the phone's in the spot that it was laying in the whole entire time, never moved, right? And then all of a sudden it just starts receiving service at 5, whatever time.
Right.
But it's in the same spot.
Yep.
I've never been in the same spot where I didn't receive service because it's like a dead zone. Has anybody gone out there with their phones just to see what the service is like? Or I guess it wouldn't matter now.
The service is kind of shoddy out there, but it still doesn't make sense that if the phone isn't moved, it's receiving signal and then just stops receiving signal.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you don't just all of a sudden receive signal in a spot that you didn't have signal.
No, I can stand in the same spot and my phone goes in and out. I've never had that happen, but other people say they have. So,
and guess what that would do? Those text messages then, they wouldn't all come through at that same time. They would be sporadic then, going in and out of coverage. They would not all come in one after another like that. They would be spotty. It wouldn't just be one time that you just get dumped with all of it. That's what would prove that. Because you would get a couple sprinkle here, couple sprinkle there. You wouldn't, the SC phone of Abby, or what's the SC photo of Abby? Where is it? What phone is it on? Where is the ping? Do we know?
Why can't they find it on Libby's phone? Wait, this is one of the things that goes back to, is there another phone there? Does Libby have a second phone? Does Abby have a phone? Is this other Snapchat photo taken on Abby's phone? And that's why it's not on Libby's phone. Why is it not shown? I don't know enough about the back end of Snapchat.
Okay, I do. Tell me about it. So
the photos are posted to Snapchat.
Okay, so
Yeah,
just so you know, that could either come from taking the photo on Snapchat
Right.
or taking the photo from your actual phone.
The photo
log.
of Abby is not found on Libby's phone.
The
The
photo
photo
of
of the empty bridge is found. The empty bridge, the one that's from facing down south to the south end of the bridge, that one's found, and the bridge guy video is found. Cecil testifies that they were not able to find the photo of Abby on the phone.
and the photo of Abby on Liberty's phone is on the bridge, right?
Correct.
But when they say it's a screenshot photo, like the screenshot photo of Abby, why are
It
they
is.
considering? Why are they saying it's a screenshot? Let me see.
Because the public's only seen the screenshots. Oh, she's not saying screenshot. Julie's saying Snapchat. That's
okay. I was
photo
like,
of
wait,
Abby. Where is it?
sorry. So
We've seen screenshots.
yeah, no, I was just so it's the actual photo. It's not a screenshot of the Snapchat.
Right.
Okay, so then it's very simple.
Do I have them in here? Where do I have them? Let me see.
You have one of two options. Did they do? Well, the Celebrate would show if she deleted the photo, but why would you delete the photo?
I can't find it. So he has Magnet / Axiom and he has Celebrate, and they have not found that one, according to Cecil. Trying to figure out where the hell I put those. Where did I put those damn pictures? Where did I put them?
Did they? So that would be in the extraction and here. Let me just share. I'll share. I'll show you what they're looking at.
I'm
gonna
I
share.
don't know where I put them
I'm
here
gonna
for some reason.
I'm gonna share my screen to show you a sample of like this gun stuff that I was working on. You'll enjoy it.
Oh, here it
Let me
is.
see what-
This one.
Oh, do you have
I'm like,
it?
where the hell did I knew it was in there. I'm like, where the hell is this picture? This picture is not found. This is the one where Libby is standing out on one of the platforms, and this is the north side. So this is where they entered from. And so she's facing backwards now. See, no bridge guy. And this would have been taken very shortly before the bridge guy video is filmed. And so here's Abby. They cannot find this photo on Libby's phone. But they're saying that they know it's from that day because Abby is wearing this outfit in the bridge guy video. That's what he testifies to.
That eventually gets onto whose body? Like, remember, like
these
whose
articles of
clothes?
clothing. Okay, so she's wearing, when she's found, she's wearing this. It's like a tank top ish type of maroon pinkish shirt. She's wearing this. She has on a pair of jeans that the defense believes are Libby's jeans, and I think most people are kind of in agreement that they're Libby's jeans. Her shoes are back on her body. And then she has on a pullover hoodie, which is the Delphi swimming hoodie that was, it's technically Kelsi's, but it's the one that Libby had with her.
It's that zip right there? Not that.
No.
So where's the gray zip?
I've heard both, that it was underneath the hoodie. And then I've also heard that it's missing. So I don't know what you go with either one. Hey, Teddy.
I'm
And
on
she had on
Snapchat right
bra.
now, and I want to check something out. What was
So
it?
you also have to remember, Snapchat completely changed in 2017. So a lot of the research that has to be done for Snapchat, you have to go back to the older versions of it. Yeah, and she also had on two bras. She had on a sports bra and a regular bra. Many believe that one of the bras belonged to Libby also. And they say that they're all pretty much in agreement that Abby was at one point at least partially nude. The only reason that they could know that is one, if it is Libby's pants that she has on. Also, there is a pair of underwear that are missing from the crime scene. And a sock. Thank you, Sluty.
What is up, H-bag, baby girl? So I think that this phone stuff's really, really valuable.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
And to the point that this does not fall in under the this isn't the stuff that falls in under the this isn't geofencing, so they should be fine with this, right?
They'll be able to use the phone data. But yeah, the geofencing from 2017 is what the geofencing from 2017 is information that the state collected and turned over in discovery, but does not want the defense to use.
Okay, so how many times were they stabbed? Has that been leaked?
Well, we've heard that Libby had 3 cuts to her neck.
Yeah, I heard that too.
We've heard that Abby had 1. That is, we have not heard testimony from a medical examiner, so take that as what you will, from other people testifying about what they've read or know to be true. We haven't heard from a medical examiner at all, which also includes no time of death. We have no time of death based on a medical examiner's report, which is another reason that the defense is trying to attack the timeline, because if you don't have an exact time of death based on a medical examiner, then how are you saying that the deaths occurred and were done by 3:30? And how are you proving that? Well, then I believe it was Holman who testified and said, we're using the phone data. When the phone data stopped is when we believe the girls were dead.
That's what they did use. So my question is did they ever talk about the phone ever shutting off due to battery? Like, so we get to this 5 o'clock time where all these text messages come in. Okay. So the girls aren't found until what's noon?
The girls are supposedly found at about 12:14, I think, in the afternoon. Yeah.
Okay. So
12:15.
My question is did he ever testify on, did the phone ever die? Because this doesn't make sense then.
They all say the phone died. That was the original consensus from everybody.
I know, but now we got to get back on this thing is that the phone didn't, clearly, because it's functioning at 5. So think about this. Let's go back to what they originally said. They were lying then, because if you would know if the phone powered off.
They should know that the phone powered off. This is what I'm saying. Don't they know when they found the phone? Was the phone dead when they found the phone then? Because that's when they're just saying, well, the phone must have died. The person from
well, think about this. Remember the interviews with the family? So when they were calling Liberty's phone, was it going straight to voicemail?
According to Becky Patty, yes. But she says she doesn't remember when it started going straight to voicemail. That's in one of Becky Patty's interviews.
Okay, well, I want to exclude her. Any of her friends testify, or not testify, but any of her friends ever do an interview? Because all these friends, everybody would have been, calling. And so at the beginning, once it was shut off, it was going straight, like when they were calling at 3:11 and 3.
The phone is ringing at that time.
The phone's ringing at that time?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to tell you what I think about that then. That's absolutely wild to me.
That's when Derek is there trying to get a hold of them and nobody's answering the phone.
And he says it was ringing at that time.
It was ringing at that time. Becky says that when she was calling, it was ringing, and then eventually it started going straight to voicemail. But she doesn't remember what time it started going straight to voicemail.
And so, like, in the morning, they didn't start trying to call the phone again?
We don't know anything about calls. They've only told us about these text messages. That's one of the things
I said.
No,
I'm saying, like, the family. Did the family say, like, that?
I don't know if I don't recall from any interview. Somebody else might. I don't recall from an interview anybody saying that on the morning of the 14th they were trying to call the girls. But that's neither here nor there. I just don't remember that information.
Okay. So, and I mean, usually people have their phone on, what do you call it? Like vibrate, So like, was Liberty's phone found in vibrate? Was it found in ring? No one ever talked about that.
No, we don't know anything about that. But I mean, I'll go back to the timeline just for a second, because there's another major player there's two more major players that actually, in my opinion, are very important to this timeline that people don't necessarily, I mean, we talk about, and I know like Julie and Skip will talk about, but most people don't talk about anymore, and that's Daniel Pearson and Cheyenne.
I want to talk about them.
These are two major players that
315.
So Cheyenne's there with one of her friends, and she says that she arrives, and she actually says she knows that when she got there, because she had gotten a call from a specific number, and that she knows that they called while she was walking in. So Cheyenne comes there, and she's meeting her friend there, and she parks in that Mears parking lot that we were talking about. Well, so Cheyenne and her friend meet up on the trail, and they walk to the bridge, right? So the reason I find this extremely important is because, remember, you have the McCain brother who's walking back to where he meets Derek in that little trail intersection, and he says he didn't see two girls. He didn't see two females over there. He only saw this man and woman arguing, or whatever they were doing. That's all the McCain brother says that he saw. Well, Cheyenne's actually getting there, knows what time she gets there, and then she's out on the bridge at the same time that Dave McCain would have been walking from the bridge. So there are two females at the bridge. Cheyenne and her friend are there. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100.
So how does he not see any females when there's two females that are on the bridge taking photos? So that's a huge issue for me, number one. And then Cheyenne.
Well, is it because of the time? Like,
he's saying he's walking from the bridge area, so he would have seen them, because that's where he's on the bridge. He's coming that direction. He's coming the direction going back towards that intersection. So Cheyenne, just to finish up on the Cheyenne point too.
Wouldn't they have heard, like, seriously, to say, like, nobody even would have heard screaming? You think that these girls wouldn't have, like, the only way they're not screaming is that they know who they're going with, aka the boyfriend's dad and the boyfriend and the brother. That's the only way I'm not screaming. Somebody pulls a gun on me when I'm in 7th, 8th grade. I would be screaming. What girl wouldn't?
Apparently not these two.
Like, because that's like natural. So don't you think the timeline is total? The timeline has to be challenged, and I'm not sold on this whole. To me, it makes absolutely no sense that at 3:11 or 3:13, when he would have been arriving, right? He's calling, they're not answering. Then he just decides to sit. And I don't know how close they would have been. Like, I would love to see where Derek's phone is pinging at 3:11 and 3:13. That should come out. No.
Well, we essentially know that the 3:11 call is on his way there.
Yeah, coming from where though? Like how? Like
they know the direction. I don't ever remember.
Does his car seen at 3:15?
Julie and Skip will 100% know exactly which direction he was coming from. It's just never really mattered to me. I know the call comes when he's driving back. And they also have exactly where he was when he was on the phone with her when they were leaving for the bridge, and she called him.
Yeah. So let's say that Derek arrives at 3:15. Let's just think about this. 3:15, and you have a 3:11 call, 3:13 call, and then allegedly a 3:57 call. What is Derek doing between 3:15 and 3:57?
So he is calling her still, and he stays in the car for a little bit, and then he gets out and he walks the trail, and that's when he runs into flannel shirt guy, Dave McCain, and then he's still calling Libby while he's walking around looking for her. So
that means he would have seen flannel shirt guy at
I have him seeing him at 3:21.
Okay. Do you know what the odds are for this to happen literally in the only possible time frame that this happened is when this happened? you get what I'm saying? Like, here's the Snapchat. So then 2:13, then the data, just no more movement, walking or anything. 2:32. That tiniest, that's basically your window. Like, whereas like the Idaho 4 case, for example, people could have been killed there anytime after 4. That house was open, it was available, we're here. Those girls weren't going to be there anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, this window of time that this happened is in such a, when I want to talk about a small time, it was like they were walking or going somewhere where they knew that somebody was going to be there. Like that you're running into somebody that you know. Or here, Richard Allen, who, trust me, I think it would be all over the place if Richard Allen's like, he had a connection, he was following these girls, whatever. The only thing that I ever found that could be close is Cody lived on Richard Allen's street for like a little hot second.
He did. He lived a couple houses down. I want to say something to chat real quick. This is a timeline that I had put together. I have not added in all the stuff that we now know about the phone coming and going and when the text messages. I haven't added any of that in. So this is a timeline that I have together. So I just want everybody to know, like, this is not a complete and 100% up to date timeline. So I don't want anybody to take this and just think like this is everything, because we have so much more time to input into this, and I have not finished this Prezi at all. It's not done, and I need to add some times to it with the phone data and stuff that we know now from the more recent testimony. That's not in here. So I just want people, if anybody's looking at it, I want everybody to know that.
Yeah, I wouldn't scream if I knew the people. And then what would have been the visibility with it being in February? Obviously, like, there's no trees with the leaves. So
No leaves.
So is the visibility where if people were in the woods over where the crime scene is, like how far away do you think that you could, I mean, I get that that's not like that little hill or whatever, but
So at 3 p.m., Cheyenne and her friend are at that south side of the bridge where Libby would have recorded at 2:13.
Mm-hmm.
So if the girls are directly across the way, I just want to kind of point out this timing. Cheyenne and her friend are at the end of the bridge, directly across the creek from where the crime scene is, and where a perpetrator, according to the state, would still have been.
Mm-hmm.
Where
so they would have been, they would have
right there at the end of that bridge, right across the creek.
And you don't think that you would have saw people trucking through that in the middle of February, just walking through that thing? Walking through the river.
They would have already crossed. If you go with the state's theory, they would have already crossed before Cheyenne was there. But what I'm saying is, like, while this person is across the creek, staging a crime scene, posing a crime scene, doing all of these things, because remember, he's not the person that the state claims it is seen again at 3:57 p.m. on 300 North. So he's obviously leaving the crime scene, according to the state, closer to almost 4 o'clock. So at 3 o'clock, when Cheyenne is at that south side of the bridge, that perpetrator would have still been right across the creek with the girls.
I mean, do you know how crazy odds that this person wouldn't have been caught right then and there by walking up out of there? If you're saying that you're walking and you're going on the main road, and Derek's right there, and then you have, like you said, the flanneled guy, and I mean, talk about some crazy ass odds that you're just able to snatch up 2 girls, them not to scream. They're not going to separate. Well, because they have a gun, so they're not running anywhere. I guess that's what someone's going to say. And it's like, okay, well, then you lure them over. Okay, hey, let's just truck it through the water. You know what I mean? And that's what the Franks had me, is like this person had to keep control over the two girls, then had to kill them. Then there was no blood on the clothes, but they had to take their clothes off probably before that happened. So talking them into getting nude. And like that's going to take some time.
Yes. That's why many think that there's more than one perpetrator. And
100%. Well, also, I just don't think it happened like that. I think that sounds like the stupidest fucking shit you could ever do, that you're going to just go through the water where people are always by that bridge and could just see you. Like that's some like, but then again, they want to say like, oh, killers are stupid. I'm just like, well, who the hell would want to walk through who would want to go through the water? So it makes more sense that you're looking at there could be a car over there. Because I also don't think that, right when the phone was put away, that boom, it's an abduction. That's what I'm trying to say about these odds. Like, whoa. So, and the other thing is the girls would have had to know at this time at 2:30 or at 2:13 where they would have been. How long does it take from that south side of that bridge to have to like walk back? Because like you just got there at 1:50. You were literally abducted in 20 minutes with your friend and walked past people.
Right.
In the middle of the day.
Right. Well, and think of
you want me to believe that we also know that Betsy Blair is there, and this person who she sees on the first platform 50 feet away, like he knows there's this perpetrator who is believed to be bridge guy, knows there's other people that are still wandering around the trail. He's supposedly seen these 4 girls, right? He's seen Betsy Blair. He's now seen the 2 Abby and Libby, obviously. So I mean, he knows there's other people there, not to mention that there's these houses. He would have to know that nobody's home here, because from this person's windows you can see the crime scene. Well, that's going to be my next comment is, all right, let's even say that I give you all that. It's like the Karen Reed case. Okay, let's even say that Karen Reed hit him. Sounds great. He's laying there. None of those people saw John O'Keefe laying there. How many people walked out of that house and nobody saw him? The girl's boyfriend came and picked her up. They didn't see him. So then you take this case and you're like, okay, you guys had searchers out there, right? And you're walking around and these other people are walking around, and you have
right. And that doesn't.
Do you also think it's interesting that the police were, 5:20, 5:20, and like when he's kind of, so it'd be like with within 2 hours, right? 2 hours are calling the police versus that these girls, these girls are just not answering their call.
Mike Patty actually runs into a police officer on the trail that he knows.
Oh, hell no. You didn't tell me about this.
This is later. So as he's walking around looking for the girl, there's a cop that actually happens to be, and I don't know the exact location. It's somewhere close to the Freedom Bridge. So he ends up talking to him, and then they call it in.
So there just happens to be a cop there.
Yes. That
Wait,
Mike
so
Patty.
let me get,
I mean, there are only 3,000 people in the town, so I'm sure they probably all know each other. But
so here, Becky calls Kelsi voicemail at 4:12. 4:13, Becky and Kelsi, she calls again. 4:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Were they searching Logan's property? I mean, like, what was going on 4:30 to 5:30? Don't even know.
So Becky Patty, this is stuff I don't actually have in here, but I can kind of go through. So Becky Patty arrives at the Mears parking lot. She's been trying to get a hold of Abby's mom, Anna, and she can't get a hold of her. So Okay, so here's just another really weird thing. Remember, Abby's never walked the bridge before, okay?
Oh, wait, I have one question. One last question. Is the state saying that they believe Richard Allen was the guy at 257?
357 on 300 North.
Yeah, they're saying that was
Richard Allen.
Richard Allen at 357, right?
Correct.
Okay, so let me get this straight.
The person on the bridge over here that Betsy Blair saw, they're also saying is Richard Allen. The person that Riley Voorhees saw over here at almost 1:30-ish, also Richard Allen. These are all Richard Allen. The Richard Allen did this by himself. He acted alone.
Okay, so here, guys.
They didn't say that at the beginning, but that's what their theory is now.
Here's a good stat for you. The phone stops moving, never takes another step again at 2:32 p.m.
Correct.
Mind you, though, Richard Allen would have already been through the stream over there, and you think that Richard Allen's going to hang out at that crime scene from 2:32 p.m. because according to the state, that's when somebody grabbed that phone and basically shut it off, because if then the person got out of there, because then, so 2:32 p.m., but they hang out there until about 3:45, 3:40, because then however long it would take to get from the crime scene up to you got to be kidding me. Who the F would be hanging out?
Okay, so let me tell you another story. I'll tell you another story about Daniel Pearson, who's there. He's an interesting character, and Skip and Julie did a lot of research on this situation. But he wasn't very old. I think he was like 19 at the time. He was like there with somebody who wasn't his girlfriend, kind of thing. But he actually had told them that he saw. Okay, so remember I told you. Okay, so let me kind of zoom out here. So here's the crime scene. There is a trail. I don't think I can show you in this, but I do have a picture of it I can show you. Right here, there's a trail that goes along here. And this very interesting. At this point in time, when they're doing the search, after they do the crime scene, there's actually evidence flags that are put up along this trail. So let's just go with that for a second. So there, from the crime scene to get back over here, there is another little side trail. It doesn't really have a name. But Daniel Pearson tells the cops that he sees somebody that's essentially walking over here, like off the side of the trail, coming this way.
Daniel Pearson sees that person.
Daniel Pearson with this girl that he's with.
And don't you think that they would have noticed if this guy was like,
well, this guy, they're arguing, remember, because he's got a girlfriend, she's not the girlfriend, blah blah blah. They're a quote unquote arguing couple, because there's also like a whole So
they're really not paying attention.
Right. So the girl says she never even sees this person. Daniel Pearson says he does see this person. So they're walking on the trail heading towards the bridge. Okay. Daniel Pearson and this girl. They're going this way. Now, Daniel Pearson says he sees a guy coming out of the side trail here and going back onto the actual trail. And he believes that is the killer. He thinks he saw the killer. Not yet.
And what time would that have been at?
3:15. So essentially,
yeah, that's more. I mean, that makes more sense to me, only because of.
This is what I think. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. So this guy's coming here, comes out, kind of gets on the trail while they're passing by. The couple's going this way. Bad guy comes out, pops out on here. Oh, he was 22. Okay, I'm sorry, Skip. I said he was 19. So, this was Daniel Pearson's story until about 2019, where he then changed it to that the person that he saw was Flannel Shirt Guy. Even though Flannel Shirt Guy is old, he was like in his 60s at the time. And so at 3:15, Daniel Pearson's here and sees some guy come out of the woods right here. Right? Now, same approximate time, you have Derek, who's pulled in and is calling for Libby, and Libby's not answering. So he gets out, and at 3:21, he walks over here to see what's going on, and he runs into Flannel Shirt Guy, right? So how is from 315 to 321. Is flannel shirt guy just, what is he, just hanging out right here? Maybe. But then if flannel shirt guy sees Daniel Pearson right here, why does he tell Derek that he saw the arguing couple over here by the bridge? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, but then he changes it, like I said. So his original description and what many people believe the old bridge guy, the old bridge guy sketch originated from was a combination of what Daniel Pearson had said this guy coming out of the woods looked like. And then all of a sudden it changed to flannel shirt guy. And then guess what else happens right then? We have a press conference where they change the sketch from the old BG to the young BG.
And why do you think that they did that? Why do you think that they wanted? So think
because
about
Daniel
this.
Pearson, because they needed 357 Bloody Muddy guy up here to be the bad guy.
So, but let's truly think about why they needed that. What else might there be that they needed that person to be bloody and muddy? Because, but you have to think about this in the beginning, though, when they did this from the beginning, like how do I say this? Like if you're just letting the case evidence take it, like here, you're just interviewing people. So you're at the investigator, not even at the investigative stage, you're at the gathering of information stage. And so you're just doing all these interviews, gathering all this stuff, right? And so they're not trying to make anything fit anything, right? Until when and why?
Also,
because
then
if
so you have,
I think it's fucked up that Richard Allen's thing was.
There's a car that's parked here. Okay, remember there's this quote unquote Richard Allen's backed his car in here. Well, you have multiple people who are driving by here who don't see Richard Allen's car. So you have I don't know, why is it not saved down here? You have a gentleman who's driving this way and sees a car parked there, and he believes that he sees a purple PT Cruiser. Okay, or some type of SUV. Then you have this guy who's coming down here, and he drives by, and he says he saw a small smart car parked here.
Yep.
You have Betsy Blair, who left at, I'd have to go back to my timeline, but I believe she leaves at like 242.
Betsy.
Betsy's the young bridge guy sketch. So
yeah, that was the first one.
She's leaving the Mears parking lot, and she goes this way, and she drives by the CPS building, and she says that she sees, she actually calls it a Ford Mercury, and like an old school Ford Mercury, and she knows that's the kind of car it was because her dad used to have one back in the day, and so she recognized it as like an old car. So she says there's an old car parked here. Now you have another gentleman whose name is Brad Heath, who's an exterminator, who's actually working on the property on this side of 300 North, and he says he's working there all day. He's working there all day, and he actually sees a work vehicle parked right here at 8 o'clock in the morning and at 2 something in the afternoon.
Okay, so wouldn't you, if you're planning on going there to kill, that's where you'd want to park your car versus somewhere else? Like if you said like,
no idea.
Oh no, I mean, I'm. In order for you to get back to that car, don't you have to be like totally visit? Like, how are you getting to that spot without like literally being? I would never fucking park my car there. I mean, is that wild to think like? Because remember how I was asking that in the beginning? Is this a targeted attack? And this person, whoever it was, did they plan to go kill that day? And if the answer is yes, then you cannot sit here and tell me that they would park their car there. That is.
We haven't really talked about this, but if anybody is here from my channel or talks to me, you guys know I'm not sold whether Richard Allen is the right guy or not. I am not a firm believer that he is. I'm also not a firm believer that he is completely innocent. I don't I'm not there either way. I have very clear questions that I want answered to be able to make myself feel better about whether he is or not. So I'm not sold either way. So I have, by going through all of this, so when I say I've always believed from the entire time I've ever looked at the case, I've always believed that I thought the perpetrator went there with the intention to kind of set a trap down here, and the victims didn't really matter. It was whoever he could get alone here in order to do what he wanted to do. That's what I've always believed. Now, with Richard Allen's arrest, I was like, finally, they got the guy. Like, yay, perfect. Okay, we can all kind of move on. We'll wait for trial, and it'll go to whatever it is. And then the Idaho 4 case happens, and I'm covering the Idaho 4 case, and we know that Ann Taylor is fighting like super hard to not have cameras in the courtroom. And then we get the memo that Andrew Baldwin and Brad Rosie are fighting to get cameras in the courtroom. And I was like, wait, what the hell's going on here? Like, why would the defense team actually want cameras in the courtroom? Like, there's something, this is weird. So I like pop back over to Delphi, and I start going back to the hearings that I hadn't really covered or anything like that, just to kind of see what was going on that led to this point. Mm-hmm. And I was like, there's definitely something fishy. So I've lived on the fence essentially since that point. And there's days I go back
because of the camera issue.
No, because of there's so many issues because of I think because I don't believe anything that the prosecution and these law enforcement people have to say. It's not necessarily that I buy into like the Odin, like this ritualistic. I don't necessarily buy into that, but I don't trust shit about this investigation or these investigators. They're some of the most corrupt isn't even the right word. Incompetent is a better word.
Okay, so when I was at that hearing, I could not believe this testimony. I was like, like it was
right.
Teresa, I got dumb up in that motherfucker. Okay. I was like, what is going on? Like those guys that took the stand for the state, Holman, and it was the contempt. I was just like, oh my God. Todd Click, he was the only one that made any damn sense.
Right, and now they're not even allowed to mention.
And now he's not even mentioned and bring him into this. I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Right, so now I've really kind of just tried to come up with two theories that work based on information I know. Neither one of them work enough to put me on the fence or get me off the fence one way or the other, but just ones that could potentially work. So now I'm, after doing some research on Richard Allen himself, that's why I'm like, we could go down. This is just like an onion, man.
Well, the other part I wanted to hit was, will you remember that part? I don't want to cut you off though.
No, you're good. I'll remember it.
Okay. So here the defense, how would you defend Richard Allen if you were to defend Richard Allen?
I would have absolutely, with the evidence we know publicly, because there's obviously stuff we don't know publicly. I would defend him. I would use what the defense is doing, but I would do it differently. I would attack the timeline, but I think that they went with this Odin sacrifice, and I'm not there yet.
Too hard.
Well, unless they have some type of evidence that the public don't know, and I'm going to get kind of gross here, so I apologize to the chat. But in the Franks memo, they talk about like the lack of blood with Abby. Unless they know something that the public doesn't about the fact that like she's drained of blood, like I don't know how you can go to like sacrifice. Like that's kind of where I'm at with that. So I'm not quite there. I would have gone with
sacrifice versus like
I would have gone with the people who killed the girls practiced Odinism. Like the perpetrators, like if Richard Allen is a Christian, he commits the crime, he's a Christian. So he does something, you know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't have gone with that the Odinism is the reason behind the crime. I would have gone that the people who committed the crime practice Odinism, and this is what they believe. More so, like they've really gone with this whole white supremacy thing. I don't really believe that.
Well, I guess because the people at the
defense has.
I know what you're saying. I just meant, okay, so they're I'm a big person on moving the time of the crime. Like if you can do that, like it's there all day. And I think in this case, it's like, holy shit, that's there.
Right. So I think that's the number one is to attack the timeline, but I don't think third party is a bad idea, because what they're essentially saying is that Richard Allen was gone by the time this crime even happened. He's not there. And with the geofencing, from my understanding, that they don't even want in. Richard Allen's phone is not on here during this geofence. So they can't place him at the crime outside of this unspent round, which we haven't even touched on. But
I would focus on I want to know what the DNA is.
Well,
I heard it was semen.
There's DNA and fingerprints. We don't know. We've heard all kinds of stuff. We've heard so many theories.
I'm putting money on semen. That's why I want to know what the girls did.
Well, now we're hearing they did investigative
weekend.
genetic genealogy. That the ISP did it, and so how do we not have any results from that?
I think there's results
that just don't match Richard Allen.
100%, they don't match him.
Right.
The DNA doesn't come back to him.
The state's going to go with there's semen on one of the girls.
Who's that on? What about in?
Okay, well, they're saying this is a sexually motivated crime. That's the theory. This is a sexually motivated crime that doesn't absolutely have to have anything to do with any type of penetration. It was the motivation was sexual. And if your thought is, we don't know if it's true or not, but your thought is there's semen. They take that semen and they do genetic genealogy on it, and they can't match it. They don't match it.
Well, because it wasn't in CODIS.
Well, so that doesn't matter. CODIS has nothing to do with genetic genealogy.
No. I'm just saying, like, they probably would have done that first, right? You're going to take the DNA and you're going to enter it into CODIS, and it doesn't get a hit, right?
Well, we know from one of the investigators that either the fingerprints or the DNA, he doesn't specify which, but it has to be one or the other, that the person that the suspect had not committed a crime before based on that they could not find them in the system.
Okay. So they couldn't find them in the system, so then they went and they said, okay, we're gonna do genealogy.
Oh, that supposedly, from what was sent out from ISP to the news organizations, is that there was $20,000 spent on investigative genetic genealogy.
Correct. And what I was told is that I was told that genealogy was used in this case, and they kept it hush hush because of the type of DNA that they used.
But it doesn't make sense when they're still collecting DNA.
I don't.
Instead of going, okay, so let's go through like Koberger, how they did it. They figured out who it was. They went to his dad's house and they started going through the trash and they pull items to get the DNA. They end up with his dad's, right? So like we know kind of the process of how overall genetic genealogy would work.
Well, it have to be. Is it degraded? There should be trees. So what normally should happen in that is that it should just be like one person that's coming up. It should be. You should actually have a couple different names.
Depending on how many males there are in that family tree, yeah, it would depend.
Yeah, like you could have.
My point is that even if they found 4 brothers, let's just say there's even or whatever you want to say. Let's say that the genetic genealogy worked. They would go, just like they did with Brian Koberger, they would go to those 4 brothers' houses and try to get DNA to see if it matches any of them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we know that in September of 2023, they're still collecting DNA from people such as Patrick Westphal. So why would they be collecting Patrick Westfall's DNA if they've actually already figured it out through IgG? You understand what I'm saying?
I'm curious to know how degraded the DNA was.
So if it's degraded, what does it matter? You're only going to come up with having half your population match because the markers that you have match half your population.
Well, no, so not if you have idiots doing genealogy.
So you're gonna only exclude half your population and keep the other half in. But then if you have such degraded DNA, then we're gonna struggle with IgG.
I was told the families didn't want to hear and have anything to do with going down that route because then it would expose basically semen. That's what I was told. And
so Becky Patty talked to CC Moore about her involvement in IgG and getting involved in the case. And what she was told by the investigators was that they had their own process and they were already working on it, that they essentially did not need CC Moore. And
Becky Patty was the person that said this, right?
Correct.
And did she say this publicly in an interview?
She says it, no, in Facebook. Publicly Facebook. I don't know what you want to do with that. It's not like in an interview. It's in like, because you know she was very active on social media for a long time.
And she said that the Idaho State Police, CC Moore basically
Indiana.
offered to do it for free. Oh yeah, Indiana State Police said that she offered to do it for free, but it was already being handled, right?
Correct.
Okay, then I think the feds did it.
That's very possible, which they typically use Othram instead of Parabon, but doesn't that still doesn't negate my point though. My point is if they did it, they had good enough DNA to be able to do the IgG, and then they would have had a pool of who they thought it was. And if let's say it's not semen, let's say it's like, we've always heard this rumor that, and this is pure rumor.
Elvis Fields.
That there was a rumor that there was a Gatorade bottle left at the crime scene. The pure rumor. So let's just say this DNA is from this Gatorade bottle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So do they just try to figure out who the DNA belongs to? But once again, if they already know who it belongs to through IgG, why are they collecting Patrick Westfall's in September of 2023?
Well, because if you were going to be like, here, do you want to eliminate yourself? The only way that you're collecting DNA is if there is DNA at the scene.
Well, we know there's DNA. They've all admitted there's DNA. There's fingerprints and DNA. We know that.
Okay. And it's Patrick Westfall that came out and said, they asked for my DNA and I gave it up.
Yep. So
I don't think that it's how do I want to say this?
So maybe they have multiple people's DNA. Maybe. That's a good point, Brooklyn. Maybe they do. But as of right now, we know that Liggett and Holman have both under deposition stated that there is no DNA that matches Richard Allen. There's no connection to Richard Allen.
Yeah, I knew that. And so that's awesome. Like if you think about that, how it's just going to matter on what type of DNA is at the scene and where it was found. Just like in the Idaho 4 case, these other DNAs that are male profiles, they didn't give a shit about them. It's like, wait a second, you have unknown male DNA in this house. I want to know where it was located to say why you don't care about that. Because one could look at that crime scene and think that there'd be more than one perpetrator. And you don't know that. And so why wouldn't that be important to you? Like, so I look at this, you look at this scene and you have feds coming out talking about that the scene, if you go off of Ron Logan's, PCA, that they're saying that this is a typical staged crime scene. That's what federal agents were saying, right?
They believe it was staged and the girls are posed.
Yeah, I mean, so that's I believe that too. And so
which is why now the state is saying that it was considered an undoing versus any type of ritual.
Okay, when you want to say it was an undoing, if you ask the state, okay, so it was like they think they were trying to conceal the bodies? Yes.
That the sticks were there to conceal the bodies. Right. So I'll take you to let me see. Is it this testimony? I almost think it was. No, maybe it's. Yeah.
Don't you think for such an intimate type of killing of two people with knives that, wow, Richard Allen's DNA is nowhere to be found?
And we know that from knife injuries.
Nobody thinks that's crazy. I think that's just.
From using a knife as a weapon, they typically say that the perpetrator would end up cutting themselves if they're not protected, if they're not prepared. So if this is just some random guy who just happens to get pissed off and uses what he's now supposedly confessed as a box cutter to do this, how does this guy not cut himself or leave any of his DNA at the scene? Because if it's Richard Allen, his DNA is not at the scene. You see what I mean?
I muted myself. Yeah, isn't there different confessions?
There is. Well, yeah, there's supposedly a lot of different confessions. One is that he shot him in the back.
I know, so but listen, and this expert will come in. I don't know who the defense is using, but I can't believe like these experts cost a shit ton of money. When I saw the budget, I was like, who are you paying? That's pennies. For example, like a good top-notch false confession expert is easily $40,000 before they ever testify. So, and what I was told when I was dealing with, Jane Fisher, the one thing that she told me about false confessions is that if you ever like, it was like with Chris Watts, he gave a confession and then he gave a completely different type of a confession. Okay. And so basically that second confession eliminates the first confession and eliminates the second confession because it's two totally different types of confessions. And that is the definition of false confessions. Like, and so when people are saying here that he's confessed, well, first of all, if none of the confessions match this crime scene, then who gives a shit what he said?
Well,
Number one.
People just want to talk about the
Number two.
The amount is, that they're saying is like 60. They won't tell us what the confessions are. They kind of they skirt around it. Like, if you read through the testimony of Harshman, who is the guy who his legit job once Richard Allen was put into prison was to just listen to Richard Allen. like no other person who's been put away has a guy who's just assigned to them to just listen to their calls. But he's assigned to just like listen to whatever Richard Allen has to say. So he says he's heard, all these confessions and innuendos, and some of them are even along the lines of, they're counting like confessions that have to do with, he found God, and so he's telling his wife and his mom like he wants to go to heaven with them.
Yeah.
Another one is like, if this is too much for you, I'll tell the police everything they want to know. So I'm like, are you counting that as a confession? Because that's not a confession.
No, I don't count actually any of these.
Not you, them. I'm talking about these people, the ones that are saying like this Harshman guy who's saying, yeah, like there's like 60 of them.
Yeah,
I think it's 61.
That's just like the definition of like you have to meet 3 criteria, and if as soon as the false confession doesn't match any of the evidence, it's out. If it's physically impossible, whatever they said to have happened, like there's just, I should give you this one report. I mean, it's fucking, like I'm telling you, that shit's so expensive. So when I saw what Richard Allen only had to work with, I'm like, who's doing this for this pennies? These guys get paid like $500-600 like an hour to testify. They have to go through all like the crime scene. Like, it's a lot. So yes, he has confessed and he has talked about these crimes very specifically. And we are talking about one time or multiple times. I tried to find a way to put it in a numerical sense because there are varying degrees of what I believe is, there's who is the person that answered this?
This is Harshman. He's the guy that's assigned to just listen to Richard Allen's calls.
So he's not an expert.
He just listens. He's a listener.
Okay, so he's nobody. Okay.
He's friends with Holman.
I cannot believe that this testimony is even allowed. Did they object to this guy's this is because
the defense requested a suppression hearing to suppress these because during this time that Richard Allen was diagnosed as being under psychosis and was being given Haldol involuntarily. And so he's making these confessions in this time. And so they had requested for a suppression hearing to suppress those. And so that's why this testimony is getting in, because that's what this hearing is for.
Okay, but like look at how first grade this is. Because there was varying degrees of what I believe is, there's some confessions where it's just, I did this, this, and this. And then there are some where you sort of dance around the outside of it, but just direct confessions. And that I've been able to find telephone calls, the videos, the door sheets, 60 plus confessions at this point. I don't buy any of this shit.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you something that's really going to fuck your mind up then.
Like, I'm sure Richard Allen was saying off the wall shit. You have him in confinement 24 hours a day.
He's also banging his head against the wall and eating his own shit. So
Yeah,
I mean, let's be real.
So what the hell?
So these videos that he's talking about here, and I should highlight it in a different color.
Exactly.
But so these videos are supposedly, we're being told as the public, only have video and not audio. And he's being followed around with a camcorder, essentially, because of the safekeeping order. They want to make sure he stays safe. So they're following him around with this camcorder that they're not allowed to record any of the audio. So that's number one. Then he's put into a cell, and there's only 4 of them in the entire Westville Correctional Facility that has a camera that's actually like mounted to like a lower part of the wall that views inside of the cell. Also doesn't have audio. This guy Harshman testifies multiple times that he heard confessions on these videos. They're not supposed to have audio. So how the hell does he have any type of direct confession coming from any of these videos when there is no video or there is no audio?
Right. And look at that last question right there, Nick. And in the ones that are more specific, does Mr. Allen include details that only a person involved in the crime would potentially know? You can't say potentially know. It's would they know? What do you mean potentially know? I killed these people. I'm gonna know what the hell's at that crime scene. I killed them. Right? They potentially know.
Well, because there's so the original state theory, because the state has continuously changed their theory, which is just odd.
I believe that's correct. Yes. He doesn't say like what. Like I can't wait for this, dude. I want to hear this.
Right.
This is unfucking believable. God, this is wild.
Oh yes, he also says that he heard confessions via the videos when Richard Allen was visiting the doctors. On the way to the doctors. And the warden testified that it was weird because Richard Allen was brought to the doctors almost daily for like weight checks and things like that, which was excessive for anybody else who's been in the prison. So, but once again, these are supposedly don't have any audio. And how the hell is he listening in on Richard Allen's medical visits?
Oh, that's what I was just going to say. I was going to talk about that. Well, how is he... Yeah, that's what? I'm going to show you something I have for Geo.
Glitch, why are you going to get in trouble? What'd you do, Glitch? Let me go see what you did. But you're still on the fence.
Who?
I get that a lot, so you're not going to get in trouble from me. I get that a lot. People talk a lot of shit about me being on the fence.
Oh, why can't you be on the fence until you see the data, or, you know?
I don't know. I just am. I can tell you, I can sit here and go through all the reasons I think he's not the guy. And then I can go back and I can tell you all the reasons that I think he is the guy. And then I can argue with myself and bring myself back to the other side. I fucking hate this game. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You're not talking shit. I know you're not talking shit. I'm just saying. Like, I get it. No, glitched OTR in chat. They're like, he's like, I'm going to bow. They're like, I'm going to bounce before I get in trouble. You're not going to get in trouble. I get it. Like, I frustrate the shit out of people because I can't pick. I can't pick.
I want to show you something. This is what would have been created.
See, and I'm not on the fence when it comes to BK. But we're not going to talk about that because
this is a BK. I want to talk to you about the 540. I want to talk about the 549 phone 1 and phone 2 leaving at 549. Okay.
Okay.
So what they would be saying here is like, let's just hypothetically say that, see these little points? Is my screen share?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me zoom in. So this would be your typical, like, this is somebody doing the data, taking like the geofencing and doing it. So hold on, let me zoom in. And so you have these people that would have been in the area at the boom. That's where your crime happened. Okay.
Yep.
And so you have these, and it's like, You don't think that this is relevant to that these people and their phones and whoever these people's devices would be are relevant? Like, this is this building, and the person allegedly shot somebody through a window right there, which would have been like, just like in that situation is in the open area.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what you're looking at. And you want to sit here and say that it's out. Well, why would it be out? Maybe there's something that we don't know as to why it would be out.
You're talking about the geofencing and why Nick
Yeah,
would want
like who did it?
geofencing out?
I'm talking about the geofencing in the what do you call it case in the Delphi case. Was it done by who? Who did it?
Kevin Horan, the cast team.
So FBI did it, right?
Yep. 2017 geofence, correct.
Okay, so and did they ever say why they don't want to use it versus just like,
oh yeah, he absolutely, Nick says that geofencing is completely unreliable.
okay, first of all, that's absolutely crazy, because why would you do it then? What are you talking about?
But he says it in court that no, it's not any good, and he doesn't want them to be able to use this geofencing to confuse the jury.
Okay, so let's ask this question. If the feds were involved in this, did Baldwin and all of them, how did they get the feds reports? Did they ever try to like get more? Did they do like TUI?
They did. So that's what Jennifer Auger, Auger, I always call her Auger, Auger came in for, was because that's like her expertise is to do the TUI request from the FBI. We don't have all the answers on what they ended up coming back with, but we do know that they have these unidentified phones. And then in the hearing, we hear that there are 2 phones next to the cemetery that the person who owns these phones, or one of the phones is registered to, is connected to these third-party suspects.
Yeah.
But Richard Allen's phone's not on the geofence. So my assumption is he doesn't want it on there because Richard Allen's not on there, and that would confuse the jury. But he just in open court just says like, yeah, it's not reliable, and then essentially anything that happens with the cast team is garbage. So like, you're gonna never use the cast team to ever do anything with your cases moving forward? Because now any good attorney is going to go back and say, Nick said this is junk. This is garbage.
How come Nick was the one that would be arguing that versus like the Haran guy? Why wasn't he brought in?
They don't want him brought in. He's not even allowed to testify now.
But
the defense can't even call him. They don't want anything brought up about Haran.
Okay, so my question though is that they depose him?
I don't know that yet. I would hope that they did.
So my other question, I think, would be for the jurors. So you only have so much to work with, and so the state's going to call I guess a medical examiner to talk about the wounds, obviously, like that, and then they're going to be like, I have no idea what time the time of death though is. What? And then they're going to talk about okay, here's the investigation. So we're going to have this police officer, this ISP person. And so are you trying to tell the world that Richard Allen's defense team could only use the tool of cross-examination, basically, and phone data? Because it seems like everything else is off the table. Besides phone data, the tool of cross-examination, which is a very tough tool, but what about the door being opened? What about even like, I don't need to use third party, but you're telling me I can't call Logan to the stand because that was her boyfriend?
Right. So one of the things like I had talked about on my channel was like that's what I think that the defense. Well, we now have this interlocutory appeal, but the defense I think needed some more clarification on exactly what and how she was excluding each thing, instead of just saying like, nope, they can't. Like in general, it can't be talked about like at all. Like how can you not talk about Logan Holder when Logan Holder was invited to go to the bridge with the girls? Like, so the defense can't even bring up Logan Holder, and that that's what I'm saying. But Logan Holder wasn't actually one of the names. It's Brad Holder. So, I mean, Logan Holder's not actually out. He wasn't part of the motion in limine. So I'm just using him as an example.
Okay, so do you think that let's be honest, as parents, if our kids get themselves in some bullshit, as a parent, we would cover for them, right?
Well, it would depend on how much bullshit, but yeah, for sure.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm not talking like, but you see it in the world every day that, like,
yeah,
you know. So,
I'm a mom first before I'm anything.
Yeah. So I could there. For me, the hang up here is that you want me to believe that everything went. I mean, we're talking perfect. This, like, whoever did this, the person should never be caught, in a sense. Okay, like that's kind of how I feel about the Brian Kohlberger case. Is the way that they say that they got to that suspect is, well, you violated the fuck out of a ton of people's rights to do it, even if he is the guy, or something's off because there's just no trail of blood and just a lot of things. But with this case, kind of like the same thing. Like here, they kept telling us every time a press conference would happen that we're close. We know you. You're just, blah, blah, blah. Here, they weren't like watching Richard Allen. Richard Allen was not on the radar. Okay.
No.
Until what happened one day. That's what I want to know is, when did somebody sit down and say, hey, let's go back to the beginning?
That's one of the $1 million questions, Lana, because
and I sat in
they went, I can pull up how many interviews that they have said that they were going back to the beginning, and yet they never got into Richard Allen. So this whole, they are going back to the beginning shit, like in September, October of 2022. I just am not a believer, because they said that all the time. Well, we'll go through all the tips and then we'll go back to the beginning and we'll start over again. And that's just what we're going to do until we catch this guy. Fuck off. I don't believe you. I don't believe any of that. Yeah, so we don't know. We don't know what put them into looking at Richard Allen. We don't have that answer. There's a lot of speculation and rumor, but
so
hi, I have a Pappas.
Oh, hi. So for me as a juror, after listening to the Karen Reed jurors talk about crap and how they deliberate, it just blows my mind. For me, Richard Allen's innocent, just like anybody else, innocent until proven guilty. So I'm going to go into that room and I'm going to listen to this. Okay.
Right.
And so these people are going to try to sit here and say, these girls, they were best friends. They went and, they were hanging out all weekend, then decide, on our day off, we're going to go to the bridge. Their sister then decided to take them there. It was planned for the dad, pick them up. And then they were only supposed to be there for like an hour and a half, give or take,
right.
Not even. And they're together, they're Snapchatting, they have a phone with them. Okay. And then poof, there's people out there. They were supposed to meet people. We hear about this Anthony Schatz, all this crap, but they're going to leave all that out. That poof, Richard Allen just happened to be there. Okay. This guy has never committed a crime in his life, right?
Yes.
And here he's going to, he's out there. People have seen this person. He wasn't like in a kill kit. He wasn't dressed in coveralls. He, and poof, at the same exact time that those girls, like he would ever think that people are going to go across the bridge, or maybe people do that all the time, but he's going to be on this end knowing that the only way that he could get anybody is the ones that would come across that way. Okay. And poof, he happens to be there at the same exact time during the 20-minute window that I'm going to more or less give or take that would happen. and then commit this crime, but literally wait and hang out at this crime scene because he has to be the 357 guy. I after what they're trying to say in the Brian Kober case, that this could happen in 8-9 minutes. So then,
Right.
so then you want me to believe that this guy was able to control them with this gun? Okay, he has no motive. He doesn't know them. There's no connection. And on a Monday in the middle of the day at, where it would have been like, everybody would have known that those girls were missing immediately, just like they were. That's an immediate kind of like they're missing, boom. And that this person thinks that they're going to get away with it and going to be around other people that are there. And I'm going to park so far away. And everybody has different sketches and what they look like. And yep, I get in, I kill them. Whatever I do with the crime, then I go along my happy little way. And all these years go by. There's DNA there. It doesn't match to me, so they can't like get me on that. And then all these years go by, and they're like, "Oh wait, that guy? He called in and he said, oh, I don't even have it recorded anymore. I don't know where it's, but this is what he said. Let's bring him back in all these years later and interview him."
Your questions, that's, like I said, it's $1 million question. I have no idea. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You have some rando guy who just has never had committed a crime, who just now expertly knows how to commit a crime in his mid-40s and get away with it for at least 5.5 years.
And he works at CVS, so he would have seen these people. They would have seen him every single day. And
we do know that some of these witnesses, we have Facebook posts of them going to CVS. Can we show that Richard Allen was working at that time? No, but we do know that they frequented CVS based on their own Facebook posts.
And so they've had all this time because they were working this case. They said it had to be somebody local. It had to be somebody that knew the area. It's going to sound really maybe gory, but like, why wouldn't Richard Allen, after he killed them, put them in the water?
Well, I don't. Why didn't whoever put them in the water? I mean,
well, because if it was a ritualistic thing, that's why you wouldn't. If you're trying to make it look like whatever it is that you're doing, but you would think that the water's right there, and you're not going to put, after you kill them, you're not going to think to yourself, why wouldn't I put the bodies in the water and let the bodies?
Well, that's why we talk about the fact that the whole thing was intentional for somebody to be found. There was huge rumors at the beginning of
snuff film
locally where people said that this was a message to Delphi or a particular person in Delphi. And that's why the girls were put the way that they were. It was a message to somebody.
Yeah, and so that's where I did my deep diving. And where I came up with that's Derek German, and that is where my investigation took me, is Derek German having houses in his name in New York, and then where they were living at the time of the murders, or he was living at the time of the murders, and his connection with meth in the barrels. And so that's because I said it's either you follow the money, you follow the drugs, but this to just come out and kill two girls like this seems like I could think that I was told that Delphi is a racist place. I don't know. I've only had to go to actually Fort Wayne because it wasn't in Carroll County when I went out there.
I've heard that, but I don't have any. I have nothing to back that up. But I mean, we know people that are from there, so.
I think that it just seems like whoever did this is protected. I don't know. How could this be so botched?
Well, that's why it comes to corruption versus incompetence.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, people have theories that they're both. People have theories that there's one over the other, that this is a complete, corruption would be that they know exactly who did this and they are intentionally covering it up. And then you have to ask yourself why. Why would they want to protect, if it is a Brad Holder or a Patrick Westfall or a Elvis Fields, why would they want these people protected? What's in it for them? And then you go, what ties do they have? And I don't know if anybody can really put a good enough nexus together unless you can go back to showing any of these cops are Odin and they're in this brotherhood with them type of thing. A lot of people have connected like Freemasons, but I struggle with that once because my family is Freemasons, and we've gone through this with Chris Watts. We've gone through this with so many cases with the Freemasons. But I mean, there is connections there, so we can't ignore that. But it's what exactly? Why would they cover up for this group of people? And for me, it's
I don't think that they would.
When we go, for me, I think there's a lot of incompetence, that they messed up a shit ton of the evidence. They messed up a shit ton of their investigation. And now it's all the lying is to cover up all the shit they did wrong. That's where I fall in. And I don't believe shit that comes out of their mouth. And here's the thing. They had how many years had they investigated this case to come up with what their theory of events was? And how in the heck are they changing that theory now? The prosecution, the theory of evidence, it should be the evidence should be telling you what happened, correct? If you have enough evidence, you should have a very good idea of what happened.
That's why the probable cause affidavit for Ron Logan should be the same for anybody else, because it's the same crime.
Correct.
So how come Ron Logan doesn't have the magical fucking bullet, and then Richard Allen's? And I'm like, is anybody missing that? Like, was the bullet not important because it was Ron Logan? Like, what's going on here? I
go back and forth on the Ron Logan thing. It's weird that it's not mentioned in Ron Logan's search warrant, but you have to remember they had already. So Ron Logan was on probation. They'd already gone in and taken all of his guns and all of his ammo. So was it important to them to put into a search warrant when they were trying to find? They already had legal access to all of his guns and ammo. They didn't need a search warrant for it.
It's one thing to like take them, but to test them, I would think that they would still need probable cause to test guns. No, I get that they could take them because, I would just think to cover your own ass, you would. Why wouldn't we be safe? Someone just answer this. If it was just Richard Allen by opportunity on a bridge, why did Ron Logan need an alibi? Yeah, well, to me, Ron Logan, this happens all the time with drugs in murder cases. You have people that lie because they don't want to get in trouble because they're doing something else, has nothing to do with the murder, but it's like what they were doing. Holy shit, I'm going like it was drug related here, and but you're asking like I don't care about your damn drugs. This is about the murder. Well, I lied because I'm not going down for the only reason I was over there and saw what I saw is because I was fucking selling drugs. I can't go in there and tell them that, So that to me is why, in my opinion, with Ron Logan, that guy seemed like he was lying because of what he's not going to admit what he was doing. But I also think
that Ron Logan did not get along well with law enforcement, so I think that he didn't want them looking at him at all. So he was just like, I was not here, I was gone. I mean, because he doesn't just make up an alibi. He makes up a whole person that's involved in the alibi and driving him around, and he's got like a whole thing going on.
Yeah. Well, when people say he knew prior to the fact, I don't know. They were after listening to, I think, was it because I was there? The family, or no, it was the girl. It was the woman that came out as well, his girlfriend. But those people were all in that area trying to ask Ron if they could search his property to look for the girls, right?
Right.
Yeah. So And they were doing that at like 4 or 5. Like, what else? There's another part.
I'm gonna say we could talk Delphi literally forever because there's just so many pieces and so many layers that.
Well, and that's what I'm afraid of, because I saw it in the Karen Reed case, but I don't think Nick's smart enough to kind of do. I just don't think he's trial. He just doesn't have enough underneath his belt. But for me personally, here's Richard Allen. He's never. With Brian Koberger, they're trying to make him into this monster. Richard Allen, there's nothing in his past that you can make. He has a daughter. How are you going to come up with what he worked at CBS? Well,
I mean, if we even think about like Brian Koberger, literally was like, you could consider like in training about all things crime scene. You know what I mean? Like that's what his whole profession, his whole thought press, what his passion had to do with that. So if you have a first timer in their 20s who's done nothing but study crime scenes and murders, it makes more sense that there's a lack of evidence versus a guy in his 40s who has no criminal history and doesn't have a history of, as far as the public knows, of any type of education or anything involving crime scene or law enforcement or murder investigations, that he's just able to get away with this for 5.5 years. But you have a Brian Koberger who studied the shit out of it, and he's caught by December. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, 100, and like I said, he should have never been caught the way that they went and did everything. But I mean, they went to IGG out the rip. What?
We feel very differently about Investigative.
Well, no, because they went to IGG off the rip, and that's not what you're supposed to do. I mean, that's the last resort. They weren't even looking at damn surveillance videos. They were, the shit that they were doing with those search warrants were wild. And when you put them all in the dates and in the orders, it's just. But that's also kind of like a different case. There's 4 victims. Here there is multiple notes too, but they're saying with the Brian Kober case, this is an isolated targeted attack. They try to come out and say that he was stalking the victims, that he was he went to their house or was driving in the area, 12, all that crap. But with this case, Nick McLean, he's not gonna be able to say any of that shit. Because what's Richard Allen's phone data saying 6 months prior to the murder? What's his call history detail? Well, they probably don't even have that because all that time had went by. I mean, I don't know. How does Richard Allen fall through the cracks in the beginning if he truly came forward and told Long, oh yeah, I was there, but you don't have the recording of that? So then, did they move the time that they're saying Richard Allen was there to fit their narrative?
Well, I always go with the whole thing on the Dan Doolin narrative is that Richard Allen says he was there between 1:30 and 3:30, but Richard Allen says that he was there from 12 to 1:30 and he left. So in his statements in 2022, he says he wasn't there. He wasn't there from 1:30 to 3:30. So, but then people are like, well, of course he's lying. But then it's like, well, then in 2022, he supposedly admits he was there and he was looking at fish. So people like pick what they want to believe out of these 2022 interviews and say, well, he said he was looking at fish. He said he was there and he was looking at fish. And it's like, do you think he remembered that he went there on February 13th and he looked at fish?
Okay, so can I tell you what I truly believe? This is Occam's razor. Who are the only people that knew where those girls were going and where they would be in that area? Richard Allen is not one of those people.
Well, this is why people tried to connect him to the Anthony Schatz account, because then did the Anthony Schatz account, if Richard Allen had access to it, did the Anthony Schatz account know the girls were going to be at the bridge? And Richard Allen
that would have been suppressed then.
Used the Anthony Schatz account and got right. I agree with you. I'm just telling you, like that's like the whole thing. So no, and I mean, there are channels that are solely focused on the only people who would have known that the girls were going to be at the bridge that day.
100. Like you have, like, because of the time frame and how much time, like 100. Especially if the girls weren't screaming, there was no screaming. So you have to go with, all right, who knew where they would be? like when they would be there and why were they truly going there? Because let's be honest, at that age, we're not being honest about why we want to go. Oh, I just want to go to the bridge because I want some fresh air. Like, I don't buy that. I'm sorry.
Right.
I don't buy that at all. You know, especially like, oh, I'm just going to go somewhere for like an hour. I'd be trying to hang out longer.
I want to talk Bezo Jones's comment. Can you highlight that?
Yeah,
they purposely had us all sidetracked for a year with the KK bullshit while they were making their false case against Richard Allen. They had a list of everyone there that day, and after a year, they decided it was Richard Allen. So I want to comment on this. They were purposely sidetracking the public with the KK stuff. I absolutely agree with that. I think they believed it was KK, and they were doing everything they could to control the public narrative to make the public believe it was KK. And this is another reason I don't trust these asshats at all. We know based on conversations that were being had between law enforcement and certain social media personalities that they were pushing that KK was involved in Delphi. And they were leaking a lot of information about KK being the perpetrator and potentially his dad being involved. And all of that was being pushed to the public through social media personalities. And then now that it's Richard Allen, we see the same shit again with some of the same social media personalities, plus a few more that they've added in now, and that are out pushing this narrative that it's Richard Allen. But we were told to buy that narrative when it came to KK for over a year. And it was like, oops, sorry, we were wrong. He was just a liar, even though he confessed to the crimes. Ron Logan has a confession to the crimes recorded by Jailhouse snitches. Not recorded like audio, but I mean like written recording. Like there's documentation from Jailhouse snitches saying Ron Logan confessed to killing the girls. We have Elvis Fields who confessed to his sisters that he killed the girls. And then we have KK who they literally take the stand and say, yeah, he confessed, but it was all a lie. But everybody that pushes that Richard Allen is super guilty and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, they think that his confessions are the end all be all, even though they don't actually match the fucking crime scene and say that, and we don't know what all of them say, but the ones that are public don't match the crime scene. So I struggle with this case, and I'm telling you, like I'm getting to the point where I can't wait for this trial to be over. I can't wait to see, you know, all this supposed surprise evidence that the defense doesn't want the public to know, and that Nick's keeping close to the vest, because I don't think there is any, and I think that the public is being bamboozled by the state actors intentionally. Yeah. You know, we talked about this back with our very first conversation about the Watts case, that there's these fucking people that go around and try, you know, I call them handlers in our very first conversation. And there is legit that is happening in the Delphi case. And people just buy into it. And they're like, yeah, because they want him to be innocent or they want him to be guilty. And so they buy into these narratives instead of actually paying attention to the fucking facts that are in the documentation and what is actually being stated during these testimonies. So, I mean, it came out like yesterday. People are trying to say I'm editing these transcripts to get rid of the information that shows that Richard Allen is guilty. I'm like, are you like, that's the extent that people are going to try
no evidence against Richard Allen.
There's an unspent round.
There is circumstantial, which they're trying to do through this unspent round, which go sit and spin. No way.
Right. So that's where I'm at. Like, I don't buy the bullshit narratives by people that are just out there trying to say, like, yeah, he's guilty because, you know, Holman said so. Holman knows that he's the same, that both those sketches are the same guy, so it must be true. Well, Holman's a fucking documented liar.
Yeah.
So, like,
Holman,
why would I believe you when you believe Holman? Like, so this is where I struggle with the whole thing. But, you know,
okay.
It's turned into exactly that. And the closer we get to trial, the crazier people are getting on social media about the case. And, you know, now we're at an interlocutory appeal that goes to Judge Gohl, and it's a fucking joke. It's showing society, American citizens, that your fucking rights don't matter. And then when these people are like, yeah, perfect, he didn't get third party in, and he didn't have, there's not enough of a nexus, and goal's great. I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, that's really where I'm at now at this whole point, because you're okay with the fact that our constitutional rights as Americans, like, it's okay. You want to live in another country and you want to say something stupid because you don't understand the Constitution, but as an American citizen, that people are just like, it's okay that his rights are being violated because we think he's guilty. I'm like,
when they say something, what about those little girls? They didn't have a say, and I'm just like, wait, no, like they're gonna get justice through the truth. It's the only way anybody gets anything truthfully, because if you don't do it that way, then it's gonna keep happening. You can't. I think people are gonna figure out what's going on around it, and they're violating the fuck out of his rights 150%. Like,
so, and I'll compare it to, because we both cover Brian Kohberger, you obviously more than me at this point in time, but for Kohberger, I think most people who listen to my channel know that I think they have the right guy. Their issue is going to be that law enforcement did some shady stuff. And when you have somebody who takes the stand and says, oh yeah, I just happened to forget that I had this entire file of information, so it didn't get turned over in discovery. That's the kind of shit that makes people that are guilty walk. And I have a problem with that because it does go against his constitutional rights. So it doesn't matter whether I think Brian Kohberger is innocent, guilty, whatever I believe. What I do firmly believe in is that you can't just go around doing all the shit that you want to do to make the person fit what you want them to fit. That's where I'm at with it.
And you know why it's happening everywhere? It's happening everywhere because these people are doing it fundamentally wrong across the board with, like, a drug bust or pulling somebody over for a ticket. Nobody has any integrity of doing things like the right way and like the smallest little things of any type of investigation, or here's best practice, here's your protocol. Nobody's doing that.
No.
So when you get to something that's big, like a murder, they're just
America was like, yeah, it's okay that they don't do it. It's okay that they don't do it, but wait until you're the one that's fucking locked up for some shit.
How do you not have a crime scene log of anybody that's come in and out of that crime scene? What? Like, to hear that and someone say, well, I've never heard of that in my whole entire life, and I've been on the force for 30 years. It's like, you got to be kidding me. Yeah, unbelievable, right? And I'm just so sick and tired of hearing prosecutors talk about, like, the prosecutor should be, it's not about teams here. It's the truth. How do you prosecute a case that you don't, like, how, like, all these prosecutors, all I see is prosecutorial misconduct left and right, and nobody's doing anything about it. Perjury. People are committing perjury and nobody's doing anything about it.
Yep.
Why aren't we just lying on the stand all the time? Because, guys, no one's going to do anything to us. The last time I've only seen it done is in that Adam Montgomery case with Kayla.
But she's a fucking liar too.
Yeah, and she's the one that got roped up. And the only reason they did that is so that she would then cut a deal to get Adam. Well, here you're going to sit here and tell me the Karen Reed case. Colin Albert lied his dick off. Literally lied his dick off. How is he not slapped with perjury? Hey, have you ever fought before? No. All of these videos coming out, and he's literally in fist fights.
Yep. It doesn't matter. Nicole Kessinger lied to the FBI agents. Does she get in trouble? Nope. That's a fucking crime. It is a crime. Like, people were like, well, she wasn't involved in the murder, so it doesn't matter. Well, no, it's still a crime.
Yeah, get her on something else. And a prosecutor's ever, or you think that's a prosecutor's witness, like Colin Albert, but it was all of them. And I'm just using that case because it just happened. Right. But I mean, how do you put an inverted video and try to pull it off in front of a jury, and you're asking your detective to testify to this, and nobody says anything until the defense is up there? And how is that not prosecutorial misconduct that you entered into evidence an inverted video to try to trick the jury into thinking that you're looking at this side of the car and you're not? I mean, that is a crime to me.
Oh, it was just an innocent mistake.
Yeah. Did you hear the interview that Turtle Boy did?
I haven't heard it yet. I have it queued up to watch later tonight, but I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, okay. Well, we've been on for I'm not spoiling it. We've been on for like 4 hours. I mean, I've lost all, like, in mainstream medias, to me, 10 out of 10, one of the biggest problems, because they're a bunch of pushovers and won't report on anything that's controversial, but versus just it's the truth. Why aren't you just reporting the fact that, wow, they showed an inverted, they did a 2020 episode and they don't even mention the inverted video on Karen Reed's huge case?
I know.
How is that not I couldn't even. I said, wow, this could have been such a, all they had to do was add that in there. And I really would have liked to hear from Karen Reed's parents, her mom. I don't think her mom, I really never have heard her mom like that, but.
I think it kind of sucks now because we have a retrial coming up. So, I don't know how much they want to put in there or how much control anybody else had of the editing of that to keep certain things out because they don't want it in since there is a retrial versus it being, that she was just found not guilty or guilty. So, yeah, not a lot of good reviews on the 2020, which is interesting.
You got a lot of good reviews. Well, it was good until like,
not a lot of good reviews.
Yeah, no, it's because, I mean, watch it, and I think it's like they get too emotionally involved with, like, we get it. John O'Keefe's a victim. Nobody's saying that he's not. Okay, but we're about to have another victim on our hands if people don't wake up. And I always just say to myself, okay, well, I just have to still believe in humanity here, and jurors are going to see through it. Jurors are going to see through the fact that, hey, just because they're a cop or just because they're a prosecutor or just because they're a prosecution witness, that doesn't mean that they're not lying.
Right.
That doesn't mean they're not lying. I'm sorry, but you guys, every time you get pulled over by a cop and he tells you you're speeding and you're like, I wasn't going that fast. Huh?
People don't want to lose faith in their law enforcement. People don't want to lose faith in because, we've seen, publicly what happens when law enforcement takes shit into their own hands and then the uproar against policing. And I don't mean for it to be like that either. Cause if there's an emergency, I'm still calling my cops. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm doing. So I still trust that the majority of people who do the job are doing it the right way. And people who think that like this is a cover up, like, so you have like 40 people involved in a cover up, and it's like, no. All you need is one to do something shady and the other people to still trust that person or not know that they did that something shady, and they buy into the narrative that's being sold just like everybody else. It doesn't take 30 people to do a conspiracy.
Yeah. I mean, I think Massachusetts has something totally whack on their hands right now because you got cops literally covering for cops right now.
Well, yeah, that's why the FBI is involved because there's a whole
going down.
Whole network of real shady shit. Yeah. I don't know if the FBI. I mean, the FBI was part of this investigation. Doug Carter removed them in 2019 because they were, they weren't in charge of the investigation. They happened to be in the area at the time and kind of became somebody that helped out. But they, they essentially said in 2019, we don't need your help anymore. So, how the public could get an investigation into the bullshit of a Carroll County or ISP, I think would be a very big deal. But it doesn't seem that that's the route it's going. But I think that there's a lot of incompetence. There's a lot of bad policing happening. And if I was in that community, I don't know if I would call the cops to come and help me and have my back.
Well, I can tell you, I now see why the African-American community does not call the police. Like when I was in Aliquippa, I saw it firsthand, and they're like, "Don't you we don't, you don't call the police. Let me tell you what's going to happen. Someone's either going to get arrested, or someone's going to get killed."
Right.
And we're breaking it down, and it's the truth. And I'm just like, wow. Like, can you imagine? We can't call the cops. I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, I think you guys should probably call the police right now. And it's like, no, because when they're coming there, they're coming with the intentions of not to help. They're coming with the intentions of somebody's going to jail. And versus like, you're just saying, hey, well, they're like, there's like cars that keep circling around, and I got my kids out there trying to play. Like, you can't just say that.
Right.
No, because when they come, they're coming out, and somebody's, like I said, and then you got a situation where it would lead to like a shooting, or
right.
Like I said, you're people that are getting arrested, and so you're like, okay, nobody calls the police. Nobody calls the police. And I see why, because you call the police and someone's going to jail, which is going to be prison. And then you got the community thinking like people are ratting, and that's why they got let go. Like, it's just bad. It's bad. And I see it because it has like a domino effect. And I was like thinking to myself, I'm like, that's a horrible, horrible way to live. And I was in it, and I saw it, and I was like, this is sad. This is not how this is supposed to be. And it's sad.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that that's still how we live to this day.
Yeah. So, are you? Do you think that there's going to be a trial here, and then be pushing it back now because of this appeal?
I don't think she's going to let him push it back. I mean, I don't think she's going to let him push it back. Even if the defense requested like an emergency continuance, I just don't know if Gold would be like, okay, we'll go ahead and do that. And she's now sent out the jury questionnaires for the second time. She was already pissed about pushing it back the first time when they wanted more, time to present their case. I just don't know. I don't know what she's going to. Like I said, this interlocutory appeal goes to her, and you already printed it. Look at you.
Yeah, I was just going to show you that it's there, so I can. You have it.
Yeah, I have it. I'll probably do a read through of it tomorrow.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I gotta.
Oh, hey, can you send me those? I want to take a look at these. Where they're talking about the phones. I'm curious in some of that crap.
I'll send you the testimony that was released. Not all is out yet from the 3-day hearings, but okay. They did send I think it was 10 testimonies, like 3 are Holman, 2 are Purdy, and then some odds and ends. I'll just send you that. I'll send you that whole file. If anybody publicly wants it, it's posted on my read throughs. We do a transcript read through every time we get new transcripts.
I love that. Heather One Nipple, love you.
It is. It's a great way to do it, in my opinion. And maybe I'm biased, but it's
perfect because then you can
everybody has their own role, and you can kind of you can listen and just hear the testimony, and so it's a straight read through. There's not a lot of commentary until sometimes at the end we might talk, but it's so that it's more like a, what would you call it, like a, not role playing, but it's like
you're at trial.
Yeah, so you're just like listening to the testimony, and everybody, the voices are all different, so you can kind of distinguish, like as long as like I typically am goal, so I can still have the opportunity to control everything that's happening on this, as streaming it. Snooky Goosey is typically the defense team, but this last time she had to step up and be Nick McClelland. I don't think she enjoyed that very much.
Yeah, no. Shit, girl. Well, this what we said we were gonna do. We said we were gonna do a deep dive. I think it's bad. I'd have to be. I'm gonna try to go to as many days as I can to this trial, if it happens when it's supposed to happen. I was thinking about just maybe getting into a rhythm where I go like 2 days out of the week or whatever. But there's certain testimony that I really want to hear, and it's like if we can kind of maybe get like a leakage of like the order of these witnesses, then I can kind of like make my schedule. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if there's a way that they gave each other their witnesses and here's like the order we're going. Can we kind of get that? What do you think?
It's possible. I don't know. I just don't know if, it's on YouTube, Joey. We do it on my channel. It's just and we take volunteers. So people from the chat that want to come and read a part, like you get your own part. And, but anyway, on those, we have every transcript read through that we do. We post the transcript in the description. And I typically drop it throughout the live too. So I'll put it in here because now I have it. So here's like the Google Drive to all the testimony that was released. I'm not a wrench on your channel. I don't know why I bothered to do that.
Why? It lets you?
No, it will let me drop it, but it won't be clickable for anybody. But
Somebody, one of the wrenches might be able to copy.
Oh, I
and
can do
paste
it. Can I do it if I copy it?
Yeah, you should be able to. Plus, I sent it to you.
Okay. Copy.
But so that all the documentation, once we read through it, like it's just out for the public. Anybody who wants the testimonies or wants to go through them.
I'm gonna send you this stuff with the Shannon Gardner case. Maybe I'll wait until you get through Delphi if there's going to be a trial here because it's supposed to.
Oh, send it. I'd be happy to look at it because I hate Delphi.
Oh, girl, you're gonna love it. You're gonna get. I'm telling you, you're gonna be
I'm
hooked.
at the point where I hate Delphi. I hate this case. I just want all the evidence to be presented to a jury and let a jury of 12 make the decision with all of the facts and not this. Yeah, we're going to put in every confession, even though he was highly medicated and made no sense and they're not even legit. We're going to put all that in and we're going to keep out anything that the defense wants in. I think it's bullshit. And
you know what? If he was truly confessing, why wouldn't he just be repeating the same thing over and over? Think about that.
Well, I agree with you.
That's what
that's not the case.
A professional says. A professional's going to say, yeah, if they're saying it 60 times and they're saying it the same way and here's all the, what they keep saying, then there's something there. But 60 different things and ways? No.
Right.
No, that means every one of those is a false confession. I'm going to give you a report with that too. You can see, you'll like it. It's not for public use. It's just for you. Maybe after January, it's public use for you. Okay.
Okay.
But it'll be really good for the whole understanding of. I mean, false confessions. You guys, they're real. They're so real because we would not have the Innocence Project. It wouldn't exist. The Innocence Project literally freed how many people that confessed to murders that they didn't do, okay, because they were forced, coerced, whatever you want to say. And then DNA is what freed them down the road. But I thought that person confessed. Yeah, they did. They did.
Yep.
Because if you don't take this, if you don't say that you did this, then we're coming with you on this, and then you're going to do this, and we can, you're looking at first person talk, it's 10 to 20 versus up your life. There's numerous reasons why people confess, but we wouldn't have the Innocence Project, and it wouldn't be freeing people that had confessed to murders that they didn't commit. So anybody that doesn't believe that false confessions exist, I don't pity anybody, but I just think that you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
It's fact.
I mean, if you look at this case in itself, we have, like I told you, there's 3 other people who have confessed. So, I mean.
Yeah. And are those in?
Between all 4 of these people that have confessed to this crime then. I mean, and we could go back to looking at John Bonet. You can go back to looking at Madeleine McCain. There's how many people have confessed to those crimes?
I mean, Colorado is they're pathetic over there. I'm sorry, but John Bonet case, total. Don't get me started on that case. All right, I'm gonna wrap this up. I just want to say thank you, Teresa. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for having me, and thank you to chat. You guys were fucking awesome.
Yes. Any proceeds I already told Teresa I was splitting. I appreciate her time. She's done all, like I said, the time. I mean, you've been doing it since 2017 or what? Shortly thereafter.
For the Delphi case, I would say my deep into Delphi was 2019.
Yeah, 2019. Yeah. And I just think that Richard Allen, I
just wanted to have a fair trial so that the public and the families can know what the actual facts are and make a decision from there, where the families aren't living in an appellate court for the rest of their lives because the judge makes shitty ass decisions. If he's the guy, then I don't know why we're fighting so hard to prevent him having a defense. Why don't they have the evidence that just shows that he's the guy regardless? That's where I'm kind of at with it. Just let them bring in whatever they've got and be like, no, I've got enough shit that I know that he's the guy and I have no issues with it. They can come in and start talking about being a fucking clown, and it doesn't matter whether it's relevant or not, because I have the shit that's going to prove to a jury no matter what they say. So if you have the facts, then whatever the defense has to say shouldn't confuse a jury.
because you have the ability to prove beyond a reasonable doubt with the evidence that you have gathered in your 7.5 years of investigation to prove you have the right fucking guy. And if your jury is easily confused, that means that you don't have enough fucking evidence.
Yes. Yes, and like, hello, it's common sense. If I say that I didn't do it, somebody else fucking did. How are you going to take that away from me? How are you taking that from me?
So,
I mean, if I didn't do it, we have two people that are murdered. So somebody did. What are you talking about, man? Oh, you have to show a next. You could sit and spin. Okay. I'll just show a little bit of a connection. And the connection is very simple. Logan dated the deceased. He actually banged or messed with both of them. He was friends with both of them on social media. I deep dived all that crap. He was in the DMs. He was in Instagram, Facebook. Who has all those socials and doesn't have a way to use it? I don't believe that Abby didn't have a way to use her socials, meaning like
she did.
Yeah,
she did. She had socials, and her family has stated that she would borrow like Libby's iPad and stuff. But we're still not convinced one way or the other whether she had a phone. I think it's still up for debate.
Yeah, so I think that's enough of a connection to me, is that Logan was dating Abby, and Brad Holder is Logan's dad. So if that's not enough of a connection to show, I don't know what is. So I think that's, I'm sorry, but, and they can say, well, it's because you're not going to show there's no connection with Odinism. Let me ask you a question. If they would have been shot with a gun, do I have to show that these people have ever shot a gun before to show that, oh, they have a connection to the crime scene? Because, well, they never used a gun though before, so I don't really think that they have a connection with the crime scene because they've never shot a gun before. Give me a break.
Well, let me just say, if they found a connection between Richard Allen and Odinism, I 100% guarantee you the state would be using it themselves.
Right.
But there is no connection between Richard and any of these people, or Richard and Odinism itself. Nothing. So that's why they don't want. The Odinism wasn't made up by the defense team. I like that is.
Yes.
They were investigating Odinism. They were looking for items in Ron Logan's house from the get-go regarding Norse paganism, Odinism, and all of it. So this was their investigation. They believed that there was a ritualistic aspect to the crime scene. The defense didn't make that up in 2023.
No,
that's from the state's evidence.
That's Todd Click. That was what they were doing.
Even before Todd Click, that's what they were doing. The initial FBI investigators believed it was connected to Odinism.
Yeah, that's the Turco dude. Didn't they try to go out and get him too?
Turco was the professor, and so Turco is the religious professor from Purdue. But no, they deposed Nicole, from the one who created the Ron Logan search warrant. They have a deposition from her where she states, we were looking for Norse paganism type artifacts in Ron Logan's house. That's one of the things we were looking for.
Yeah,
right off the bat.
She had a hard-on for Ron Logan, but she also had a hard-on saying that was a staged crime scene. I've seen plenty of them, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's her. And then she had a hard-on for Ron Logan because she thought he was the one.
But still, that's what they were looking at. And then Becky Patty's like, hey, Odinism, go look at Logan's dad. He practices Odinism.
Becky Patty said that?
Becky Patty is the one who told one of the investigators to check out Logan's dad because he practiced Odinism.
Or was it just like, go talk to him about it?
Well, now that's the state's theory, but back at the beginning of this, that wasn't what the state was saying. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So,
all right. Well, yeah, it's just whatever. Yeah, it's whatever's good. Yeah, it's just bullshit. I'd be voting not guilty, so I'd be acquitting. So you'd have to
acquitted.
Would you be acquitting?
As of right now, if we went with what we know publicly, I would say 100% not guilty.
Yeah, you're gonna have to show me. You're gonna have to show me a connection between Richard Allen and we're gonna have to see Sutton.
Yeah, I need more than this unspent round, and that's just me personally. I need more than that. And if these confessions come out and there is 50 of them that he's telling the exact same story, and he's not under psychosis and being drugged with Haldol, you know, I may be more inclined to care that there's these confessions. But I always say there's 60 confessions could be that of a murderer or could be that of a fucking crazy ass madman, like just making shit up over and over again because he's being told that he did this. Like we don't know what the outcome of it's going to be yet. But if the evidence that they present in court is this unspent round and his confessions in prison, I mean, shit. I'm going not guilty. They better have something else. They better have something else. And like I said, I'm not opposed to him being the right guy, but they better have something else that puts it there. That puts it there for me.
Yep. Yeah. And then my last question here, Kels, do you think the defense is, how hard would you go at the sister?
Not. I would not.
No.
No.
You wouldn't want to ask about the whole Anthony shots thing?
I would, but I don't know. I wouldn't go hard. I still wouldn't go hard. It doesn't mean I won't question her, but I would not go hard. No, I would not. She doesn't have the personality that I think that the jury's going to be like, yeah, you should get her. You know what I mean?
No, not like that. I give her, like, you're not gonna give her salt, but maybe that's better. Let me rephrase it. I think that timeline really needs to be set in stone with, for example, how do we know that Kelsi didn't go at what was it, one, when she supposedly took them there? How do we know that she didn't actually go there to try to pick them up and they didn't want to stay, and they wanted to stay longer? So she's like, okay, well then call Dad and see if he'll come and pick you up.
Well, I think that the biggest thing about that is that they supposedly have Libby's phone call to Derek and the geolocation of where Libby was versus where Derek was. So they'll know the timing of that. They should know the timing of that. I question everything and have faith in nothing at this point. So we can leave it at that, because I think there's a ton of stuff that can happen at trial. I think they absolutely should question Kelsi about her timeline, because she stated a very different timeline multiple times. I've always wondered about
the clothes.
Well, the clothes for me, I just don't know if they were paying attention. If Libby was hanging out in sweats all day and they didn't pay attention to that she ran upstairs and threw on a pair of jeans and then that she drops her off, I don't know how much I would know that. I mean, like, I could tell you my daughter is wearing a pair of shorts and a t-shirt right now, but I don't know if I could tell you if it was her dark shorts or if it was her light shorts. And I've seen her multiple times today. You know what I mean?
Oh, see, I would be able to tell you everything that my kid was wearing right now, but I lay on this clothes.
My little I could tell you because I picked out his damn clothes.
Yeah,
you know what
I was with him when he was getting dressed, and then, you know.
Right, but I'm not with her when she's getting dressed. I just see her and I'm thinking, like, I think I know what she was wearing. So I don't know. The clothing thing to me isn't as big as the timeline that she really tried to put out there. The Anthony Shots conversation, like, why she mentioned that she had Libby's phone that night and was messaging Anthony Shots. Well, how the hell did you have Libby's phone? Were you logging into all of her stuff? There's been a lot of conversations about, like, that's why I said this is an onion. We could do Delphi for hours and hours. There's been conversations that Kelsi her and her friends had created fake accounts of Libby and were contacting people under Libby's name, or that her, the friends did, and Kelsi knew about it. Are those things that they should be looking at? I think so. I think they should. I think the defense should be looking at all of that kind of stuff. And if it's accurate, I think they should be asking her about it. But I don't think she's not the type of witness that I would, as a defense attorney, I would not think I would hammer into her, because she just doesn't have the personality.
I would get her stumbling on this whole timeline, like to say, well, you said that you went to lunch or something, like. So are you sure that when you actually went there at 1:49 that you said to drop them off, were you possibly going there to pick them up?
Well, I think that they should know, based on all the phone data from these different people, where everybody kind of was at that time and where the phones are traveling to.
Yeah.
So Lenore, she eventually does come out and state in one interview that she did go to lunch with Bree, but that's after Bree already puts it out there.
Okay, so when did that happen?
I'd have to go pull up I have a whole playlist of all their interviews. There's another really weird thing about like the shoe. I would tell we can go. There's so many rabbit holes. There's that whole thing about her telling people how she found the shoe and how she knew it was her sister's shoe. And then like 6 years later, she's doing a presentation for a college. And then she says she had no idea that there was a shoe. And it's like, wait a minute, like, wait, you're the one who said in all these other interviews that you knew it was her shoe. There's a lot of weird stuff about those types of conversations. So I would definitely address them. I just don't know how far I would push it if it's not going to change anything about what my defense strategy is. If that makes sense. So I'm going to go eat dinner and get my kids to bed.
Do your thing. I'll talk to you, Teresa. You're the best. Thanks, baby girl.
Oh, this has been a lot of fun. Like I said, I could do Delphi for just too many hours. It's just one of those damn cases. So I'm hoping we get the truth at some point. That's all I can only stay hopeful.
Absolutely. And that's what honestly prosecutors should want. Just let it all come out. And I'm so tired of hearing people talk about trials. Oh my God, dude, this is someone's life, and these are two people's lives that were taken. Why is there, if this trial was to take, I don't know, 3 months, it took 3 months.
Right.
Like, who are you to put some time restraint on that blows me away. My life is worth more than 3 weeks worth that I only have to put on a defense.
Well, according to Judge Gull, she can do death penalty trials in 4 days.
4 days. So. All right, girl. Thank you so much. I'll text you here.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks, T. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. Here, I'm gonna share something really quick. I'm gonna go out with a bang. And here's Jerry Holman back 7 years ago. If this would work. Okay.
What was your, when you heard this had happened and you knew you had a call to duty to more or less take over?
Right. First, I called my squad sergeant and told him to get all the detectives available up here because we knew it was going to be a long, drawn out process. But I think, like everybody else, shock and awe. I mean, you really don't expect something like this tragic of an event to happen in a small town like Delphi. And I think it took a while to set in, and then it was just total chaos. I mean, investigation with all the help that we got was just total chaos. And we were able to get that to controlled chaos. And then I joke around about becoming an oiled machine. And now I think it's a well-oiled machine where it's very manageable and we're making a lot of progress. But yeah, it's just pretty traumatic for everybody involved, not just the community, but every investigator that's been up here. But I think we all have a job to do. We all focus. We're very professional, and we're going to find who's responsible for this and make sure that we get justice for Abby and Libby. I mean, Abigail Williams and Liberty German did not deserve this. And I think my passion is getting justice for them and their families and the community.
People often forget that officers and detectives are real people as well. And emotionally, this is difficult for everybody involved.
Absolutely. And I kind of led to that. But and the other thing is, life doesn't stop. We try to put it on hold. When you have a major case like this, you try to put life on hold, but it doesn't stop. I mean, we have detectives up here that have had their own deaths in their families, their own sickness. Their kids are sick. They're planning weddings, just everyday stresses, and you can't stop that. You can't put it on hold. You might be able to for a day or two, but with this type of investigations,
you guys that have over 16,000 tips. I mean, that's a daunting number. What's it like to see the outpouring of people who think they might know something?
Yeah, I mean, again, it shows that the community cares. And these are nationwide tips. We're getting tips that we're utilizing the FBI because we can't drive to Missouri or wherever. And we're utilizing the posts throughout the state because it's too time consuming to drive all the way to Evansville. We just call a detective down there. But so we're getting tips, not just from Carroll County or Delphi. We're getting tips from across the nation.
I know we've said it multiple times in press conferences. We've said it on the air, but sometimes that little bit of information, and somebody might think, oh, it's really not that important, but sometimes that can push your guys' investigation over the edge to a possible suspect.
Even multiple tips. We get multiple tips on the same person. That doesn't mean that's the person. A lot of people might hear us talking about that. We've got multiple tips on one subject. That doesn't mean that's the subject. So if you're thinking, well, they've got multiple tips on John Doe, I'm not going to tip on this person, but I believe it might be him. Well, don't do that. If you believe, whatever you believe, why ever you believe that, you need to call that tip in. Because that's might be the piece of the puzzle that we're missing that we need to put everything else together. And I do believe, I mean, I don't want to, somebody probably already said it, but the reward's up to $239,000 some odd dollars.
Who got that money?
And if you're waiting for that to go higher, well, that's a stupid reason to wait. I don't think it's going to get much higher. And if it does, you shouldn't be waiting for that to call in this tip. If it's a
How stupid.
family member and you're afraid to tip on them, then we have the anonymous tip. But this person's evil. This person is a monster. This could happen again. So if you're holding that information for whatever reason, you need to
But yet it didn't.
think of that. This could happen to your niece, daughter, cousin, sister.
Does anybody think that this possibly didn't happen again because maybe the perpetrator was ever jailed for another reason, was put in jail for a different reason? And then I just want to show this clip of Kelsi at during Dr. Phil. Okay.
National headlines. 2 Indiana girls just out for a hike.
It was just a normal day. I just said goodbye and then I left him and I'd see him when I got home.
Photos from the victim's cell phone.
It's a case that made national headlines. 2 Indiana girls just out for a hike, never make it home. You just saw Abby Williams and Libby German's family on Dr. Phil. Now that appearance boosted morale in Carroll County, where people are now eager for finally a break in this case.
Eyewitness News reporter Rich Van Wyk traveled to Delphi and has more on a town hoping for answers.
Just about everyone I talked to in Delphi knew their girls, their friends, their story was going to be on nationwide TV. The suspected killer people see every day, hanging in doors and windows, seen now from New York to California.
Maybe somewhere in between this person is lurking and somebody might recognize.
Oh, you want to click that link? I don't know why I can't do this right. Julie, if you click that link, you can come right on. Very possible for sure, but I think you're right. I think the military pick matches that one sketch. Oh yeah, I mean, I did a little. I think that this. It just screams to me that it has to be somebody that knew that the girls were there. Also, it's a possibility that people didn't know that the girls would be together, that they were only expecting one person to be there. Especially if somebody was communicating, and if you're leading someone to be out like, oh yeah, no, I'm just coming, then, oh, I couldn't come alone, but my friend came. The stuff with the phone changes everything with that. Like your phone was off and then it turns back on, and then that's when all those calls come in. You're going to have to prove that that's not what happened, in my opinion, because that's just the most logical thing. A phone sitting in the same spot doesn't come in and out of service. It's just wow. How about this, Julie? If you don't want to come on, how about you just give me a call? Here, Julie, do you have my cell phone number, Julie? I don't want to put it out here, but just email me really quick and I'll send it. Because I want to ask you something if you don't want to come up. When I was there in March of 2024 at that hearing, and they basically wouldn't let Julie testify, they wouldn't let Amber Holder testify. They were basically every question that Baldwin was asking, objection. I mean, Nick, every question was being objected to. And here's Gall just, sustaining so much shit. Like, what's the relevance? And I think it is relevant. So she asked how to go up, Lana. Oh, she just has to click that link. Oh, she's probably, how do I do so? Oh, yeah, here, click this link. Copy. Oh, wait, there, did you get it? Oh, yeah, girl. I don't know why my stupid thing. Hi. How are you, love? Hold on, I'm going to go out of my studio. I'm going to see if I can come back in and see if, I never have my camera off. My camera's just not even working. Hold on one second. I'm just going to, oh, are you sure you want to leave? Oh, leave studio. I'm going to come right back in. Oh, that's fine. Hi, Julie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. Give it to me. What do you think?
Hey, I have a lot to say about this, but just let's go back to where you want to talk about. I mean, there's too much that I've heard tonight. I thought you guys did amazing.
Oh, thank you. And thank you so much for the donations. I liked what you were saying about these having multiple phones, because it actually makes sense with if how could what's her name be using Liberty's phone and doing anything with Anthony shots if actually Liberty's phone is at the crime scene.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. Very early on, now it took 7 years for me to understand that possibly all this time that maybe people came against me. And I say sycophants because I say this because there are a lot of people that I have, people have contacted me over the years.
Okay.
And I thought, I'm naive. I wear rose-colored glasses. I thought that we were all in this for the same reason. I thought that we were all in this to solve a crime. So people that I didn't know, I gave grace to, and I talked to them, and they'd ask me questions. They had YouTube videos, all this stuff. I'm working full time, so I realize there's a lot of people that aren't that maybe they're on disability or whatever, and they're doing YouTube videos, whatever it is. But I thought that we're all on the same page. Yeah. So I would listen to many of them, and I would get multiple calls a day, and I would answer them. Even though I was so busy, I would still answer them. We got to a point where they were told that a certain individual, a certain family member said, if you talk to Julie Melvin or a certain other person again, I'll talk to you until then. But if you talk to them ever again, I'll never talk to you again. And then I realized that there was something far more sinister going on than I realized. It's fine.
They were telling people not to talk to you.
They were telling these YouTubers. So listen, what you need to realize is early on in the case, there was nothing but Facebook. There were no YouTubers. There might have been 2 or 3 YouTubers at most. So what's the way to get into the case? If you're going to be a person to get into the case, you get into the multiple Facebook groups and you ask if you can be admin so that you can then delete, eliminate, and control the narrative. That's what happened. I'm telling you, that's what happened. It happened in my group. It happened in multiple groups. People were telling me this was happening with them as well, with a certain family member.
Wow.
It did happen. Yeah,
they want to be members or moderators, so they could then, if certain people were posting, they would be deleting, and then they probably
they would delete it. It would be controlling the narrative, which it was just kind of unbelievable to me. But I was like, okay, whatever. I didn't really care because I was searching for the truth.
Yeah.
So as time went on, and as let's put it this way, I had multiple conversations with Jerry Holman.
Okay.
The last conversation, aside from the October 31st, 2022 conversation, the last one that I really had with him was a person that's from Delphi. He knew who she was. I grew up with her. I knew her very well. And she said, hey, I need you to contact Jerry Holman. I said, I'm sick and tired of contacting law enforcement and this going south. And I'm the person saying, hey, so-and-so knows who did this. I said, why don't you do it? She said, trust me. He knows who I am. Just do it for me. Of course, I did it again. I think I probably did it like 5 times and it was nothing.
But I did it.
Yeah. And this is the thing. I knew I was looking like a fool multiple times, but I have been contacted by so many strangers in this case that I put myself aside and thought, okay, it's fine. If you need me to do this, if I don't do it, I always thought if I don't do it and it turns out to be something then it's on me. So I'll do it. So I did it because I knew this lady. She's very solid. She's very strong. A lot of people know her in Delphi. Actually, she's the one that told me about Max. And Max is like, oh my God, you are the only one that knew everything about me and I knew about all this stuff. You're the first one. So I knew she was solid. I've known her for years. So I listened to her. I thought, okay, I'm going to listen to what you have to say.
Yeah.
So I called Jerry Holman. It was the end of 2019.
Okay.
And I said, a lady called me from Delphi. This is her name. I know you know her. It was on a Sunday. I didn't think he would even, I left a message. 5 minutes later, he called me back. And so he said, the person you described is the person we think did this. The person I described to him was a man in Indianapolis, an ex-husband of a lady. He did kind of odd jobs, had done some, I don't know if you call it, I don't, what's the term?
Like a contractor?
Kind of like that, like kind of under the table kind of stuff.
Okay.
He did
Like
construction.
labor?
Yeah, labor. But
Okay.
he would actually do jobs, if you will, if you want to call it a job,
Okay.
for money or for drugs. He would be a contract killer.
Ooh.
So that's what I told him. And he said, the reason I called you back is because this is exactly the type of person we think did this. Somebody that was a hired hit.
Yeah,
A
murder.
hired hit. A
Yeah.
hired hit. This is at the end of 2019. I want you guys to think about this.
Now,
So this is not my first conversation with Jerry Holman. Okay. I'm supposed to stay silent in this case. So the next time that I see him, and he knows, people have a guy contacted me from Canada, and
Canada.
well, I should tell, if I told you who he was, you'd recognize him. He is this kind of famous psychic in Canada, but he works for the FBI only. He's made a name for himself, all this stuff. And I was like, you know what? You don't really care about this. I don't want to talk to you. Well, a couple years later, he ended up calling me. He's like, you have to contact Jerry Holman. I need to talk to you. So I'm like, oh my God, why is everyone calling me to contact Jerry Holman? So
Why did he just call him himself?
Well, because he said he didn't know his number, and I had his number. So I did contact him, and then he ended up contacting me. He's saying this lady knows who did it. It was everybody's ex-husband. Okay. So I was like, I'm sick and tired of being embarrassed. I'm like, I don't want to be the person to contact, but I always felt like if I didn't do it, then who's going to do it? So I always prefaced it that, listen, I don't know about this, but these people are asking me to do this. This is what they're saying. So if you want to call me back, I'll give you more information. And so he would call me. So I put the ballpark, it was in his.
Yeah, it's like, there you go.
So he would call me back, and I told him. So that's how I left it. So fast forward to October 31st of 2022.
Okay.
I had a lot of conversations with Jerry Holman. He knew in my heart of hearts multiple times where I was. Do you know that I was elated to think that we finally caught Bridge Guy? I was excited about it.
You're like, we have an arrest. Here we go.
I talked to Max, and Max had never come out in public. Max had he'll be fine with me. He can lash me if he doesn't like this. His mother told me he had gone to Kinsey. Okay, that's where he met what's the guy that killed Ashley, whatever, the guy, Garrett Kurtz. He met Garrett. He met Garrett Kurtz and Kinsey. He went to Kinsey because he'd gone off the deep end, had gotten into drugs and that sort of thing. His mother told me. And he went there for rehab because he had been so distraught losing his best friend, losing Libby. Libby was his best friend.
Yeah, I knew they were close.
So fast forward to 2022. He's now had a baby. I'm helping support him in every way that I can, morally and whatever. I sent him some nice things and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I said, Max, they caught the killer. Do you want to go? He said, I won't go without you.
Okay, that's good.
I said, okay, I'll go. He said, you promise? I'll go if you go. Well, what do you think I want to do? I'm like, I want to go. I messaged Doug Clark. I said, Doug, hey, congratulations. You guys have worked hard. You caught Bridge Guy. He messaged me back and said, well, it's a start. I look over at Ted. I'm like, he said, it's a start? I thought this was Bridge Guy. Okay, well, so we'll go. He said, I'll see you there. We go there. It's a little bit rainy, but there's multiple tents out on the church lawn. I'm excited because Max is there. I'm hugging him.
Is that the one where you interviewed him?
Yeah, that's when I interviewed him. I didn't know how to do a freaking live.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, oh my god,
You know who taught me how to do it?
Him?
Randy Grab it. He goes, let me show you how to do this. So I said, okay. So we were doing it, and I didn't realize that Katie Roby, I saw her standing there, the one that I had the restraining order against, that said I took the pictures of the dead girls in the casket. She was a liar. And the judge ordered a 2-year restraining order against me, by the way. She contacted Kelsi, and Max and I are sitting there. So you have to realize anybody, like all the media is inside the church. Anybody that was waiting to get in is under the portico. Okay. It's a little bit rainy, and that's the acoustics are super loud. So I finished my live with Max, and you guys can all see it on YouTube. We're just happy. We're hopeful. I'm just so glad that Max is there with me. I love Max. He's
like a sweetheart.
He really is, and his parents are amazing. I love his.
He's obviously been through. I mean,
he's been through so much. He has a heart of gold. I fully support him. So we're sitting there, and I see this guy come up, and he just starts bang, 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 bang on the glass at the church. And I'm like, I'm kind of looking, and I'm trying to think of who he is. Well, it's Kelsi's husband. He says, we need to get somebody kicked out of here. Let me in. Let me in.
What?
Yeah, we need to get somebody kicked out of here. And we all look at each other. We're under the portico. I'm like, oh my goodness, there must be something bad going on. And Max is like, I don't know. And Randy's like, I have no idea. People are looking like, what's going on? The next thing that happens is Jerry Holman walks out with Todd Ladd, the pastor. Okay. This pastor with blue eyes that turned black when he looked at me. And I said, hey, Jerry, how you doing? He's like, I've been better. And he looks down, and I knew something was very wrong. And I felt bad. I said, Jerry, I could tell he was very distraught. So I stood up. I said, what's wrong? What's wrong, Jerry? He's like, well, I'm going to have to tell you to leave. And I said, what? Now, the acoustics under the portico are super loud. Everybody's listening. Ted's standing back. Ted. He's he's standing back listening to this like thing. What the,
Yeah.
And I said, Jerry, what? What are you talking about? On what grounds? Well, Becky Patty heard you talking out here to this young man on YouTube. I said, what? Okay, what is it that I said? What is it that Max said on YouTube that wasn't supposed to be known, that somebody didn't like, that Becky didn't like? And he said she sent Cody out here to tell Aunt Julie she needs to leave. And I said, what? On what grounds? I've never done anything to them.
Yeah.
I'm respectful to them. I wouldn't harm them. I don't yell at them. I'm like, I'm just here.
You're a sweetheart. Like, what?
No, guess what? People try, she's pursued every private conversation I've had. You know what? Don't stick your head in the bear cage and go looking for stuff. That's on you. Okay. So he says, I have to ask you to leave. So I'm shocked. And everybody's standing around, and I'm not going to fight it. And I looked at Matt.
How did even see your YouTube live? Like, how did she even see that? Like, that would be like the last thing I'd be doing. Would be like,
well,
she saw it right after you did it.
I think that Katie Roby said, "Hey, look, Julie Melvin's live with Max," because what Jerry Holman said was, Becky saw you on a YouTube talking to this young man. I said, oh, Libby's best friend? This is Max.
Yeah,
this is Max, Jerry. This is Max, Jerry. And I said, what are you talking about? He goes, I know. And he looks down at the ground. And I said, I can't believe this, Jerry. This is terrible. You know, I have fought my entire 6 or 7 years for these girls. You know it. He goes, yes, I know. And I have too. But then I thought, I'm not going to make a scene. I walked away and I cried my eyes out because my heart was wrapped around Libby, was wrapped around Abby, was wrapped around Max, and the hope of this person being arrested. And I wasn't going to cause a scene because that's the person I am. But I walked away. I cried so hard that I could not get my breath. You know who I called? I called Kelly and I called Aspen. I called Aspen Connor. I called it Kelly Brown because those two people knew I was there. And I cried and cried and cried and cried. I said, you have to understand, this is not about me. It's about what I know and what they want to stop me from doing. I knew that. I knew that at the time. I knew it right away. It had nothing to do with me as a person. And I messaged Doug Carter. I said, you know what, Ted? I'm going to let Doug know because Doug was fully planning on us coming in. We're friends with him, we're our neighbors and everything. I said, I'm going to message Doug and tell him we're not coming, that Jerry Holman said we had to leave. Becky Patty kicked us out. And so Doug said, hey, I'm getting ready to go on. No. You come back here right now. This is a public event. You are welcome. You better tell them I told you to come back. And I wasn't going to go back. I wasn't going to because I didn't want to. By the way, I'm not watching any of the, if there's any kind of please watch the chat or whatever, because I can't see it. But I was really hurt because.
Yeah. Why wouldn't Becky Patty just come up to you and kind of ask you about like what the heck was going on? Like,
no, she knows. She's afraid. She doesn't. No. I'm representative of something that she doesn't want. I represent things that are not to be. Listen, if they could erase me from the earth, basically kill me, I really do believe they would erase me from the earth and not even think a second about it. I truly believe that. And that's what these sycophants have done. So I came back to the church. And you know why I came back? I said, Ted, we probably drove 5 miles. And Ted's like, honey, let's just go home. And I said, no, because this is a spiritual battle and this is Satan using people. And I'm going to show Satan, get behind me because you're not doing this to me, buddy. No. And it wasn't about Becky. It was not about Jerry Holman. It wasn't about anything. Because this is bigger. It's not. Why would little old Julie Melvin get kicked out of there?
Right?
You tell me.
I listened to that interview. That interview's nothing. It's so like, it's just about like he's there for his friends. You know what I mean? It doesn't talk bad about anything. It doesn't give any information. You know, it's not. I didn't think that it was disrespectful in any type of way. So I have no idea why that would even.
Well, I can reveal to you.
Or maybe I'm missing a part of it, but was there something that was bad?
No, but.
Yeah. So what's the problem? Like they just didn't want.
The problem was what I found out later. I found out from several people that Becky had gone on to private messenger Facebook groups and saying that, okay, you have to, in order to discredit Julie Melvin, you must discredit the person that told Julie Melvin things that got things from Libby that Becky did not know. So if you first discredit the fact that Libby was ever friends with Max, which is what she did on multiple private messenger groups, I don't believe that Libby was ever friends with Max. I never saw him or knew him. Now, his mother and his father told Robin Uni and Mike Grasso during the filming of the Lifetime documentary that Libby came over several times, and she always wanted to be with Max. She drove four-wheelers, had fun, painted, all that stuff. So either Becky knew that or she didn't want people to know that, because she went in private groups on Messenger and said that Max and Libby were never friends. Therefore, discrediting anything that I said that Max told me.
Are you sure that it was Becky Patty that did that? Like nobody was just like trolling and just like made up an account or something?
Oh, no. I got the messages that she sent people.
I just know how people can be.
No. People sent me the messages that she sent many people and said, hey, I just want you to know she had already told me that she didn't think that Max was friends. Here's what you do. If you want to erase somebody from the realm of
why would it matter? Like why would she have to come out and disclose? Like let's even say that what she's saying is true. Okay. Who cares?
None of that matters, but you have to think about what was I first told in the first 2 to 3, 4 months by her personally. That's really what matters.
Are you not allowed to talk about that?
Becky's phone being sent with Libby. Becky, listen, I don't have a problem with Becky. People can say I have a problem. I don't have a problem with Becky. I'm a very logical person. I understand, like I have my own self-worth. I understand people don't have their own self-worth. I understand people are jealous, have some weird stuff. It doesn't change the way that I view this, because I set that all aside because I am about finding justice for these girls and figuring out where was Libby? How did she feel? Where was she in her life? What was she wanting? Who was surrounding her? That kind of thing. And so I didn't care anything else. So I was calling Becky. I was like, okay, Becky, I got into a group with several ladies. This lady said, hey, this famous psychic wants to do this reading. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. So she did this reading with us. So I called Becky. I was at work. I have the records. I have everything. I was at work. I remember exactly where I was standing. And I said, hey, Becky. I called her up and I said, Becky, Lori wants to know, did you have was Libby's phone a black with bling bling on it or what? She said, well, no, Libby's phone was rose gold. And I said, oh, okay, because, you know, Lori thought that, that she saw a phone with black bling bling. She goes, no, Libby's phone was rose gold. But why does that matter? Because Libby didn't have her phone out there that day. Because her phone had to reset to factory settings a week before. So I gave her one of mine. So that doesn't matter.
I remember that.
Okay? Okay. Now, she gave Libby one of her phones. Now, as you know, what does a young, teenager do? If the phone's at her hip all the time, or you reset it to factory settings, first of all, you and I know that it doesn't take very long to be reset. But you're going to take it anyway while it's still, the thing's still.
Or even here, let your friend use that one here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So while it's being reset and the apps are loading and everything, okay, so you take Grandma's phone. Grandma gave you her phone. You took it out there. So you might be taking initial pictures, videos, whatever. And then after that, your phone, you're going to have two phones. So, that was erased from Facebook from 2017 and the first several months on. I don't know what's out there because as far as we know, it was just Libby's phone. But I won't ever forget. Okay.
I have a question then, because how then, so did Kelsi then use her own phone to contact Anthony Schatz?
Kelsi?
Or does it make sense that they're like, well, I do have Libby's phone here, but if it was reset to factory reset, if she had the password, I think even just if it's not like that, you could still go into your apps and just like how you just re-download the stuff that is there.
Did you see the video where Kelsi said, yeah, I was going through Libby's phone and I deleted some stuff and then I went to law enforcement and turned this stuff in. Here's the thing is, now it's erased from Facebook now, but Becky and especially Tara was very vocal out there. She said we had all of Libby's passwords and we monitored her social media. I guarantee you, if you ever went out there and said, somebody show me that, they'll send it to you. There's a lot of stuff that's been erased off of Facebook. In 2020, when Biden came in, the CISA, the FBI was given the authority to erase a lot of stuff. By I think mid of the year, everything that I had ever written on Facebook had been deleted. And everything that I had ever said to Becky, to Mike, to Brad Weber, to Dave Erskine, I can name multiple probably thousands of people that I said anything to, information that I gathered, it's gone. It's completely gone. Things that people said to me. I've had multiple conversations with Jerry Holman, with Mullins, when he asked me several questions about, bringing Tina in. There's they want me erased off the face of the earth is what I want to say. Is like, they just want me to go away. But I will never forget, because I can document the day, the place, the time when I talked to Becky and she told me that she gave Libby her phone to go out there that day. Now, the geofencing, I want you to ask yourself, what is it that the geofencer wants eliminated from the record? What is it? Is it a phone? Is it beyond Libby's phone? Okay, there's a phone that took pictures. What did the other phone get? Do we have just one phone? I'm telling you, there were. I tell you, I know for sure Becky's phone was out there. I strongly believe that Libby's phone was out there. And the reason I strongly believe that is not only because I know how girls are, but what did law enforcement, Tobe, everybody else say? they found Libby's phone. Did they not tell you? Did they not tell the public that they had Libby's phone?
All I know is that I thought that. Well, I was interested when I heard what's his name, Baldwin, say, you guys have waited 9 months to give us Liberty's phone that you extracted. Like, what's going on here? Like, why are you waiting 9 months to give the defense? I mean, it was way past the dead date, like the due date of it.
Mm-hmm. And
it's like, dude, that's a like, sanction these motherfuckers, man. What's going on? Like, they get sanctioned for this. Nope, she's not doing anything.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't looked at everything that's been on, like all the transcripts and all the stuff that's come out. But I was reading a few things. I've been working like every other 24, and I'm so tired.
Me too. I feel you.
Somebody said that there is the video of Bridge Guy and the picture of the bridge on a phone. However, it's the picture of Abby isn't on that same phone. Now, how could that be? Well, in my mind, I say I know how that can be, because Becky's phone was out there and most likely Libby's phone was out there. Remember, Becky said Libby always had her phone on her hip. You know, as like, listen, if you or me, our phone wasn't working, you're like, okay, give me your phone. I'll just use it until my phone gets uploaded. You're not gonna leave your phone at home. Are you kidding me?
Wouldn't you need that phone to, like, I don't know, the phone that you would have is like your grandma's wouldn't have any of your friends' names or contacts in it, right? So nobody.
Not necessarily, and I think that listen, you get another phone, it doesn't matter. You can log. So I do believe that Libby was able to log into her Snapchat account, just as Abby can log into Snapchat accounts. I mean, listen, I talked to their friend, and their friend told
you on that. I believe that there was two phones. That's not. I'm gonna tell you why, because I want to go back to the fact that there was a phone pinging at 12:49. So it would kind of make sense with what you're saying. Is, check this out. I have it as if there was a phone pinging at 12:49. Two phones, phone 1 and phone 2, began on the cell towers. There's phone 1 and phone 2 at 12:49, but they supposedly weren't dropped off until 1:49.
That belong to the girls?
Well, they're just calling them phone 1 and phone 2, and it's never been disclosed.
Okay, are they the same phone 1 and phone 2 that they associate with the girls later?
I don't know.
That's important.
Well, I just think it's interesting that there's just two phones together, and then phone 1, phone 2 don't leave the area until 5:49.
Wait, leave the area until 5:49?
So it's like they're there at 12:49, which I just think it's interesting because that's actually almost like an hour before. So I don't know if maybe so at 12:49 p.m. phone 1 and phone 2 enter the area.
Mm-hmm.
And then phone 1
and that's okay, and let's get this straight. From what we understand, the girls don't come till basically an hour later.
Yeah, exactly. So or like I've been saying, is there any chance that because we haven't looked at the whole surveillance video. I've done it with numerous cases here recently that just because her car was coming by and like she went in there, is there any chance that she went there because she at first was supposed to pick them up and then they decided they want to stay longer, and it was like, okay, then I'll wait till Dad gets off work and he'll come and pick us up because we're not ready to leave yet, or something like that.
Now, I will tell you that when I called Becky, I said, Becky, this, the psychic is like seeing these girls dropped off. Okay, so I'll tell you. Listen, I'll listen to a psychic if they can give me concrete information You know, I know that there are people, and I know this lady was on Ghost of Shepherdstown. She was on the she was on TV. It was a big deal. So I thought, okay, I'll listen to her because they were saying how amazing she was. And so she kept telling me, and like she still to this day contacts me and says, Julie, I'm telling you this stuff. So she kept saying, I see the girls, they went by a place and they got something to drink, and they went to this place and it's like a gas station with this blue awning. Well, of course, I didn't know at the time that the Marathon gas station had this blue awning. I had no idea about it. So I said, Becky, I need to know exactly when did the girls leave, and did they go anywhere else, and when did Kelsi drop them off? She said, no, they left at 1:15 and they went straight to the trail and they were dropped off at 1:30. I said, are you positive of that? Yes. Okay. So
but then we
now
find out
now
that
it's 1:46 or something like that, right?
149.
Okay, and do we have did somebody have confirmation somewhere where there was one of the girls' phones that connected to Delphi High School?
That was the origination of the one Snapchat originated in at the geolocated at the high school and then quickly sent to wherever they were.
Okay, so how can that happen?
Well,
okay, I know the path. I know the path that anybody has to drive in order to go to the Delphi High School, okay, and connect there. That's not usual from where Libby was. Why did you can pull in a parking lot and connect to that? You know that, right?
To connect to
the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi.
I don't think it was. I don't know if it for me. I don't think it didn't connect. I don't know about the word Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay.
It just said geolocate was the high school, but then it quickly changed to being at the bridge. How far is the high school?
Let's clarify that real quick. So someone's phone can be detected by geofencing at a location, but not necessarily connect to the Wi-Fi at that same location. Is that correct? So, like, if I'm at Delphi High School, and I didn't connect to the Wi-Fi, but if an expert geofenced my phone location, they might be able to show that I was there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's going to take whatever, it's going to use a grid, you pick it, and then it's going to, whatever phones are in that area within that grid it's going to pop up on it. Like, that's why I showed that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So,
So do we have an explanation as to why one of the phones might have connected there or been located there? To me, it's like, okay, let's go get something to drink. We're going to go down the Hoosier Heartland Highway. We're going to come down 421 from Camden. We're going to turn left. We're going to go past the Hoosier Heartland Highway and the Freedom Bridge, which is the next exit. You're going to turn right. You're going to go down that way. You're going to go past the Delphi High School. You're probably going to stop at the Marathon station. You're going to get a couple drinks or whatever. And then you're going to turn around and go back exactly that way. That's the quickest way through. And then you're going back to the path. You're going back there.
Did you ever hear that Kelsi had lunch with Bree?
I only heard it tonight when you guys were discussing it. I think I heard a little bit about. I knew that Kelsi went back and she was watching some movie or whatever, and so I thought that she was going to go to. I thought she was going to work. I don't know what happened. Honestly, I really don't think that I heard that. I don't think that I knew that before, except tonight you guys said that, so I don't know. I don't have any idea about it. Where did that information come from?
Well, because what I was under the impression is that what's her name, Kelsi wasn't home yet, and that's why like they didn't have a ride to go to the bridge, but yet what's his name was there. Derek was supposedly there, right? But then here Kelsi shows up and she just is the one that ends up giving them a ride to the bridge versus like
I think he was on his way to Frankfurt to do a job for Becky.
Yeah, but that was what I'm about to say. So think about this. Is it the opposite way? Because why wouldn't he just drop them off on his way to go to that job?
Yeah, it's the opposite way. I mean,
Okay.
it's
So that
out of
kinda-
the way. You know,
Okay, so-
Frankfurt's out in the out the opposite way. Yeah.
You ready
And
for
you know, if you know Kelsi going to, you know, she had a job. She was I believe she was working at Dairy Queen and going that way,
I thought she
dropping
was-
the girls off, that kind of thing. And you know, I hope that they have, you know, video to confirm all this stuff. You know?
on your day off from school, if you like, hey, a bunch of people are like, hey, we're all going to meet at the bridge or whatever, right? And we're all going to hang
Mhm.
out because you're hanging out with
Mhm.
your friends.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you talk to your family / you know, grandma, mom, dad, whoever, sister?
Mhm.
Wouldn't you arrange to have a ride to be able to do that prior to? Because if your plan was to go there,
Well-
wouldn't you have to have a ride and have that all set up?
So my understanding was that Libby called her dad actually when she was with Kelsi and arranged it. And I listen, 2 girls going to the bridge. Do you really want your dad coming to pick you up? Not really. So they were probably looking around for somebody else. Finally settled for Derek because that's the only one they could find that they were, you know.
I'm talking about like taking them there. Like,
oh, taking them there? Oh,
because
well,
when they went there, like this is just for me, for example. If all my friends, like, if I knew in advance that I had this day off, it wasn't just like a snow day that, oh, we didn't even know we were going to have off. So we knew this in advance. So, hey, we're all going to do on our day off, like, hey, let's all meet up at the bridge. Okay, yeah, let me talk. Like, you're going to start setting up a ride for that to figure that out somehow to be able to get there. And you're not going to want to go, like, so you're going to go when everybody else is going, which is, let's say that everybody went there, like, I don't know, 11 a.m. Okay, versus 1:50. 1:50 on a day off at that age is really kind of late in the day to just how kids would.
I don't think Libby cared. I don't think they cared. I think that they knew that they could get a ride. Listen,
Well, I want to hang
She
out
really.
with my friends, wouldn't I?
She what? What'd
I
you say?
want to hang out with my friends, so wouldn't I, like, if you're planning on going, wouldn't you plan on going when all the other friends were there? Because, like, their friends.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're planning on going when other friends are there, and you don't really want your dad coming to get you. So, yeah, you know, Derek said he could come and get her, but I think she probably called a couple other people before she settled on him. And ultimately, she knows that she knew, you know, grandma's a call away. Grandma's at home. She's doing her thing, but ultimately, she's not going to be stranded at the bridge. She knew that. So she's going to get a ride with whoever she could. So, you know, I did ask Max in front of his mom and dad. I said, Max, what did Libby say to you? She goes, he goes, well, Libby and Abby were messaging me the night before on Snapchat, and they kept saying, come on, Max, we want you to go with us.
Yeah.
And he said to Robin Uni and Mike Grasso and myself, he's like, you know, I told them that, you know, friends are always there, you know, but farm sales only come around once in a while. And he hung his head low, and I knew that it broke his heart because he believed that. Like, he thought that this was once in a while farm sale. And I said, you know, I asked him to tell me about the person that Libby was communicating with. I said, how was she communicating? He said, Snapchat. I said, did you know the screen name? No. Did you know the actual name? No. I said, what did she tell you he said? And he said that he said, you know, I feel bad because she had been messaging me. He said, I have Instagram, I have Snapchat, I have Facebook Messenger. And she had been messaging me and I hadn't paid attention. He said 2 weeks had gone by and I finally looked. I think he said it was Facebook Messenger. And he's like, she had already been trying to get a hold of me. And I said, do you remember when that was? He said, no, but when I get home, I'll tell you. And this is stuff that Robin Uni and Mike Grasso couldn't have known to ask Max because they don't know what they don't know. So I said, you don't know anything about his screen name, his actual name, anything. He goes, no. I just know that Libby was talking to him. And I said, and what did she say that he was asking her? He said, well, she told me, Max, I need to talk to you. I really like this guy, and he likes me, and he wants to meet me. Should I do it? Should I do it, Max? And he said that he didn't see it right away. So when he did see it, he told her, no, you don't know this, Libby. You don't know who he really is. And I said, get home and tell me what date was the first time that she told you she wanted to meet this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he looked it up and he told me it was December 26th of 2016. Okay?
Yep, I remember that.
Libby's birthday is the 27th. Carrie's birthday is the 25th. That means that Libby was en route down to Kentucky. Okay? Libby spent her birthday, every birthday, with Carrie. And the year that she died was the first time that she never spent her birthday with her mom. So Max, he indicated, he said, you know, I felt bad because I let 2 weeks go by, but he said, I have so many social media apps, I don't pay attention. And I said, Max, what I want to know is, did Libby continue to talk with this guy? And he said, oh, yes, she did. I said, what did you tell her about him? He said, I told her not to meet him, that he was bad news. You don't know about this guy. I said, well, how do you know she continued to talk with him? He goes, because she told me. And I said, do you think that she was going out there to the bridge that day to meet him? He goes, yeah, I do. And he put his head down. He said, yeah, I do. I said, Max, I'm sorry. And you know, you could tell he felt bad, which he's not to blame at all. Like, he loved his friend. But, you know, how brave of Max to tell this story in front of many people with his parents there. Mm-hmm. He told us the truth. And so, you know, you can't nobody, as much as people want to erase this is the truth of it all.
So then check this out. That would mean that based on Gull's ruling, and you can't use Anthony Schatz, that would mean that whoever she was talking to wasn't Anthony Schatz, who she was planning on meeting at the bridge. Otherwise, you'd be able to use Anthony Schatz because that would that's a connection.
Oh, that's very interesting. You know,
if Max is, you know, if he knows what he's talking about, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, if any of you guys know about the Anthony Schatz profile, and I don't know, and I personally don't know enough about it, but I do know this much. I do know that there was a quote unquote new Anthony Schatz profile that was created. And I think that new Anthony Schatz profile that was created said hi to Libby and friended her like a day or two before she was murdered. So who's the new?
So you think that somebody was acting like the Anthony Schatz account?
Well, there was a listen, there was something called a new Anthony Schatz profile, meaning it wasn't Anthony Schatz. It was a new Anthony Schatz profile, like it was sold to someone else.
Or it could have been that somebody knew about the Anthony Schatz and they were like,
listen, this guy's a Cash Apper. I want you to go back to, where did Libby stay all night on was it Friday
At that
night?
party, yeah.
Okay, so we've got Kyla Brummett.
That's
Kyla
right.
Brummett.
You know-
And I'm so that
Right,
that
no.
she was doing the Cash App stuff. Okay. Then now she has what's the OnlyFans or whatever. So she already did the Cash App, the nudes and that sort of thing. And unfortunately, she was subjecting Libby to this kind of stuff. She was friends with Anthony Schott / Keegan Klein. Her family's friends with Keegan Klein. They're also friends with the guy next door to Keegan Klein. The girl's a pot smoker. She's down in Florida. Now she's been arrested and she's got charges. She's an OnlyFans person. Okay, if you look at the unredacted of the whole questioning of Keegan Klein, you'll see that there was this Cash App stuff going on, Bitcoin exchange.
Oh, Bitcoin?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there's that exchange. And I can't even tell you, but I'll send you the unredacted. That's why people say, well, how could this not be related? Here's the thing is, even though those people may not be related at all to this whole thing, they may say, okay, we're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna sell this to you guys. Hey, we'll sell this information and you can take it. So it has nothing, this guy has nothing to do with it, but they sell this. This is information is sold all the time. We don't know. I don't know if this was connected or not, but I'm saying you have to look at it. You have to look at everything. You have to look at everything. It may not have anything to do with it at all, but it's something that I would say, okay, so you just sold, or there's a new Anthony Shots profile. It's called New Anthony Shots profile. Who is that? Is that still you, Keegan Klein? If it was you, why did you create a new Anthony Shots profile? I drove over to there. I talked to Keegan's grandmother. She indicated to me that neither one of those two, Tony would come over, but Keegan never showed up except on holidays. And when I said, was he there? Murdered? She said, oh, I can't remember. I don't even know. She started crying, so I felt bad for her. So I drove over there myself because Keegan Klein said that he was at his grandmother's house. So I wanted to verify it myself. So I took my phone and I drove over to Travis Truxler's house, his cousin. And I pulled up in his in his driveway.
Oh yeah, I looked up Travis Truxler. Arizona house. They were traveling. They were pushing weight.
He lives across from a cemetery, and it's a trailer. And I pulled up in the driveway, and somebody was coming out, so I freaked out. I backed out. And I pulled away. I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. Looked the same. I was like, I don't know if it was a man or a woman. So I took off, and I watched the vehicle go away, and I pulled back in, and I just wanted to prove to myself, is this possible that this guy, this Keegan Klein, could tell police that he's at his grandmother's house, but his phone is connected to Travis Truxler? So I thought, let me see if I can do both at the same time. I pulled up in the driveway immediately. So I put on my Wi-Fi on my phone, and it was Truxler Wi-Fi. Okay. Nothing else came up. Truxler. It's like 1.2 miles to his grandmother's house. So I pulled up there to her house, and I wanted to see what Wi-Fi's I could connect to from there. Both. I couldn't connect to his grandmother's at Truxler's, and I could not connect to Truxler's from his grandmother's. Correct. There was like 3 or 4 other Wi-Fi's, and as I drove into her driveway, then I knew which one was hers. So I knew it wasn't none of those showed up at the Truxler's. So I knew that, what he told police, he was lying. I just wanted to confirm it myself by driving over there. It was all a lie.
You did a drive check yourself.
Yeah. And then when I talked to his grandmother, he's like, yeah, she's like, you know, she was very sweet, and I was very, you know, I respect her. I know she was a, I could tell her heart's very hurt over this whole thing. So I didn't want to press her, and just wanted to respect her and just left her alone. I found out for myself.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I know that he's lied to many people. I know that Fig Solves and a bunch of people connected with him, and you know, Kelly even connected with Keegan Klein and a couple other people, just trying to get him to tell the truth about Delphi. And it ends up in the long run, you know, we have law enforcement searching the Wabash and spending $1 million, and it was all for a lie that he told this female down in southern Indiana. And he said, you know, yeah, my dad paid me $30,000. I went out to, you know, we went out to Vegas, and I was so depressed, I locked myself in the room. He told me to be quiet, and I was there in a red Jeep, and this is when all this stuff came out. I mean, like, I have all this information here. And I was like, nah. It was a lie. He's a liar. He's a liar. Yeah. I will say this. If you don't have the transcripts, because I went to the sentencing.
Okay.
I would urge you, if you are able, to get the transcripts from his sentencing, because
sentencing.
Yeah, get Keegan Klein's transcripts from his sentencing, because you have is it Cecil Christopher, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you something. This is something that I have said over and over. The key to this case is listening to what they had right before they sentenced Keegan Klein in his hearing, because Cecil Christopher talked about, actually they said, hey, we need to give this to you, Judge. There was stuff about Libby and Abby that they turned in. They talked very openly about how they were able to find this information, like very detailed information beyond what they've ever shared in the Delphi case. And if you want to get information, you want to figure out what they're going to be doing on this case, Cecil Christopher had detailed information. I mean, details. I mean, and it was so sick that I couldn't even stand to hear some of the stuff he was saying. And then some of the stuff they turned into the judge, and it was sealed, and it was about Libby and Abby. And it was about other girls that were underage. So if you want to get a hint and you want to really start to figure out some of the behind the scenes of how they're going to work this case, somebody needs to get the Keegan Klein transcripts.
I wonder if Keegan Klein would just give them away, because he probably has them.
Keegan?
Yeah.
What has what? Has
he probably has his he probably already had his transcripts.
That kid just wants attention. I mean, it broke my heart. It's like it's very sad. It's very sad. It's very sad. The kid was abused. He was abused. He was groomed. For, you know, this is the stuff he told, you know, he told Kelly, look, I always say we're all made in the image of God. And when you're a young kid, if you're 10 years old and you're groomed by your father, and then later as you get older, you commit crimes, I'm not going to be hard on the person. I'm not going to be hard on that person, because, you know, you had an adult that you relied on, and you have these abusers. Look at these children coming in through Mexico. You have abusers. That's all you know, are these abusers that are supposed to be your guardians, your father. And this is what you learn. This is what you're groomed to be. There's some, you know, there's some culpability here. Like I'm saying, like, he's responsible. He knows right from wrong, but somebody else is held accountable on this whole thing. I mean, it's a completely other story, but
yeah,
I mean, that whole thing, yeah, it's heartbreaking. So
yeah, I mean, everybody comes from. Well, Julie, I love you to death. I
love you too.
You have my email me, because do you have my cell phone number? Well, here, just stay backstage when I'm just gonna end this right now. I want to say thank you to all of you people. You guys rock. Thank you so much. Sleep well.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you, Julie, and thank you, T, if she's still maybe listening or around.
Midnight. It's after midnight. I've had 3 hours of sleep after a 24-hour shift. I'm so tired.
Something like this, yes. So, okay, guys, and moderators, thank you so much. Peace.